How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
Hello and good morning. Today is Saturday, May 11th, 2024, and welcome in to the 85th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Joe Leonard. Joining me on the broadcast today is Whitney Powell, coxswain from the U.S. Coastal Team and Leander Rowing Club. Whitney, how are we doing this morning?
You know, I couldn't be better. I have to say, after the weather that we had yesterday, I am so excited to see absolute glass out here today. The sun is shining. The water is flat. We have some amazing finals set up today, as well as a few semifinals that we will get lined up for the afternoon grand finals. But I am feeling so energized about the morning and cannot wait to see some of these boats take off the starting blocks.
Definitely about 49 degrees outside here in Pennsauken, New Jersey. You can see there we're getting some boats already started at the starting line. A glare in the sky as we're waiting for some cloud coverage to come over later today, but no rain expected in the forecast today. So about a high of 63 in the afternoon later, but at the moment around 49, 50 degrees. So Whitney, tell me about these rowing conditions in this early morning session, 49 degrees, sunny outside.
Well, you know, you really couldn't ask for anything better. I think I see barely a ripple of wind here up at the starting line with our beautiful drone shot. These blades about to be glinting in the sun here as they take off from the starting blocks, but the weather is absolutely perfect. Even a touch on the chilly side, which is a great thing because as soon as these rowers get going here, they will start to heat up very, very quickly. So really, really ideal conditions here, especially at the start. Not too difficult. You know, wind isn't pushing their points to one side or the other. So they should be able to get off the starting blocks pretty straight here, which is really great. We love to see those boats thread the needle like that. Very, very exciting, though, to see the sun out and no wind.
Yeah, so we can see, you know, in the ripple of the river a slight crosswind today, but nothing nearly as strong as the gusts that we saw yesterday where we had some white caps in the middle of the afternoon of our event. But we'll jump right into this. You can see here getting ready on the starting line is our first race of the day. This is the men's varsity single final number 2. 5 boats in this race starting in lane number 2. We have in lane 2 on the right-hand side of your screen there is Lafayette. In lane 3 is Dominican. In lane 4 is Union. 5 Rochester Tech. And in lane 6 is American, and they are off, and we are underway here at the 85th Annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta for a slate of second finals, third finals, and in the afternoon, our grand finals for the trophies. So underway here in the men's varsity single final number 2.
Yeah, you know, it's really, really great to see this regatta going on since 1934. It's really unbelievable. It's really unbelievable that it has been going on for this long and with such an incredible spread and variety of crews here. And we can see now that these singles are absolutely cleanly off the blocks here and should be, again, this view is, although spectacular, is a little bit deceiving here, but they should now be through the breakage point. Now that means that they are clear of any breakage. It could be an oarlock that comes out. Now, I do want to be clear that seats are do not count as breakage. So if somebody jumps a seat, that does not count. You don't get to go back and restart the race if you jump your seat. So you want to be really careful about that. But anything that happens with foot stretchers, oarlocks, any malfunctions like that within that breakage point, you do have an opportunity to go back and restart. But looking at our beautiful drone footage here in the sun, Joe, we are seeing quite a race shaping up here.
Yeah, it's you know, starting off strong today, and you can see from right to left at the moment, Lafayette currently sitting in around second place. In that lane 3 there is the boat from Dominican out in front, and then following from right to left, Union, Rochester, and Amazon American. And yesterday in the semifinals, Dominican posted the second fastest time out of this group. Obviously, they were not in the same semifinal as Union, so different circumstances there could have led to the time discrepancy. But also, this rower from Dominican may have just been waiting a little bit to put out his best race here, as we're Just about 500 meters in now to our first race of the day. You can see there the rower from Dominican leading the pack.
Absolutely. And I don't know if we mentioned this yesterday, but Dominican University is a Hispanic serving institution. The team represents the diversity of the student body here. They have students from all over the place, like Ireland, Dominican Republic, the U.S. So quite a diverse crew, which is really amazing to see. They've done a fantastic job showing up this year. We will see them quite a few times represented in small sculling boats here. But just because they are a small club, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. So you will be hearing their name again.
Definitely. And as you can see, as they're making their way into the middle of this race here, still a fairly close race. Dominican with a solid lead, but at the moment, Union and Lafayette in lanes 2 and 4, just about even. The rower from RIT not too far off of them, and then out there in lane 6, American currently sitting in 5th place. As the rower from Dominican looks to make a bit of a move here, right at the 750-meter mark as they pass by our vantage point in the beautiful Camden County Boathouse here in Pennsauken, New Jersey. And we'll take a look as we can see these rowers are looking really strong through the halfway point of this race now into the hardest part of the race. And, on the screen, something that we've been talking about a little bit over the last 2 days, rowing kind of from a bird's eye view looks like such a leisurely sport in so many ways. And at this point in the race, this is when that lactic acid starts to build in your legs and your back, and you have to wonder, am I going to make it?
Yeah, absolutely. And this single sculler here graduated from St. Benedict's in Newark, New Jersey.
Oh, great.
He's raced a double before, went on to win the New York State Collegiate Championship in the varsity double in Saratoga a few weeks ago. So congratulations to him. And clearly he is showing up again for a repeat performance so far. Flanked very closely, though. A few boat lengths open water here by Lafayette and Union, it is looking like. So almost in lane order here. We have that lane 1 empty, so don't be fooled here. You're not missing anybody in that empty lane there. So you are seeing Lafayette in lane 2 challenging Union in lane 4, but it is that Dominican B in lane 3 that is our clear leader here.
Yeah, his compatriot from Dominican will be racing in the grand final later this afternoon and will likely be one of the favorites in that race here in the second final, competing for 7th place at the Dad Vail Regatta, looking strong so far from the Dominican rower, as Union is starting to make a bit of a move now into the third 500. You can see the rower from Union has moved through the lane 2 rower from Lafayette and is now going to try and reel in the Dominican rower, who just had a bit of a point adjustment. We'll see if that hurts him.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks a little bit like Union here has taken advantage of that just a little bit. But again, hard to say because they peek over their shoulder, every once in a while, but he's not necessarily seeing him in view. So he didn't necessarily know that he took that little steering correction there. But this is also a point in the race where a lot of athletes will actually make a move to kind of counter challenge or make a counter move against these athletes that took a big move at the 1,000 too. Sometimes crews wait a little bit longer, maybe the 1250, to actually throw a counter punch at those athletes that took a big move at the 1,000. So I'm not sure if that's what we're seeing here. We don't know his actual race plan, but as we approach that 500 to go, we will see if Union has enough room to make up for the water. And we do have some geese in the way here. The wildlife obstacles here are very real on the Cooper River, and luckily the geese
but they're not out of the danger zone yet, as that lane 5 boat is coming on strong.
Exactly. You are right about that. So saved by the geese there. He's
with a little bit of speed, it looks like they're going to make it past the RIT rower as well, but that's a bit of a close call. And now they're going to have another problem out in lane 6 as American makes their way down the course. Maybe they'll just stop there.
Right. Exactly. Yes. Do not cross traffic in the wake of these speedy singles here. But as we are moving the drone now, it looks like we are about 500 to go. We will give you a better angle here as soon as we get a shot. Oh, look at this. Beautiful drone shot here, watching our athletes come through the final 500.
Yeah, you can see now the rower from Union has a little bit of a sense of urgency about this race. The rate has gone up. The rower from Dominican rowing from a place of comfort. He's been up. He's maintained this lead for the last 500 to 750 meters, maybe longer. So at this point, he can let the race come to him in a lot of ways. He can make sure that Union doesn't get enough speed to catch him and essentially row as fast as he can. However, if this is his last race of the weekend, he may not even be worried about that. He may just be trying to go as fast as he possibly can and not really care too much about what the rower from Union is doing on his left hand or starboard side.
Yes, absolutely. And what do you think going into a race like this where you know that you have such a commanding lead? How are you approaching the last few buoys here? This is, let's say, your last race here. You're leaving it all out on the table.
Yeah. I mean, you have to think, if I'm out in front at the 500-meter mark, I'm going to hold for a little bit longer than maybe I normally would if it was a closer race. And then right at 300 meters left to go, it's absolutely all out. And you can see it. He's really close to that buoy line over there. Not too worried about his steering at the moment. He is going super hard. As we'll try and catch a finish line camera there. But if not, it looked as though we had Dominican finishing in first, followed by Union, Lafayette, RIT, and American. We'll try and get results up as soon as they are available. Meanwhile, next up on the race course will be final number 2 for the women's varsity single. And it looks like the rower there, potentially from Clarkson, striking out at the halfway mark here. Also in this race, in lane 2 is Lafayette, and in lane 4 is, or in lane 5 is Penn State. Lafayette, Clarkson, and Penn State. The rower on the screen at the moment is the rower from Clarkson, who finished just 8.8 seconds yesterday in her semifinal, away from making the grand final. So trying to make a statement here after just missing out on the grand final. And here we have a nice overhead drone shot as we see our rower from Clarkson make her way through the third 500.
Yeah, exactly. You said it right here. And I want to be clear, too, we do have lanes 1 and 2 empty. So, again, do not be fooled here when you do not see anybody in lanes 1 and 2. So our lanes, again, are lane 3, Lafayette, lane 4, Clarkson, and lane 5, Penn State. So you will see those 3 athletes here in the second final of the varsity women's single. And we are looking at a very commanding lead here, it looks like, by Clarkson. Multiple boat lengths. I'm not sure I can even count it from this angle. And here we are looking at this beautiful drone shot again, looking down here at her beautiful green boat, making a little bit of a steering correction. Again, very easy to do in a blind boat like this. And again, just to remind everybody, a blind boat is a boat without a coxswain, so they actually have to steer themselves, oftentimes either with a tow if it's a sweet boat, or with both of those oars and even power all the way around that pin, the arc of the pin, and that power curve if they are in a sculling boat. So every once in a while you will see a little bit of a trail blip there from the stern as those athletes make small corrections for themselves because they do not have a coxswain to do the steering for them.
In my experience rowing these races in sculling boats, championship races, you'll often see the easiest part about this is the buoys. Normally, trying to get a point rowing on power, especially in larger boats than a single, such as a double or a quad, you can have a difficult time without the buoys, making sure you're going straight a lot of the time. But when the championship race season is upon us and the buoys have been laid down, it makes it a lot easier to keep straight. So just using those buoys to make sure that you're keeping the same distance on either port and starboard side as you make your way through that race course. And at the 500 meter to go mark, 1,500 meters into the race now, is our leader from Clarkson.
Yeah, you nailed it. And again, we're seeing this beautiful shot here of her just rowing into the glinting sun here, just a little bit of a ripple as she enters the red buoys. And I have her clocked at a 28. Can you believe it? Racing a final at a 28. And she doesn't even have to go up if she doesn't want to. We'll see if she gives us a sprint of a show at the finish line here, since she is within the last couple hundred meters to go at most. But I can't even see the finish line here in the glare of the sun. We will look for that red red buoy finish line in just a moment here.
Yeah, our race course today on the Cooper River here in the Cooper River Park goes from west to east. So you're seeing as our sun gets higher in the sky this morning from the east, starting to create a glare on the race course at the moment. For these scullers who are steering themselves facing in the opposite direction, not too much of a challenge. We could see that glare start to come into play a little bit in some of our coxed boats later on in this morning session.
That was very considerate of you to think of the coxswains here looking into the sun, because that is absolutely true. But what a shot we have here. Look at this green here. We are so lucky to be rowing on a course like this, an absolutely world-class venue here at the Cooper River as we watch the athlete from Clarkson in lane 4 taking the lead. Soon on our camera here, we should see the other two women from Lafayette and Penn State in lanes 3 and 5 creeping into view. And we will see how they choose to finish off their race here again in the final few hundred meters.
And if you're looking at the shoreline on what would be the north side there was the 1,500 meter mark. As we get a look now at the next race onto the race courses, we assume that finish went Clarkson, Lafayette, Penn State, although difficult to tell between Lafayette and Penn State. And again, any results that Whitney or I announce today as they cross the finish line are unofficial, so please go to dadvail.org for all official results as they are posted. That will be your best option for remaining updated as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, out onto the race course now, our men's varsity pair final number 2, second final rather. In lane 1 is Oklahoma City B. In lane 2 is Clarkson. In lane 3 is Carnegie Mellon. In 4, Rochester Institute of Technology. In lane 5 is Fairfield, and in lane 6 is Rollins. And just a brief look at the field at the moment. Looks like starting there in lane 2 in the green and yellow is Clarkson. And just out in front of them, but tied with RIT, is Carnegie Mellon. So Carnegie Mellon and RIT leading the way in this one, but a really tight race so far.
They have really shown up this weekend with some very, very impressive performances. Again, you will be hearing their names multiple times over the course of the day in multiple races, multiple boat classes here. And if we pull back just a little bit, again, we will give you some good placings here as they cross our bow. We are looking out of our beautiful boathouse window right now as these boats come across.
Yeah, great push there into this second 500 from Clarkson. Great push here from Clarkson into our second 500. They have now overtaken Carnegie Mellon. Whitney, you were just talking offline about Carnegie Mellon and how that program has really shown out here at the Dad Vails.
You know, I'm so glad you said that, because that was absolutely my bad. Again, on the broadcast, I pushed the wrong button here. So my apologies there as I was singing the praises of Carnegie Mellon here, a program that started in 1987. And you will hear their name again and again this weekend and over the course of the day, because they've really shown up this weekend with some formidable performances across many boat classes. And so, like I said, you will hear their name again and again. And they are currently in our top 3 here, top 3 leaders in the men's varsity pair second final, as we bring our beautiful drone up for a side view.
And you can see there, we talked in the previous race about the differences between power steering and a tow, and you just saw there the Carnegie Mellon boat really hugging that starboard side of their lane, as is RIT next to them. Both of them having some trouble hitting some buoys. Not ideal. You don't want to run into those buoys. They're not the biggest obstacle, but in a race such as this, any drag can really hurt you, especially one as close as this that could finish in a matter of tenths or hundredths of a second.
Completely. These buoys can be very disruptive to a small boat like this. And in a boat like a pair that we talked a little bit about yesterday being one of the most difficult boats to row, if not the most difficult boat to row. And I'm actually going to make the argument that a bow seat in a pair has the most difficult seat of any boat class.
Yeah.
You not only have to steer like this, and even now, if you are looking at our screen here, you are seeing multiple steering corrections across lanes here, not just one boat, but multiple lanes here. Even our leader, which looks like Clarkson, if I'm not mistaken, here in lane 2.
Yeah, really interesting breakdown here. If you look at the semifinals from yesterday, RIT out there in lane 4 actually finished with the fastest time out of their semifinal, which included Clarkson, who's currently in lane 2 and about 4 to 5 seconds out in front at the moment. Carnegie Mellon in lane 3 had the fastest time of any of the boats in this race at 8 minutes and 39 as RIT slips into lane 5 and is being told that they need to move over now. We'll see if they can make that adjustment as they move into their sprint with just about 500 meters left to go. Steering begins to go out the window. However, they are pushing their wake directly into the bow side of Fairfield there in lane 5 and continuing over into lane 6 now.
Right. You know, as we watch this develop here, we will hopefully see this crew go back into their lane. They are actually 2 lanes over now, so we will try to see what happens. But while we get our camera angles back here, I would love to circle back to something you said about having the fastest time in the semifinal, and yet they are not the leader. Do you think that has something to do with the conditions today? Are they rowing better in worse conditions?
It's interesting. Some of these schools may not have been as accustomed to some of the white caps that we saw yesterday, and it could have thrown off some of their game plans. Or, it's rowing. Things change day to day. Clarkson may have recovered better. They may have just not rode their best race yesterday. There's so many things that could have gone wrong. Obviously, the speed is there for Clarkson today, as now they drift over into lane 3. Seemingly, the only boats that can stay in their lane are lanes 1, 4, and 5. And as I say that, I think Fairfield is going to sneak over into lane 4.
So, we did give you a starting order here, 6 lanes across, but we have a completely different order now. All
Yes.
boats almost in completely different lanes here. So this is something you do not see every day. We will do our best to try to keep track of who is in what lane now because we've had multiple lane changes in this difficult pair. Again, perfect conditions here, so I'm not sure where the steering issues are coming into play. They clearly are, but it's looking like Clarkson still our leader as we come into the final few hundred meters.
Yeah, and you can see there on the right-hand side of the screen as we shift to give you a shot of the starting line, the spectator area there beginning to really fill out this morning. We'll see a lot of different friends, family, and just local folks. And if you're around in the area, please stop by. There's plenty of food and drink for you to partake in.
As we've said before, this is a festival of rowing. This is a weekend where rowing happens to be present here, but we forget that there are so many other things going on. We have corporate challenges, we have para racing, we have food, we have music, we have so many things going on. So definitely do not miss the party. Do not miss the events that are going on down at the viewing area where the spectators are here. But as we have some boats crossing the finish line, we don't know what lanes, but we can give you some times here.
Yeah, so Clarkson finished with the fastest time in that event, essentially securing 7th place in the men's varsity pair, followed by Carnegie Mellon and then RIT. Rollins comes in in 10th there, and they'll likely be followed by Fairfield, who was close to them for much of that race, and Oklahoma City will likely finish in 12th. Again, that was the second final, so the grand final for this men's varsity pair event later this afternoon. And you can see there on our screen, looks like our next race is out onto the race course. That would be our women's varsity pair second final as well. 2 boats in this event, and at the moment, just 2 boats in lanes 3 and 4, George Mason and Lafayette. And as they make their way through the first 500 here, got a nice vantage point, but very difficult to say exactly if there's any difference between these 2 crews through about 300 meters.
Yes, and I have to say these officials have been incredibly efficient as well. We are getting these races off the starting blocks. In fact, missing some of the starts here. They're so quick. They're getting them off and down the course. So we have an action-packed day for you. Again, I believe we are at about 8-minute centers here. So very quick, very efficient. Again, action-packed weekend. And as we see coming into view now, George Mason and Lafayette women's pairs are dueling. Joe, I would love to know what you think, again, about having a lane separation here, but basically a dual style race. So this is very interesting. On our sheet, we actually don't have this. So something must have happened at the start, or somebody has rode into another lane. We aren't entirely sure.
Yeah, it's difficult to exactly say, but if I had to put my guess on it here, it looks as though Lafayette is out in lane 5 and continuing to move starboard. So I would gather, just kind of based on what I'm seeing in the wake further up the river, that they've moved over from lane 4 at this point. However, they're in the lead. So from a rowing perspective, as they begin to kind of drift back over to the port side, maybe trying to get back into lane 4, and it is costing them at this point as George Mason has now moved into the lead here. I would say that you kind of want to be right next to them, connected, but as soon as you lose that, it has to go out of your mind immediately, and you need to start thinking about, okay, we just need to get straight and row as fast as we can. We can't worry about the boat next to us.
Right, absolutely. And we are looking at the refs launch now, and we don't see a white flag up, which means that they are allowing it. So they are allowing them, if whether they've moved over a lane or they moved at the start, they actually started in that lane. We don't have that information in front of us here. We have them as being in lanes 3 and 4, but they are in fact lanes 3 and 5. So we see no flag up. So the refs are allowing it. So as they sort of come across our view now, we are watching what looks like a very, very close race here. I'm seeing bow ball to bow ball as they come across our window in the beautiful Camden County Boathouse right now.
Yeah, some fantastic racing here as they come by kind of straight on with our camera here. Just about give it a little edge to George Mason, but really not much between these two crews. And again, that kind of holds true from the semifinals yesterday. They were both a bit off the pace to make the top 3 in their semifinal. However, their times compared pretty favorably to one another at the end of that race. So two fairly evenly matched crews here. Really interested to see as they approach the halfway point how this shapes up over the next 1,000 meters. George Mason out in front at the moment.
Exactly. And I have George Mason clocked at about a 32 and Lafayette clocked at about a 34, 35. So it looks like maybe Lafayette is trying to make up a little bit of time there. They have sort of been hugging those starboard oars for quite some time. We'll see if they can move over because their riggers are now over that lane on the starboard side. Hopefully they can move over again into the center of their lane. Again, we're seeing no flags from the refs, so they are allowing them to hold their course wherever they choose to take that, whatever lane they choose to take that in. We will keep an eye on flags there. But right now, again, going dead center down the lane is George Mason University.
You know, it's an interesting thing as we see Lafayette continue to kind of chart a difficult path down the race course, and it's George Mason has remained relatively straight the entire time. So obviously the fastest travel between point A and point B is a straight line. That's obvious, but it's not quite so obvious just how much the steering corrections can actually fatigue you a little bit more, not just physically but mentally also. If you're constantly thinking about, okay, I need to get us straight, you're not connected to the rower in front of you necessarily. You're not making sure that you're catching really quickly, and that's something that you can see out of this George Mason boat at the moment. Their catches look great. Lafayette just kind of struggling a little bit there to get that connection early.
Well, you know, we call that reducing variables. And what we really want to do in rowing here is get the things nailed in that you don't have to think about when you're going down the course anymore. So that would be something like steering. So that's not something that you want to really have to worry about in a grand final. You want to kind of have that nailed down so you can focus on your race plan, focus on getting your blade in with your pair partner. But here they're having to think a little bit more about steering now and if they're going to be hitting those buoys. So that's actually an advantage to George Mason, who may may not have to be focusing on these trivial things anymore. They can literally just focus on their race plan, getting their legs down together, opening up together, getting their blades in together, keeping it a lot simpler. So they actually have less distraction going on than the Lafayette crew, who is having to sort of keep their heads in the game just by small things like steering.
Interesting move there. It looked like George Mason took about 20 strokes there at a bit of a higher stroke rate than they had been rowing at previously, and really started to open up this race in that third 500. What do you think, Whitney, about that type of game plan where instead of focusing on the final 500, you really decide, okay, we're going to win this race in that third 500?
You know, I love to see it because it takes a lot of confidence, and that's where your fitness comes into play. So that's a huge factor in that third 500, not only your fitness, but having the confidence to make a move. You know, a lot of crews will actually make a move a little bit early at about the 1250. So again, just past that halfway point, will actually make another huge move. I know quite a few crews actually that will do that. So they wait for other crews to kind of flank them, and they will have like a sneak attack at that 1250, which is really, really cool and very effective if you can use it correctly. But you have to have the fitness to execute that, because you know that in, again, 400, maybe 500 meters again, at most, you're sprinting again. So you have to sort of save up your big moves for closer to the end of the race, that 1250 to that sprinting finish line.
And you can see there right on the north side of the Cooper River, or I'll make sure I have that right. It might be the south side over there. It is, in fact, the south side of that river. You can see the 1750 mark there, two gentlemen standing right at that sign, and a bit of a clearing of trees. So 250 meters left to go right there. Our red buoys will start up right at that mark as well, letting our rowers know, hey, if you haven't started the sprint yet, now's the time.
Exactly. And, you know, we mentioned this a few times yesterday, but I'd love to reiterate again how fair this course is. Can you talk a little bit about currents, wind, you know, how fair is this course?
Yeah, so this portion of the Cooper River is actually a man-made, kind of a built-out portion of the river. The river was really a bit of a smaller creek back in the day, and they've expanded it into much more of a pond-like creation, and the result of that is that there's really no current on this river. It's not, even though it is called the Cooper River, it's not a river in the sense as many of us have come to know them. Therefore, there's no real current and no real advantage to any of the middle lanes, because folks at home who may or may not know, most rivers' current is strongest right in the middle. This no current here, therefore there's no real advantages to any of the lanes. You know, just like any other course, when the conditions are variable, as we see our boat from George Mason crossing the finish line now, Lafayette not too far behind. The more the variables begin to kick up, like wind and rain, there are certain advantages that actually favor some of the outside lanes, which also kind of contributes to fairness in a way, evening the race course out a little bit for some of the crews that may not have a chance. However, today that doesn't seem to be on the cards, as we have pretty perfect conditions across 6 lanes.
We really do. You said it here so perfectly. We're looking outside right now. Again, the sun is shining, and we see a mere ripple on the water here. And again, it may change a little bit where it opens up on the course, as you just mentioned. So that was really good to point out here. But it doesn't really open up that much here. There's a lot of tree protection along the shoreline. And speaking of trees here, coming out of the trees now, off to the right of our screen here. You may not be able to see it quite yet, but definitely get down to the shoreline, because we have some very exciting races that I am personally very excited to watch. We have the men's freshman novice for second final, and these are always very exciting races for me to watch. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, novice races in general, 4 races are always really good. We saw some 4 races yesterday that finished within tenths, hundredths of seconds of each other. So through 500 meters, this one looks pretty good as well. From right to left on your screen, in lane 1 is Lehigh. Lane 2, West Point A. In lane 3 is West Point B. So 2 Army boats there. Lane 4, and appearing to be out in front, the Merchant Marines. So Marines versus Army here. A little bit of bragging rights on the line. Next to the Merchant Marines is Union College, and outside in lane 6 is Stockton University. So at the moment, looks like Merchant Marines and Union currently in positions 1 and 2 in this race, but not much of a separation through 500 for any of the boats.
Yeah, from this angle, it's really hard to tell. Do we give it to West Point A or do we give it to Stockton on the outside?
Yeah, that's a close race there for third at the moment. But, I mean, if you just look, these two boats out in front are really battling at the moment. Pretty much not too much of a difference in the stroke rating there, it looks like. Kind of alternating who's in the water at what point. But as I say that, it looks like we might have just gotten a small move there out of the Merchant Marines.
Exactly. And that Merchant Marine coxswain surely is pretty excited about this. Looking around, again, we've talked about this before, but the coxswain that is tucked down in the bow here, in the bow loader, has a very, very small field of view. And so as you pass other boats and know that they're behind you, you really have to trust your rowers, trust your stroke seat to tell you if there are any boats that are making moves, or trust that they will actually take the rate up a little bit or lengthen out a little bit and give you a little bit more power under the water. Because you can't see anymore, and that's where you have to have amazing communication with your stroke pair, even from afar, because and we are seeing it now on our screen, that Merchant Marine is flanked by West Point B and Union that are absolutely breathing down their neck.
Not to mention Lehigh. Lehigh is currently tracking through. It looks like they've overtaken the West Point boats and are now moving to try and overtake Union College. But as we look at that race for second place, and it does look like Union College is starting to have a little bit of just a check down there, costing them that second place. I think Lehigh has now moved out into second place. But the Merchant Marines looking very strong, opening up water on Union College, and I think it is pretty clear at this point. It is Merchant Marines out in front, Lehigh making the charge out of lane 1, followed by Union, then the two West Point boats in lane 3 and 2 in that order, and finally out in lane 6 is Stockton at the moment in 5th place.
That's right.
Place.
And I love that this is happening right now. This is why I love novice rowing. It's very exciting. The Lehigh University Mountain Hawks, who will be racing at the Patriot League Championships very soon, have actually snuck up on Union. And this is something that you have to be very careful about when you are rowing in these outside lanes, because somebody can sneak up behind you from an outside lane that you don't even see coming. And that's why I love these challenges that kind of come from the outside lanes. I bet that Union Cox and didn't even see Lehigh coming in that first lane there. And now Lehigh is definitely challenging Merchant Marines, although Merchant Marine still has, I think, a solid lead here. However, if we see a move from Lehigh, don't count them out.
Yeah, it looked there like Lehigh may have gotten a little bit of connection, bow ball to stern deck. And as that happened, on our screen now, it looks like Merchant Marines is in the middle of a power 10 and has opened up about a half length of open water once again. So kind of going back and forth, allowing Lehigh to come to them, and now putting their mark on this race. But Lehigh with a really impressive middle of the race there to kind of separate themselves from the rest of the boats. Meanwhile, Union struggling after that first 1,000 meters where they were second, potentially first place for much of that race, now falling all the way back to a tie for 4th place with the second West Point boat. So at this point, Union College just trying to hang on as we enter the final 500 meters with our leaders. Merchant Marines looking really strong, and it looks like they've already begun to raise their rate just a little bit here, and this is a really beautiful shot. We can see each of the 6 boats in this race. That's a testament to some of the rowers in this race to keep this a little bit connected, more connected than we've seen some of the other races, but also our drone pilots be able to get every single boat in this shot as our leaders look really impressive there at the bottom left-hand of your screen from Merchant Marines.
Exactly. I have Merchant Marines clocked at about a 35, 36, so very solid rate for the meat of this race. They've been very, very consistent all the way through, kind of drifting over to that starboard side just a little bit, getting a little bit close to those buoys for my comfort. But just as I say that, we see the red buoys come into view, and Merchant Marine will likely bring up their rate just a little bit here to put an exclamation point on their victory in this race, because as of now, they are the clear leaders with open water over Lehigh over in lane 1, as we've unfortunately seen Union drop off just a little bit. They had such a strong lead, but again, that's where the fitness comes into play.
Merchant Marines, a really interesting kind of case study of championship rowing here. They didn't perform as great as they may have liked in the time trial, leading to them to get placed in what appears to have been the more difficult of the two semifinals. Their time was actually faster than the boats that finished second and third in the other semifinal by a good 10 seconds. But because of their time in the time trial, got a bit of a tougher draw and ended up in our second final here. But 7th place, really impressive row there as we see Lehigh take 8th, followed by the Army and another Army boat in lane 2. Just edging out a nice late push there from Stockton, who finishes in front of Union there. Really nice race in the men's freshman novice 4, final number 2.
Very exciting indeed. And following up shortly here, as we have done all morning, we will have the women's freshman novice 4 final, I'm sure, coming up very, very shortly.
Yeah, and we just have a quick announcement to make here, coming from the Dad Vail organizational committee. If you are able to volunteer today at this regatta, we do still need people. Please go to dadvail.org and click on the volunteer button. Select a job that you are willing to do. We will tell you. It will tell you where to meet and for how long. Thank you so much. This regatta really doesn't happen without the time that is donated by so many people. And if you're here today kind of hanging out and you have a few hours where you can offer some of your time to help us out, we would really appreciate it. Please go to dadvail.org and click on that volunteer button. Thank you so much. And there you see on your screen the results from that men's freshman novice 4 final number 2. And interesting to see, obviously we kind of expected this, but the times from today's races coming in at a much faster clip than yesterday. Obviously we had a strong headwind yesterday, but Merchant Marines with a time of 7 minutes and 17 seconds yesterday in their semifinal, 8 minutes. So a 43-second difference. A lot of that can be put down to the conditions. No headwind. These rowers can really get into their race and feel comfortable, row a 2K that they are accustomed to rowing. Meanwhile, next up on the race course is the women's freshman novice 4. Looks like we'll have in lane 1, Pittsburgh, lane 2, Texas, lane 3, Gordon College, lane 4 is Tampa, 5 is Bryant, and in lane 6, the Fordham Rams. And we can see here making their way through the first 500, still in their start sequence, it seems, there from Bryant. And you'll see now as they lengthen out, getting into their base rate, still pretty high from Bryant there in lane 5, but we'll start to see them likely settle into a slower rate. You can see on their outside, Fordham and their inside, Tampa, have already started to settle down, but at the moment, it's working for Bryant. Now, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, Whitney, the fly and die approach, and I'm not saying that that's what Bryant is doing as we see a really tight race through 500 meters, but they are at a higher rate there to start, and now as they start to slow it down a little bit.
You could not have said it any better. You definitely brought up a very good point here with the fly and die method versus what I just call the slow burn, for lack of a better term. The fly and die method, for those of you who don't know or watching from the shoreline, is when a crew takes off at a blistering pace and tries to maintain it or grab the lead as soon and early as possible. And where that comes into play, again, is how long can they hang on to that? Because oftentimes it's not a sustainable pace across a 2K. 2,000 meters is actually a very long way, and I'm sorry to bring that up for all the rowers who do not want to be reminded of that. I personally tell my rowers to not turn around when they're at the starting line and look down the course. So I make sure that they keep all their eyes on me while we sit there in the blocks and wait to go. However, I'm getting distracted. Fly and die means that you take off very quickly again at a blistering pace, and whether you can maintain that or not is up to the crew and their fitness and technique. But before I go back into the slow burn method, Joe, tell me what we're seeing here. You have something to point out. You're itching over here at your computer.
Oh, no, I'm looking at the results from yesterday, and it's interesting to see. I'm trying to remember exactly how the semifinal shook out, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Bryant went out to a late lead in their semifinal as well, but were unable to hold off a push from Gordon. And you can see there the boat in lane 3, Gordon, who finished in 4th place in in their semifinal, so the fastest qualifying time from their group here in this race at a bit of a lower rate. So I wonder if they're not anticipating this from Bryant and expect them over the next 750 meters to try and reel them back in. Bryant going to try and hang on. But again, Gordon finished in front of Bryant in the semifinal yesterday, and then Tampa, obviously, in lane 4 there, finished with the fastest time of this group from their semifinal. So Tampa and Gordon now on the chase. Bryant trying to hang on. Pittsburgh looking really good out of lane 1 as well after a bit of a difficult time in the semifinal yesterday, looking solid from lane 1 so far. And you can see there the stagger in this race as they approach the halfway point. Let's call it in lane 5, Bryant, followed by Tampa, Gordon, Pittsburgh, Texas, and then finally in lane 6 is Fordham. So Bryant looking really good so far. Tampa now on the chase. Looks like they're trying to get back into that connection zone. Bryant can see them off to their port side and just going to try and push them away. You can see there the bow ball or the buoy for the 1,000 meter mark, and we are halfway through here, this women's freshman novice 4 second final.
You know, you brought up a really good point about the fly and die. Again, I know I'm just beating a dead horse here. I keep bringing up the fly and die, but what we're seeing here is actually not that. Bryant is proving us wrong because although they've taken off at a blistering pace here, I still have them clocked at about a 36, which is a great race pace here for a varsity 4 here. A novice 4.
Yeah, definitely.
So they are maintaining this 36 all the way down the course. And in case you don't know, again, if you're watching from the shore, we actually clock that stroke rate based on the stroke seat. So we count the time between each catch. So we take a little clock and we go catch, catch, and we grab that stroke rate for you and we pass it on. So right now we are seeing Bryant in lane 5 at a 36, again, still maintaining, which for them is working because they have open water as the lead.
Yeah, and as we speak about them, I really like what I'm seeing from this Tampa crew. Bryant has maintained their lead. I really like the way Tampa's oars look. I think their blade work looks solid right now. So if they have anything left in them over this last 500 meters, watch out. Bryant has gone out at a really blistering pace, but I kind of just like what I'm seeing out of this Tampa boat so far. So watch them to make a move here. We'll see if the boat from Bryant can't hold them off. It looks like they're doing a good job so far out of lane 5. Really impressive race from Bryant, as I think they just withstood a bit of a move from Tampa there. Bit of a course adjustment from lane 5. Tampa also kind of over to the starboard side of their lane, something we've seen a little bit of today. I wonder if that crosswind isn't having an effect a little bit on our race, even though it's a little bit calmer than the winds we saw yesterday. We're kind of seeing a starboard drift in a lot of our races.
A trend, if you will, towards that starboard side. I don't know, there's something over there. You know, I do wonder, because this does happen on courses sometimes. Again, I have not raced on the Cooper River. I'm about to age myself here. Have not raced on this river since 2008. It's been a very long time. But I wonder, too, like some other courses, you actually get a little bit fooled by the shape of the river and the land, which can actually deceive you a little bit, where you start to pull a little bit towards one side. And I'm wondering if that's kind of what we're seeing here. You know this river very, very well, Joe. Do you think that tends to happen? Do you see this happen year to year?
I do think at that 1,000 meter mark, as the shoreline starts to get closer to the race course, it may deceive you a little bit because then it opens back up once again. It is really interesting. For those who may not be familiar with the Cooper course, it is pretty much not much longer than 2,000 meters. So if we watch them start in the stake boats, it's right at the start of where this pond begins. And then as soon as they cross the finish line, you'll start to see later in the day some of the boats warming up, coming off of their docks are right there. So a lot of these boats won't have a ton of room. There's room enough there to slow down and stop, but it's not a ton of leeway after the finish line. So, that the shoreline definitely starts to come closer at the 1,000 meter mark, and then it opens back up again, kind of adding to this big, race feel, because you'll see the park opens into a stream of flags and then all the spectators on the sideline. So after you get through that kind of 1,000 meter mark, this course really opens up. And we're seeing now Tampa is making a last-ditch effort in the final few hundred meters. Bryant with a super impressive race, however, looking to hang on. Tampa definitely has the speed at the moment, but Bryant may have just done too much over the first 1,800 meters of this race, and it looks like that's going to be the case.
This coxswain is definitely calling up 2 into, because here we go. We are now at about a 38, and as I speak, moving up to a 39.40. As they cross the finish line, Tampa not quite enough juice to squeeze out of that win there. However, they do come in second, so phenomenal racing there from the Tampa boat. Really well done.
Gordon finishes third for 9th overall in this second final. Again, the grand final will be later this afternoon. We'll stick with the bottom right to see some of these boats finish. And we see Pittsburgh there with an impressive race, likely to be followed by Texas, and then Fordham was in 6th place in that race. Meanwhile, out onto the race course now is our second final for the women's freshman novice 8, our first 8 race of the day. The 2 boats on your screen, we have the black and yellow jackets from Georgia Tech next to Rochester Institute of Technology, and RIT currently out in front.
Right, and Georgia Tech here had 11 entries at Sierra. That's pretty big. So they had a very imposing presence at Sierra very recently. Last year at Dad Vail's here, they got second in the women's pair. They are definitely a major force here from the Chattahoochee River in Roswell. They make their way up to the Cooper River here with a very large presence here, and we're seeing a very close race here. This is very exciting.
Yeah, this is great so far. We're getting through this race, just making our way to the 1,000 meter mark, about halfway. You can see there a bit of an angle at this point, but the coxswain for Rochester sitting pretty even with the bow ball for Georgia Tech. So Georgia Tech with some work to do in the second half of the race. Rochester going to try and hang on here as they make their way through the second 500 into the third 500. Really beautiful shot here now as we follow along the bow side of our 2 8s. And you can see here Georgia Tech may have been a bit of an angle, or over the last 200 meters has made a move. And you can see their bow ball now sitting even with about the 6th seat of RIT there. RIT making a counter move now, and you can see starting to move up a little bit. And maybe that bow ball is now just sitting at the 7th seat. Or the 8th seat, but it's close, and Georgia Tech very much still in this race.
I want to point out something that we're seeing here. I have Georgia Tech rated at a 36, and I have RIT at a 34. Now, one thing that is very difficult about a dual-style race here is that it's very easy to lose sight of the forest through the trees, and when you're a coxswain, it's very easy to get caught up in the lead boat's plan. So you want to make sure that you stay very, very internal here. This Georgia Tech coxswain is going to have to make sure that she sticks to her race plan and not get sucked into just trying to race RIT in that lane over, because it's going to feel very desperate as they get closer. And if RIT makes any move here, which I believe we're going to see, I think we're going to see RIT try to shake them here either at the 1,500, but we are watching Georgia Tech try to keep this rate up. They are trying to walk through them. So whether this is part of their actual race plan or whether they are just trying to overtake RIT and give it a Hail Mary move, I don't know. But this is going to be a heck of a race.
It's the Dad Vail. You got to lay it all out on the line, and the Georgia Tech boat right now is doing just that. You could definitely see there, as you were speaking, Whitney, they kind of moved through a few seats there. RIT now withholding that move at the moment, but Georgia Tech with a little bit of speed still. It looked like they took maybe 20 strokes there to really focus on getting their leg drive down, and have now pulled maybe 2 seats down on RIT. And it looks like RIT now trying to respond with a move of their own. Georgia Tech maintaining that high rate. So we'll see how this plays out now in this third 500.
Exactly, and Georgia Tech making a small correction there. It looks like the refs have moved behind them. We haven't seen a flag yet, but they are very close to that buoy line. We're going to see if they can get back to the center of that lane, but that is going to cost them because RIT here is already trying to throw the sink at them here in this last 500.
Yeah, so really tight racing there. We saw from our drone angle, it looked as though RIT by maybe about a seat, and you can see it here now. The bow woman for Georgia Tech sitting about even with the 3-seat for RIT. That looked like maybe a seat was just gained in those few moments by RIT. So RIT now with a bit of the speed, they've withstood that move from Georgia Tech. Does Georgia Tech have enough left heading into this final 500, or will RIT kind of prove themselves to be a little bit more fit heading into this final 500? It's an interesting equation going on right now.
Exactly. You know, it's so hard to say. Georgia Tech is just kind of giving it the Hail Mary again, like I said just a moment ago, in this bucket-rigged 8. Very interesting lineup here.
Definitely.
Yes, very, very interesting here. We have 7 and 6 seat sitting in the bucket there. Joe, can you tell me just very briefly what this means for this 8?
Sure, and you can see that this 8 is actually a little bit unorthodox in a couple different ways. First of all, we have a starboard stroked boat. Normally, it's not as uncommon to see at the college levels, but a lot of lower levels you'll see a port rig pretty much no matter what. So then a starboard rigged boat here, and then following them, they go back to a port rigged bow 6. So starting with the 6th seat, they have it port rigged. So that's likely just because they really would like that stroke seat in there, and she likely only rows the starboard side. So my guess is that they really like their stroke seat, and to be honest, I can see why. She's rowing at a really great pace so far in this race.
Exactly. I'm really liking her mentality there. I'm really glad that you said that and pointed that out, because you can tell that she's got that X factor. She's peeking over at the other boat, and that's really smart for a stroke seat to do. You don't always want your rowers looking out of your boat, but if you have a stroke seat that's going to look and go, that's really valuable.
Yeah, and it looks like RIT has been able to withstand this move from Georgia Tech. So really impressive race from everyone involved here. RIT is going to go ahead and finish this one up, but really competitive. That's really kind of what we're here for today at the Dad Vail Regatta. 2 boats in a second final, really laying it all out on the line. As Rochester Institute of Technology takes that race, finishing 7th overall in the women's freshman novice 8, followed by Georgia Tech. Really great racing, ladies. In the meantime, we have our men's varsity double now out onto the race course and through their first 500 meters. This is the second final, again, for the men's varsity double. We have in lane 2, Delaware. Lane 3, currently out in front, is Carnegie Mellon. Next to them in lane 4, Penn State. And on the outside is Oklahoma City B. So we're seeing here Carnegie Mellon, our leaders through 500 meters in the men's varsity double, final number 2. A bit of color here. The Carnegie Mellon boat finished with a time of 9 minutes and 13 seconds in their semifinal yesterday. Not fast enough to make it to the grand final. However, out of the boats here in this race, the fastest in the semifinals, followed by Penn State and then Delaware. Penn State and Delaware finished really close to each other in their semifinal yesterday, and we're once again seeing Delaware and Penn State pretty much even through 750 meters here in 2nd and 3rd place.
Well, you're right about that. And again, I know I keep harping on this, but this beautiful shot here that we have, the drones looking back, the beautiful lines in the sky and the clouds and the sun shining on the course here, giving us just an absolutely perfect setting for these doubles here. And we have fleets of white boats here, little mosquitoes coming down the course here in a grand fashion. And again, we are looking at an empty lane 1, excuse me, that was very ineloquent of me. Empty lane 1 here, followed by Delaware in lane 2. Very, very close to our leader, Carnegie Mellon. Lane 4, Penn State, and Oklahoma City B. So in a lovely chevron fashion here, it's looking, as you just mentioned, like not much has changed here. Carnegie Mellon in the lead, but keeping an eye on Delaware here with those blue and yellow blades, the blue hens, if I believe.
Yes,
I am correct
definitely.
there, blue hens.
UD.
Walking up on Carnegie Mellon as we speak.
Yeah, so really impressive second 500 for Delaware at the moment. Carnegie Mellon through 500 was pretty much a length lead over them, as just a little bit of a catch there at the finish on the starboard side for Delaware, but not losing too much speed. Delaware definitely winning the second 500 up to this point, probably about 2 to 3 seconds down on Carnegie Mellon at the start of this second 500. Now just about a tenth of a second down, or a full second down, really, at the halfway point there. You see the buoys for the 1,000 meter mark, and really great race so far from Carnegie Mellon and Delaware. Penn State still very much connected to our leaders there, with about a length of open water between them, but in these doubles, a length of open water, not too much ground to make up, maybe about 3 seconds there. And then a few more lengths of open water to our fourth place, Oklahoma City. But now, look at Delaware here out of lane 2. Not much, if anything, between them and Carnegie Mellon. Maybe give a slight edge to Delaware in lane 2 at the moment. Oh, but it's so close.
It really is. You know, I have to say, I have coxed some of the men from Delaware. I've had them in various 8s over the years, and I have to say they're a very tough bunch. I don't know if it's the winters up there, the fact that they're called the Blue Hens. I'm not sure what it is, what's in the water up there, but the men with the blue blades, blue and yellow blades, are a very tough bunch, and they are definitely showing their resilience here, as they are not letting Carnegie Mellon shake them off. And we still have a little bit of water. We'll see, again, if they can throw a counter move in here somewhere. I'm very interested to see the battle that's going to play out here between Carnegie Mellon and Delaware as we get a little bit down the line. So definitely make your way down to the shoreline to watch this race play out, because this is going to be a very exciting one. Both of these doubles steering quite well. Carnegie Mellon maybe a touch over to that starboard side we are seeing here, and we will see if this is going to cost them.
Yeah, and as they make that correction a little bit, Delaware maintaining straight, maybe just adding a slight bit of a lead there. But man, if you look across these two boats, I'm not sure you could say there's much between them, except for when they're alternating their oars in the water. And as I look at it, it looks like, we'll see here, yeah, Delaware's just slightly outstroking the boat from Carnegie Mellon. And despite a little dip there on their port side, currently in the lead, the double from Delaware. Really impressive race. You know, you said you knew a lot of Delaware rowers, and the word you used to describe them is tough. Generally, I would have used the word rowdy. I think rowdy is how I would describe many of the
great correction there, Joe.
Same thing, just in a different vein.
Right. Depends on the time of day.
Exactly. I'm sure anyone from Delaware listening can at least begrudgingly agree to that point. And you can see there a bit of a difficult, might have hit a buoy there potentially, but just having some struggles on that port side, missing some water on starboard. Will that cost them, as Carnegie Mellon looks pretty strong here now as we approach the final 500, or we're into the final 500.
Right, we are seeing Delaware make a little bit of a move here. Carnegie Mellon also struggling just a little bit. Again, we can see it here, this gorgeous, vibrant shot here. You can see the blue and yellow blades flashing in the sun there. Just a deck maybe over that Carnegie Mellon double.
There goes Delaware. They're making their sprint now.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. They are making their sprint now, and I'm going to see if I can get a stroke rate on this as they start to bring this up.
Penn State making a push out of lane 4 as well. Delaware looking really strong, though, with an incredible race plan there. They were down about a length through the first 500 meters. In the second 500 meters, they drew even with Carnegie Mellon. That third 500 meters, they bided their time right next to them. And now into the final 500 was the first to take their sprint. They didn't wait for Carnegie Mellon to go. They said, it's our time now. 100 meters left to go now for our leaders from Delaware. Carnegie Mellon trying to do everything they can, but now they have to worry about holding off Penn State. Penn State looking strong out of lane 5. Final few strokes now for our leaders.
Exactly, and I still have Delaware clocked at about a 35, but my guess is they're going to sit up and punch those hips a little bit more and get the rate up just for the last few strokes there. But we will see, again, of course, Carnegie Mellon looking over their shoulder there, trying to see how far ahead they really are, because they did not give it up here, but Delaware did just get the best of them in that last few hundred meters.
Great finish from Penn State there. They might have had the most speed out of those boats at the end, but they just ran out of water. Penn State finishing third to Delaware and Carnegie Mellon in that order. Again, this is the second final, so 7th overall for Delaware, 8th overall for Carnegie Mellon, 9th for Penn State, and 10th for Oklahoma City. As we move on to our women's varsity doubles second final as well. 6 boats in this event. In lane 1 is Dominican. In lane 2 is RIT. Lane 3 is Long Island. 4 is Jacksonville. In lane 5 is Gordon. And in lane 6 is RIT. So 2 RIT boats here in this second final for the women's varsity double, as we can see them making their way through the first 500, exiting their starting sprints, and getting down to their base rate for the meat of the race here. Looks like Long Island out of lane 2, or lane 3 rather, strong so far. Call it Long Island followed by Gordon, and then Jacksonville as your top 3 at the moment, from what we can see here. But still, not much between these crews, and you can see, although Long Island may have a slight edge, all the way out in lane 6 there is RIT. They're still connected to this race as we get a nice shot of our leaders from Long Island here.
Yeah, that's right. And we do have lanes 1 and 2, again, maybe just slightly off of our screen here. We just have a very tight camera view right now of Long Island rowing very cleanly. And again, I will try to get a stroke rate for you on that as we speak. And one thing I really love to see about women's doubles is I think women who are really good at rowing the double are really good at rowing the double. I think women have a very good, and not that men don't, of course, but I think women just row the double very, very cleanly. There's a lot of finesse here in this boat, and I think the women that are very in tune with each other and very connected and really make great pair partners are just really, really great at rowing a clean double for a very long period of time. It looks like they could do this forever, and what I'm talking about is what Long Island is doing right now. Beautiful blade work, very in tune with each other, hips moving towards the bow together, opening up together. It's a very long, clean, deliberate, sharp stroke that we're seeing here.
It's a fast recovery, but they're not rushing.
Exactly.
You can see it here. Here's a nice shot of our leaders from Long Island.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. You can see their hips coming down together, you know, driving towards that bow. This bow is not plunging into the waterline here. This is very clean rowing, blades coming in together, those matching visors, buns in their hair, nice long sleeves. This is just a very clean, put-together crew. And I have them here rowing at a 34, about a 34 here. Again, my guess is they're going to bring this up just a little bit as we move towards the later stages of the race, unless they have such a lead they just don't need to, but depends on what kind of statement they want to make. I also want to draw your attention to lane 1, Dominican here. We have Amy Anil and Yuli Perez in the women's double, who actually just started rowing last year. Can you believe this?
I mean, they're looking great so far, and potentially in second place here in this second final. About even at the moment between Dominican and I believe that's Jacksonville there in lane 4, and looks like potentially we might be missing this second RIT boat in lane 2, so a potential not start there for that Rochester boat in lane 2. But you can see here active updated races here. You can see 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So Rochester B, did not start in this race as we follow with the drone our leaders from Long Island. Looks like Dominican battling it out at the moment with Jacksonville. Maybe give the edge to Jacksonville. Call it Long Island, Jacksonville, Dominican, Gordon, and RIT in that order. And as we take a look here through the 1,000 meter mark past the Camden County Boathouse, can Jacksonville and Dominican chase down Long Island here? Long Island with the fastest time out of this group from the semifinals yesterday, so preemptively the favorite. But Gordon, Jacksonville, Dominican, all on the chase at the moment.
Exactly. And I really, again, want to put just a little asterisk on this Jacksonville boat, because sometimes we see these teams that bring out a lot of small boats and they end up with points trophies. Sometimes you see a crew just bring one strong 8 or one strong 4. But Jacksonville, I want to keep an eye on, because they're a little bit of a mix at the top, but they have walked away multiple times this spring with points trophies on the men's and women's side. So I do not want to discount what they are doing, both in the small boats and keeping an eye on some of their 8s and things later. We have a lot to talk about with Jacksonville, but I do want to keep an eye on them because they have walked away. Again, that can be a very sneaky thing for some of these teams to just bring a bunch of smaller boats and do really, really well and grab those points trophies. Keep an eye on Jacksonville.
So it looked like in that second 500 there, at the beginning of this third 500, Dominican and Jacksonville both made slight moves to try and track down Long Island. And now, as they enter the final quarter of this race, they're headed towards the 1,500-meter mark. Long Island really exerting their dominance, kind of waited out those moves and is now getting into the meat of their race and looking really strong while doing it. 500 meters left to go for our leaders from Long Island. Jacksonville and Dominican locked in a battle for second place, so we'll keep our eye on that race as we see our leaders from Long Island pass by our camera.
Exactly, and we saw Gordon and RIT in the distance there. Gordon, the Fighting Scots, actually got 4th in this event at Dad Vail's last year, so 4th place there. Keep an eye on them. Again, always nice to see crews returning and doing quite well. Again, in these small boats, you know, so much can change over the course of a year. You never know if it's coaching or athletes or fitness, fatigue. You know, it could be any number of things, but again, just do keep an eye again on that Gordon crew for that reason, not to be overlooked. So we do have a lot of interesting stories in this race.
So here is a shot of our leaders, Long Island, at the left-hand side of your screen. If possible, I'd love to pull out here and try and see where Dominican is in relation to Jacksonville, because you can see there Jacksonville in lane 4. Off of them, making a push right now is that Gordon boat, and then on the outside in lane 6, of course, RIT. But again, Dominican off the screen right now in lane 1. Our leaders from Long Island on the left-hand side there. From what we were seeing earlier, looked as though Dominican and Jacksonville were pretty close, so it'll be interesting to see once we get the finish line cam exactly where Dominican ended up here. But Jacksonville looking strong at the moment, second place on our screen. We know that Dominican, currently off the screen, was looking strong as well. Gordon making a late push here to try and get up into those top 3 positions. Long Island will win this one going away, barring anything unforeseen in these last few strokes.
Exactly, and as we've predicted here, it looks like Long Island may have brought their rate up just a little bit. Again, it can be deceiving, which is why I'm going to check my work here, cross our T's and dot our I's here. So let's get a stroke rate here, and sure enough, they are at a 37 now, looking at the rest of the field, bringing it up again. I'm actually watching them bring it up again as we speak to a 40, and Long Island in the beautiful powder blue boat crosses the line first at a stroke rate of 40. Phenomenal finish there.
And Jacksonville does take the race for second place, followed by, wow.
Oh, that was too tough to call for me.
I'm going to say Long Island, but I think it was close.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Dominican.
I'm sorry,
may have
Dominican,
been,
yes.
May have been slightly edged out there, but may have gotten it just in the end.
Here
we
go.
will see.
It is Gordon. Gordon over Dominican.
You're right.
Yeah, so we'll see what that and it is 0.08 seconds.
Now that's a heartbreak. That is less than a bow ball. Listen to us for unofficial musings only about our guesses as we cross the line here. You can roast us later on that. But before you do, please go check the official regatta timing for the official results. Again, we can only see what we can see, and we do our best here, so we appreciate you bearing with us.
There's a nice shot there of kind of how this race ends and why the boats, pretty much after they finish, need to check it down pretty quickly. You can see the docks over there, the boats beginning their warm-up on the left-hand side of the screen there. And there's the finish line with the orange buoys. And then those white set of buoys out there is essentially where those boats need to stop to allow the boats warming up right away.
You know, I don't know if you've ever been to Canadian Henley up there. Brock University will be very familiar with this, but up in St. Catharines, they have the same thing. You have to stop right away or you run right into the rocks. So you have to cross the finish line and hold water right away.
Yeah.
But let's not hold water here. Let's go right into our next race. Joe, can you give us some lineups here?
Sure. This is the men's second Varsity 4. Second final here. In lane 1 is Fairfield. Lane 2 is Rutgers. Lane 3 is the Milwaukee School of Engineering. In lane 4, out in front here is Marietta. Lane 5 is Pittsburgh, and lane 6 is Fordham here in the men's second Varsity 4 second final. So Marietta looking really strong so far out in lane 4. There are our leaders from Marietta. We saw there that the Milwaukee School of Engineering in lane 3, currently in second place, not too far behind. So look for them to make a push here over the next 1,500 meters. And just for a little bit of context, Milwaukee missed out on the final yesterday in their semifinal by about 4 seconds. Marietta missed out on their grand final from their semifinal by just about 2 seconds. So both boats with impressive semifinals yesterday, just coming up a bit short, now competing to win this second final after failing to make the grand final.
That's right, and we have that Rollins crew in there again too. Just want to highlight some of these crew stories today. We really have a lot of stories, a lot of athletes that have been at this Dad Vail Regatta numerous times here, and Rollins got 4th in the men's double, so a lot of those men could have doubled up again in the 4s, the pairs, some of the other sweet boats. So many of these athletes will be used multiple times, as we've discussed before, in sweep or sculling boats. So we could see, again, multiple names, multiple entries, but we do have some history and some strong results here from Rollins at the Dad Vail Regatta. And looks like we have a beautiful chevron forming here in our drone shot as we can see the field. Pulling ahead, let's see, who are we looking at here, Joe? I'm trying to get a better view.
For sure.
Is that Marietta out in the lead still?
Marietta and Milwaukee. Milwaukee's bow ball currently sitting even with the stroke seat of Marietta. But as I say that, Marietta beginning to push away. You can just see Milwaukee begin to just inch out, and now it looks like they are bow ball to stern deck here. So really nice push there from Marietta into that third 500 again. We've talked a lot about it even so far today, but that third 500 in many coaches and rowers' estimations, the most important in this 2,000 meters, often where close races can be won or lost and attempt to take out the sprint of another crew, especially if you know that there's a boat in your race with a really strong sprint and you as a boat may not be able to get up to as high of a rate as them. But you know that in the middle of your race you're stronger. This is really where you can put your mark and win the race. But as I say that, Milwaukee now moving back through, and you can see their bow ball starting to inch back up closer to that 2 seat.
Exactly. And you know what I have to point out here, just as a fun fact, that we have noticed a small trend over the course of the last day and a half or so, the first few races here, is that we have a lot of athletes out here that are so incredibly smart. We have a lot of STEM athletes and rocket scientists and people in aeronautics and, all of the STEM studies and stuff. And they are not only holding these rigorous courses here because they are student athletes, but they are out here winning races and doing a phenomenal job out here multiple times out on this race course. So it is a very interesting trend to see these overachievers, frankly, that intimidate me a little bit. Is not a rocket scientist, but a coxswain. So very impressive that these student athletes are out here studying rigorously as well as competing.
And as we make our way here through the final part of this race, it is hanging on at the moment. Is Marietta. Marietta and Milwaukee have really separated themselves here over the last 1,000 meters. And as I say that, we get another better shot here that shows Pittsburgh with a really impressive race right now out of lane 5. So Pittsburgh remaining connected to our leaders here, currently sitting in third place. And again, for a little bit of context that I missed earlier, so Milwaukee School of Engineering finished their semifinal yesterday in 4th place with a time of 7 minutes, 43 seconds, .2. Pittsburgh was right behind them at 43 seconds, .48. So not much to separate Pittsburgh and Milwaukee yesterday in their semifinal. However, at the moment, Milwaukee up by a good 3 to 4 seconds, trying everything they can over the last 100 meters here to try and track down Marietta, but it just looks like it's not going to be enough. And Marietta will take sole control of 7th place here in this men's second Varsity 4 final. Again, the grand final later today in the afternoon, but Marietta looking to secure 7th place here, and they do. Followed closely by Milwaukee School of Engineering. Pittsburgh likely to finish in 3rd, and there they are, 9th overall. And as we wait for some of the other boats to finish up here in this men's second Varsity 4 final, we'll take a brief message from our sponsors before we bring you our women's second Varsity 4 second final as well.
Founded to educate the pioneers of the U.S. space program, Florida Tech's history is making history. Today we carry on this legacy, redefining what's possible, transforming dreams into reality, embarking on the endeavors most pivotal to the future. Florida Tech, making history, shaping the...
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
And welcome back to the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta here on the Cooper River as our drone makes its way back up the race course. You see there the Camden County Boathouse off in the distance, the skyline of Philadelphia, the Benjamin Franklin Bridge, and there you see our vantage point here in the Camden County Boathouse. As we wait for our next race to get underway here, it is the second final in the women's second Varsity 4. Seems as though we may have just gotten a bit ahead of schedule there for a little while, and now at 9:20 a.m. Back on schedule for when this race was supposed to start. So, as you know, as the day goes on, we'll likely get ahead of schedule, and then boats will try and make sure that they're getting there right at the start time. It is kind of part of the games that these coaches and coxswains play a little bit. Is when do they arrive for the race? When do they launch? How long do they want to sit in their boat for before they get to the starting line? Obviously, everyone here launching from the same point as we are underway here. Whitney, can you let me know the boats that we have in this race?
Absolutely. You got it. I thought you would never ask. In lane 1, MIT. Lane 2, Temple. Lane 3, Monmouth. Lane 4, Rollins. Lane 5, Pittsburgh A. And lane 6, Fordham. And it looks like we have a clean start, making it through the breakage. All boats actually still connected, which is really exciting here. I'm going to give MIT just a little bit of a falling back here. They've fallen back just a touch, but again, it is never over until it's over. It is so early in this race that it is hard to say, but again, just out of the starting gates, off the blocks, I'm going to give Temple and Rollins the advantage there, just by about a stern at most, but decks still overlapping with Monmouth in the middle, followed by actually, you know what? As I speak, I'm going to give it to Fordham and then Pittsburgh and then MIT. But again, all boats bow to stern, decks overlapping. It is still so early on in this race.
Yeah, so for some context from yesterday's semifinals, Monmouth finished with the fastest time out of this group. They were in their own semifinal. They beat Rollins by about 0.02 or 0.2 seconds there, it looks like. Obviously, they were in different semifinals, but as they approached the 500-meter mark, our lanes 3 and 4 just about even as their semifinal times would suggest. Now, the interesting thing here is that Temple finished about 20 seconds off of Rollins in their semifinal, and through 500 meters, Temple is our leader. But again, look for Monmouth and Rollins to kind of start to focus on each other here and see if they can't reel in Temple over the next 1,000 meters. Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, this is a heck of a race here. It's very impressive here at this point in the race. Again, we still have a lot of water to go, and it's never over until it's over. But we have all boats still nearly connected here. Again, we're looking at our top three, and actually, as we speak, I would like to get a clock rating on this MIT boat here. In lane 1. Oh, excuse me. You know what? I misspoke. That is lane 2, Temple. I misspoke. We had MIT sneaking up on our screen as we speak here. So will you tell me a few more things here about this race, Joe? Let me get a clocked rate on this Temple 4.
We've got, it looks like Pittsburgh and Fordham are still pretty much connected to this race. I thought maybe we'd see them drop off here in the second 500, but that's not to be the case just yet. So again, 5 boats here all across. We don't see MIT on the screen, so not exactly sure where they're at. But let's say Temple followed closely by Monmouth and then Rollins. Monmouth with a really great second part of this race so far. And as they make their way by our vantage point here, I'm really interested to see if Monmouth hasn't overtaken Temple. At the moment, looks like just about even. They're about to pass by here, and I can say it is in fact Temple. Temple with about 2 seats on Monmouth at the moment, but again, that lead has already begun to shrink here in this second 500. Rollins now about a length behind our second place Monmouth, so it's Temple and Monmouth out in front, followed by Rollins, Pittsburgh, and then you can see Fordham just barely out in front of MIT. But there you see a shot locked on our 2 leaders, Temple and Monmouth. Here's a nice shot of the field. You can see it's still fairly close.
Right, and I want to point something out here before we get too far into the race, because what we're seeing right now is Temple, Monmouth, and Rollins actually rowing at about the same rate here. Monmouth sneaking in a 35 just every once in a while here, but Temple, Rollins, Monmouth all at a 34. So stroke for stroke, we are seeing the same stroke rate here. However, we are starting to see separation. So why do you think that is? If we are stroke for stroke all at a 34, what's changing here in this Temple and Monmouth 4?
So there's a few things that could be at play here, right? There's essentially a power dynamic. One boat could just be stronger than the other. There's also a technique factor. One boat could be more connected through their stroke. So there's a few things that could be at play. If they're stroking at the same rate, the Temple boat might just be putting a little bit more pressure on it, or they might just be a little bit more connected. They might have a little bit more length in that same stroke rating. So you can see 2 boats at the same stroke rate, both at a 35, but one could have an extra inch or 2 of run on their stroke, leading to them to be more connected for a longer time, and simple things like that. It's why so often you see a lot of the best rowers are around 6'4", 6'5", at least on the men's side.
We call this a leverage sport.
Of course.
And this is why we'll take any ball sport athletes here that don't want to play basketball, football, any other ball sports anymore, and we will put them in a boat any day of the week. Leverage. That's what it's all about here. And we are seeing that in this Temple and Monmouth 4 right now, because look how long these blades are in the water here. These are athletes that are taking the time to get their hands away, then their body over, then let the knees come up, which is patience. It takes a lot of patience to do that, to do one part of the stroke at a time, and they're letting the boat run underneath them and do the work for them. So these are 2 crews that we need to keep an eye on because they are efficient.
Yeah, so really great race so far. And into this second or third 500 rather, we've now seen Monmouth begin to take the lead, maybe give them a lead by half a bow deck. So really still not much between these crews, but the shift in the race over the last 1,000 meters, this is something I said at that 500-meter mark. Temple out in front, but given some of the times from the semifinals, you wondered if they had it in them to maintain that lead over the next 1,500. Monmouth took their time. They rode their race. They didn't get too excited, and as we head into the final 500 meters, it looks like Monmouth has a slight edge on Temple here in this women's second Varsity 4 second final. Temple and Monmouth, your leaders. Rollins now trying to push back up into that group, currently in 3rd place. And here's a nice shot across, and you can see there the lead that Monmouth has as their sterns make their way past the buoys. You can see, despite the angle, Monmouth just slightly out in front, and there it is. The bow seat of Temple currently sitting even with the stroke seat of Monmouth. So Monmouth with the speed at the moment. Can Temple hang on to 2nd place now is the question. Obviously still the ability to get back up into first, but as they continue to fall further and further away from Monmouth here in this final 500, their focus now has to turn to holding off Rollins and Pittsburgh, who are also locked in a super tight battle there for third place.
Yeah, this is quite a race, actually. Very, very tight racing here. It's like we have two different races going on. You can see as our leaders here start to make their way into the glint of the sunshine and those red buoys. So they are now going down the chute to the finish line here. And it is still going to be Temple and Monmouth. Again, we've pointed out so many times how sharp Monmouth looks with those pink oarlocks and the white and the white and the white. Very, very sleek looking crew, and they're showing it here. So not only are they here for looks, which is half the battle, they are actually backing up what they are putting out here on the water today.
Really strong strokes there from Pittsburgh that we saw. Looked like they were starting to gain some ground on Temple, but a little bit of shakiness there. Can Rollins now overtake them in the last 100 meters? So Pittsburgh looked really strong there in the middle of that last 500, but now as we get closer, it looks like Temple has been able to hold them off, and here they come to the finish line here in this women's second varsity 4 second final. Monmouth will cross to claim 7th place here in this event. And Temple, with the last-ditch effort, was able to claw back just a little bit, but not enough as Temple settles for 8th place. And here's a close race here. Rollins was able to get back through. Rollins finishing just out in front of Pittsburgh there. And following them now is MIT and then Fordham in 6th place. So great race there in that second final for the women's second varsity 4. We'll look forward to that grand final later today. And hope for some more great racing. Meanwhile, out onto the race course now is our men's second varsity 8.
Oh, you're right about that. And these races are about to get very exciting. Not that they haven't been before, but now we see the armadas coming down the course here. And let me give you some lanes here. In lane 1, my favorite, Loyola, Maryland. I said that correctly, so don't roast me online here. Lane 2, Marietta. Lane 3, Embry-Riddle. Lane 4, Delaware. Lane 5, Lehigh. Lane 6, Fairfield. And what a race we have.
Yeah, so the men's second 8s, we talked a lot yesterday about how fun these races are and how these athletes are often really, really talented rowers who in a lot of cases are the second 8, the second best of the rowers in the program. In some cases, they might be really pushing to make that top boat. So these are oftentimes really good junior, senior, sophomore rowers who have a lot of practice and a lot of skill rowing together, as we see Marietta or Embry-Riddle rather at the moment out in front and continuing to press that lead. For a little bit of context, yesterday Embry-Riddle finished just 4 seconds off the pace to make the grand final. Delaware with a similar time in their event. And each of these boats didn't have much of a difference between Delaware, Marietta, Embry-Riddle, Lehigh, and those are the 4 boats that you see at the moment striking out, separating themselves from Jacksonville there not Jacksonville, Loyola, Maryland in lane 1. The green threw me off, and then Fairfield in lane 6, falling off the pace a little bit here, but you see now Embry-Riddle in first, and then a 3-way tie for second between Lehigh, Delaware, and Marietta.
You know, I have to say I'm feeling some excitement here for the Embry-Riddle 8. I love to see them out here. Keep in mind, these are rocket scientists. These are guys who are out here doing aeronautical studies and rocket scientists. So imagine being student athletes and going to study rockets and put things together like this and do this kind of engineering, and then get out here and try to win an 8 in the men's varsity 8, a very competitive category. And they did very well. They got 3rd very recently at the Connect Cup, which is a huge regatta here. So they've had a very strong season. We will see where they end up. They're trying to go to IRAs in the future, which is very exciting. Their program is building like crazy. They are getting equipment. They're getting athletes. They are really putting a lot of resources into building this program here, and it is starting to show.
Yeah, I mean, they look fantastic so far through 1,500 meters in this men's second varsity 8 second final. And again, some of these boats really just barely missed out on making the grand final. This men's second varsity 8, always a super competitive event, but here come the other boats. It looked through that third 500 as though Lehigh maybe had an advantage on Marietta and Delaware. I think that advantage has disappeared, and we're starting to see Marietta and Delaware now say to themselves, all right, we have to work together to try and track down this Embry-Riddle boat. Embry-Riddle now can sit back and watch the field try and come after them. A little bit of work to do. About 3 seconds down, the field is on the Embry-Riddle boat at the moment at the 1750 mark. 250 left to go for our leaders.
That's right. And who knows, Embry-Riddle, if they've created something a little special to keep some little homing device on there, keep the other crews away at bay. I don't know what I'm saying here, but they really have done something spectacular. There's no words to describe what we are seeing here. Decks overlapping, though, however. Embry-Riddle has it now, but again, just the last few hundred meters as we go. Marietta, Delaware, and Lehigh all bow ball to bow ball, challenging here. Marietta, again, I'm giving deck overlapping now to Embry-Riddle, and they are really trying to make the charge here. They are throwing the book at Embry-Riddle now.
Both Delaware and Marietta making a really strong push at the end there. They both have speed. Lehigh also has a bit of speed there on the outside. Embry-Riddle just doing everything they can to hang on. I think the other boats are going to run out of room here. You saw there the finish line, and it is finishing 7th overall here in the men's second varsity 8. Embry-Riddle, a mad dash to the line. It's Delaware, followed by Marietta, followed by Lehigh there. Unofficially, we'll look to see the final results as they pop up on our screen right now. You see only 2 seconds from our leaders to Delaware to Marietta, 0.8, and then another 0.2 to, or less than that, to Lehigh there. So really great finish, as it looked like Fairfield and then Loyola followed them.
You're right. We need the Embry-Riddle kids here to come out and do this math for us, because that was an unbelievable finish. I think that's my favorite finish so far. That was incredible to watch. Really impressive performance. Delaware sneaking in there at the final moments here over Marietta. Unbelievable finish. Please go check your regatta timing on that one, because again, we can only give you the unofficial results here as we are seeing it now. But make sure that you are going to regattatiming.com and getting those official results.
All right, and it looks like we are underway here in our next race. This is a men's club varsity 4 second final between two Delaware County schools here, Haverford College and Villanova. Haverford College in lane 3 and Villanova in lane 4. So two schools from right around the corner from each other here, rowing in a dual race.
Yeah, exactly. And Haverford College crew team is co-ed. They are a student-led club, rowing based out of Haverford, of course, as we said, right on the Schuylkill River. So again, student-run club. It's really nice to see the clubs out here where the students have to do the hiring of the coaches, the management. They all usually take up board positions or committee positions, however they choose to run their club. So not only are they training, as we've said yesterday, pointed this out, they spend the time training and trying to get faster and hire the right staff to make them faster, but they also have to manage the club as an extracurricular activity for the university. So very, very cool to see these clubs out here and doing so well.
Yeah, and both of these schools finished with fairly similar times in their semifinals yesterday. Obviously, they didn't race against each other, so first time at the Dad Vail seeing each other, Villanova and Haverford College. You see both crews looking pretty solid here. I think one of the themes we're seeing today is that yesterday there was a lot of sloppy rowing due to some of the conditions, and we're seeing some of the boats who maybe didn't put up the best times yesterday looking much more solid here with the conditions in much better shape.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's really smart to point out here. We are seeing a little bit of a timing issue here in the blade work in the Villanova 4. This is a crew that will go on to Accra. I'm sure they will want to, brush off just a little bit of rust here, clean up a few things before they head off to Accra, as many of these crews will. They train in the Upper Schuylkill there, based in Conshohocken, right? An area you are quite familiar with. They did very, very well. Villanova has a very strong program at the Connect Cup, as we've mentioned, just happened weeks ago. They got 10 medals, 5 silver and 5 bronze. So Villanova making quite a statement there in their spring season. And right now falling just behind a little bit right there from Haverford. If they can clean up their timing just a little bit, I think that would help them a lot, because they're clearly very, very strong here. They're a very strong crew. They're not letting Haverford run away with it.
Yeah, pretty impressive from the Haverford boat at the moment. You can see on the screen, two-seat there just struggling to get his blade feathered with the rest of the boat, but still maintaining connection there with the Villanova crew that looks much more in sync with one another. You wonder if the Haverford rowers don't have a little bit more length. I'm seeing the Nova crew not fully really getting out over the gunnels, maybe kind of taking that catch right over their shins a little bit. So missing out a little bit on some of their the length that they could be taking advantage of, and kind of keeping Haverford in this race despite some of the issues that they might be having. And you see there past the 1,000-meter mark buoy. Again, this is the second final for the men's club Varsity 4. We'll have our grand finals coming up later today. Looking ahead on our schedule here a little bit, we have just a few more second finals before we have a slate of our Varsity 8 semifinals coming up. Again, we did our men's Varsity 8 semifinals at the end of the day yesterday, so just a few more second finals before we head into a slate of semifinals before our afternoon of grand finals. And again, you see here Haverford making a really nice push against this Villanova boat. You see their bow ball just sneaking in to the stroke seat of Villanova. Villanova now with the opportunity to respond and push back. All right, just about 500 meters left to go now. Haverford making a really nice push against this Villanova boat. You can see Haverford doing everything they can to just make this late push, and it looks like they've really been able to draw back here in that third 500. Now Nova, we'll see if they have enough left to hang on and make a counterpunch as Haverford tries to pull even with them. Really nice race here so far in this second final. And while we're waiting for these boats to get closer to the finish line, we just like to mention to all those listening to please visit our merchandise tent and get all of the 2024 Dad Vail Regatta merchandise to commemorate either rowing in the event or having a family member row here. Again, right at the finish line behind the grandstands is the merchandise tent here for the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. So don't miss out on all the great clothing options that we have there in that tent as we watch Villanova, the Villanova Wildcats, obviously a big topic of conversation in the sports world at the moment as 3 Villanova basketball stars take the New York Knicks through the NBA playoffs. We've got 4 rowing stars here from the Villanova Wildcats making their way to the finish line at the Dad Vail Regatta.
Ooh, that was very smooth, Joe. That was very smooth, Joe. Good transition there. Way to bring in the basketball reference. And you're absolutely right as we're looking at this this Villanova 4 here. Although I'm wondering what is happening here. We're seeing some very interesting blade work on the port side here. little bit of a timing issue. I'm not sure if we're having some flexibility or if there's something going on with a foot stretcher, but we're seeing a very distinct problem in their blade angles here. It almost looks like there's something going on technically or a flexibility issue. However, as we've said again, it has not deterred them from the brute force and the power that has taken them across the finish line just moments after Haverford. So very, very interesting to watch there. I'm curious to see what the times reflect.
Yeah, so Villanova was able to take 7th overall there in that club, Varsity 4, followed by Haverford. So you see our boats there through the finish line, and we'll wait just to get started on our next race. The women's Division 2, Division 3, Varsity 4 final is up next. And as we wait for our next race, the women's Division 2, Division 3, Varsity 4 second final to make their way down the race course, we will pause for a message from our sponsors.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and welcome back. We are here with our Division 2, Division 3, Varsity 4 final, or second final, rather, in this Division 2, Division 3, Varsity 4 event. We just wanted to make a quick announcement here. Thank you for everyone who has volunteered so far. However, the Dad Vail is in real need of further volunteers at the moment. So we need launch drivers, we need stake boat people, we need dockmaster assistants. So please go to the Cuthbert Boathouse at 11:45 or 2:45, or go to dadvail.org and click the volunteer button. Please, this race is nothing without the volunteers. So rowers or parents, if you finished rowing for the day, please consider donating some of your time so that we can make this regatta as seamless as possible.
Yeah, and again, do keep in mind, too, that punches your ticket to a front row seat for racing, too, oftentimes. So you're hanging out anyway. You might as well go down to the dock and just help athletes out on the dock or on a launch. It's really, really fun to be involved and to be right where all of the action is. Even if it's just for an hour, a couple hours, whatever you can do, whatever you can offer is incredibly helpful to keep this regatta up and running. And again, you do get a front row seat to where all of the action is, and to get to be around the athletes and the boats, and it's really a lot of fun to be involved. So we're really hoping that you will get down to the Cuthbert dock and spend just a little bit of time down there to help us make this a phenomenal event.
All right, and back to the racing here through the first 500 into the second 500 is our women's Division 2, Division 3, Varsity 4 final, second final. In lane 1, from right to left on your screen, we have Bryn Mawr. In lane 2, Jefferson. In lane 3, Stockton. In lane 4, out in front at the moment, Milwaukee School of Engineering. In lane 5 is Bryn Mawr, and in lane 6 is Cabrini College.
That's right. And here, Bryn Mawr, we have not gotten to talk about very much. Really phenomenal program here, historically a women's college right here from the suburbs of Philadelphia, the beautiful skyline that we see just in the distance there. This is their 21st year of rowing, so much longer history than you would imagine. You know, you hear their name pop up every once in a while, but you don't think like, oh, wow, they've actually been around for 21 years. That's incredible. So they're doing a really great job building their program, showing up at these very large regattas. They got the points trophy for the college women at Head of the Schuylkill this year, which is a big deal. That's also a very large regatta, and got second in their conference championship, which is the best result in the program's history.
Wow.
So really phenomenal job. It's great to see Bryn Mawr out here, and again, keep an eye out for them because you're going to see them, I believe, in the next race as well, or 2 races down the line. Keep an eye out for them. So well done to Bryn Mawr.
Yeah, with 1,000 meters left to go here, looks like Milwaukee School of Engineering, who had one of the faster times from the semifinals yesterday, out in front in this second final. And looking at it now, let's say it's Milwaukee School of Engineering, followed by Jefferson in lane 2, or I'm sorry, lane 3, Stockton, then Jefferson in lane 2 in 3rd place. The 2 Bryn Mawr boats about even, maybe give the edge to the crew in lane 5. And then Bryn Mawr and Cabrini in 5th and 6th. And I believe we have a little bit of information on Cabrini College. Is that correct?
We do. We want to tip our hat to Cabrini University out in lane 6, not to be missed here. You can see them in this beautiful drone shot. This is actually going to be their final race of the university, so we definitely want to give them a fine salute, and we can see some beautiful blade work from them. We're really hoping that they are happy executing a very nice final row here out in lane 6. They have 2 freshmen that are actually going to be transferring to Robert Morris, a name that we have heard a few times over the course of the weekend, but we will definitely keep an eye on Cabrini University. Again, very nice to see them out here and executing a really wonderful race. And as we speak here, they're actually moving up, I think, on lane 5, Bryn Mawr A here. So not quite out of it, but keep an eye on that Cabrini boat out in lane 6 and give them a fine salute as they come down towards the finish line.
Yeah, so Cabrini College, obviously, for anyone local to the area, as I am, pretty mainstay over the years, as many folks that most of us know in this area have gone to Cabrini College, or Cabrini University. So, as I said yesterday, my aunt was a basketball player at Cabrini, so a sad day, but also a really fun day for these rowers from Cabrini who will be continuing their rowing career, whether at Cabrini or not. As we watch Milwaukee School of Engineering continuing to make their way down the race course here, 500 meters left to go. Really strong race so far for the girls out of Milwaukee.
Right, and again, we have Bryn Mawr A and Bryn Mawr B, just pointing that out. A lot of B boats here in this Varsity 4 final. This is the second final, so again, seeing 2 boats in the same race again speaks to the depth of the program. Again, just giving Bryn Mawr just a little bit of a shout out there, really showing the depth and consistency of their program. Clearly having 2 boats in the same final is pretty cool and a lot of fun, I'm sure, for them. I'm sure they will be racing for a little bit of bragging rights there, which is pretty great. But Milwaukee School of Engineering, look at this course too. You know, I have to point this out as a coxswain. I'm really excited to see that this coxswain is doing a pretty good job here. Again, still off to the side a touch. Like you said, there's something about the pull of that starboard side just across the board today, but she is doing a phenomenal job keeping this 4 in the center of that lane. Look, even now as I speak, she's moving back in there. So really well done, threading the needle here. Nice course in general. Followed very closely, looks like Jefferson B and Stockton, if I'm seeing that correctly, trailing that Milwaukee School of Engineering.
Yeah, so as they enter the final 250, we see the red buoys begin to pop up. Milwaukee, barring any major mistakes here, will likely finish in 7th place overall in this event. However, that race for 8th is really tight at the moment between Jefferson and Stockton. Stockton's been leading most of the way here. We'll see if the students from Thomas Jefferson University have anything left in the tank. obviously right there on Henry Avenue in East Falls, Philadelphia. The former Philly U, Thomas Jefferson University, making a push here for that second place spot in this second final, as Milwaukee School of Engineering puts the finishing touches on a really impressive race here, start to finish. Winners of this second final securing that 7th place. And we'll stick on this finish line shot as we watch this second and third place race, and it is going to be Stockton holding off Jefferson, and there is the boat from Thomas Jefferson University. Following them is the Bryn Mawr A boat, and in the final race for Cabrini's history, they finish in 5th, and Bryn Mawr B out of lane 1 finishes 6th. Great race there in the women's Division II, Division III Varsity 4 final, and no time in between. We move on to the second final of the women's Varsity 4 Division I event. Here we have in lane 1 Robert Morris, lane 2 is Bryant, lane 3 is Merrimack, 4 Monmouth, lane 5 is LaSalle, and in lane 6 is George Mason. And at the moment in lane 3 is Merrimack, your leader, followed by Monmouth, and then third and fourth place Robert Morris and Bryant in lane 1 and 2. We don't see LaSalle or George Mason just yet.
That's right. We have the Merrimack Warriors here. The Merrimack College Boathouse is nestled on the Merrimack River in Meathen, Massachusetts. Will you correct me if I'm wrong?
I wouldn't if I could.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, please be easy on me on the internet. I'm doing my best here on that city name, but the facility was first used by the Warriors during the 2020 fall semester, so a very new facility that they are rowing out of there, and it's clearly working for them because they are our clear leader here, although it looks like on the outside, who is that sneaking up on them? Is that Monmouth?
It is.
Again, in that white, and hot pink.
And you can see the boat from Merrimack looking really strong here as they approach the 750 meter mark right by our vantage point here. It looks like the bow ball of Monmouth is right there with the stroke seat of Merrimack. So these two boats continuing to push themselves away from the rest of the competition. Robert Morris and Bryant, though, were looking really good in lanes 1 and 2. You can see there the boat from Robert Morris peeking onto your screen, meaning that they are likely out in front of our lane 2 Bryant. But our leaders there, Merrimack, approaching the halfway mark, 1,000 meters left to go here in the second final of the women's Varsity 4. This is our last second final of our morning session here. We're going to move on to a few women's and men's Varsity 8 semifinals to close out our morning session here on the Saturday of the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
That's right, and we're looking at Monmouth University Hawks just sneaking up on Merrimack here. Coach Scott Belford doing a phenomenal job here. They just had a duel with St. Joseph's and Thomas Jefferson, where they got second in the women's Varsity 8. They're located on the New Jersey northern coastline up there. So what my point was here is that they are prioritizing some of these sweet boats, some of the 8s and 4s, so we may see a lot of these athletes double up. We're not entirely sure. We'll have to get names on that, but right now we are seeing a program, again, coached by Scott Belford, sneaking up on the Merrimack crew as we speak, and again, a little bit hard to tell from this beautiful drone shot that we have looking down the course here, but it's looking like Monmouth actually might be overtaking Merrimack as we speak.
Yeah, really strong row so far for Monmouth, and it's a program that we've seen a fair amount already today. So, you know, second finals, but we still want to keep an eye on this women's point trophy, and Monmouth, definitely a school that keeps cropping up, and we know we have them in a few grand finals coming up later today. So Monmouth with a really strong Dad Vail Regatta to this point, and continuing it here in this second final for the women's Varsity 4 as they overtake or at least draw even with Merrimack next to them.
Yeah, and you can believe that Merrimack coxswain is doing everything she can to urge her crew on to not let them shake her, because when you can't see behind you and you can feel a crew just sneaking up on you, as I've said before, breathing down your neck, but you can't see how quickly and from where they snuck up, you are constantly looking over at that boat and doing everything you can to urge your crew on, but also keeping your own crew within their own heads and within their own race plan, because it's very easy to get snuck up on like this and start to just race for the finish line and throw your race plan out the window. So this is where some really smart coxing has to come in from this Merrimack coxswain to make some smart moves and tell her crew that they need to make some decisions now or never, or it's going to be Monmouth.
500 meters left to go now in this second final, the women's Division I Varsity 4. And we see Mount Monmouth with just an incredible third 500 there. Went from down at the 750-meter mark across from us to now up by around 3 seats, give or take. And just a really impressive second half of the race so far from Monmouth as they have moved through Merrimack. And interestingly enough, Merrimack did have the faster time yesterday in their semifinals, I believe, although I may be mistaken there. I'll have to double check.
Well, we will double check. We have so many stats in front of us. If you guys could see our table, you would be blown away. But looking at Merrimack here, I have them now at a 32, and I'm going to clock this Monmouth boat here in just one moment here. It looks like they're at about the same, actually. So Merrimack and Monmouth going head-to-head on stroke rates here, and we can see that beautiful 1750 sign in the background, which those rowers are always happy to see. And now we can see the stretch of red buoys here coming into view.
Yeah, so Monmouth did finish with a slower time yesterday. Different semifinal, however, and it looked like Merrimack was a little bit more connected to their semifinal, which, as we've talked about a little bit over the past few days, sometimes when you're connected to your race, you can row a little bit faster. You can get a little bit more adrenaline just by having, a crew next to you. And also the conditions must have played a factor, as we have the final few hundred strokes here, and Monmouth really not letting up whatsoever. Coming into the final 100 meters, and it looks like they will secure 7th place as we have a shot there of our starting line. One of our women's Division III Varsity 8 semifinals is underway. Hopefully we can move back to our finish line and catch that women's Varsity 4 final. But if not, we'll let you know the lineups on the screen at the moment.
That's right. You got it. And I want to point out here that Monmouth, look at that coxswain sitting up there in the seat, very quickly looking around to make sure that she secured that first place spot. But I want to point out, too, Monmouth, I'm going to keep an eye on them again, because they have many, many times shown us that they have had a very strong finish, which is really a testament to their technical prowess here and their fitness towards the end of a race. So very well done to Monmouth there. And as I speak, these officials are being so efficient getting these boats off the line here, Joe. We have a start to the women's D3 Varsity 8 semifinal.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, we're moving on to some semifinals here from for the women's Varsity 8. We had our men's Varsity 8 semifinals to end the day yesterday. So first up is the Division III semifinal. We'll have 4 boats over in each of the next 2 races at the moment. From right to left, Stockton in lane 2. St. Mary's, they're out in front there in lane 3. In lane 4 is Franklin and Marshall, and in lane 5 is Marietta. So again, another school to kind of keep your eye on as we make our way through the day is the team from Marietta. Really competitive in a bunch of races this year, and of course, their coach Greg Meir was awarded with the Matt Ledwith Award here at the Dad Vail Regatta. It is awarded annually to a Dad Vail coach who has distinguished a record of accomplishment and who personifies character traits worthy of emulation in a quest to encourage student athletes to uphold the highest traditions and practices. So that Marietta boat there in lane 5 is led by Greg Meir, the winner of our Matt Ledwith Award this year.
That's right. Very well done to them. And I want to point out, too, that we have Stockton B in this race, and then in the next one, Stockton A. And I just want to point out, too, to keep an eye on this Stockton crew, because right now in the women's V8 for Division III, they are, in fact, the defending champions of this event. So Will it be Stockton B? Will it be Stockton A? Or will someone else surprise us today? Because we are sure to have quite a race with our defending champions, surely with a target on their back.
Yeah, and I would be remiss to not mention that this is a top 3 moving on to the grand final. So 4 boats here and only 3 to the grand final. The remaining 1 in each of the next 2 semifinals will have a second final later this afternoon. So the women's Division 3 Varsity 8 semifinal, top 3 moving on to the grand final later today. And St. Mary's out of Maryland is our current leader.
That's right. So we have 2 boats here, actually 1 in our races here, since we are a 4-boat race that will not move on to the grand final. But also keep in mind here, as you come down to the shoreline to watch this amazing race, please keep in mind that we have an empty lane 1, 2. So we are starting in lane 2 with Stockton B. So don't be fooled down there if they seem a little bit further from the shoreline than some of the other races here. But definitely do not miss the end of this race, because the next 2 going to the grand final are going to be very, very exciting to watch.
So some wildlife distractions there.
Oh, more than once. Look at these poor geese here, always getting in the way. You always hate to see that.
At the moment, we're seeing a really strong race from St. Mary's in lane 3. Out there in lane 5, Marietta currently holding down second place. Next to them, Franklin and Marshall trying to hang on to this third place. Again, 3 spots for the final. The Stockton B boat trying to make a push here for that third spot in the grand final later today. And a nice overhead shot here of our race. We can try and see whether or not Franklin and Marshall is going to let up and let this Stockton B boat try and push their way back into the race. Not without a fight, I'm sure, as St. Mary's now with about a length lead rather over Marietta there in lane 5. So St. Mary's, Marietta, Franklin and Marshall, and Stockton currently your order here for this first semifinal, top 3 to the grand final.
That's right. And let up is not a term that we like to use too much in rowing. You never want to see that. It's hard to say. Sometimes it's just not your day. Not only are you not just letting up a little bit, but sometimes you just have another crew that is stronger on that day. And you do the sport long enough and you're going to have those days. Some days you get past and some days you are the leader here. And right now we are looking at St. Mary's, but I want you to keep an eye on the outside Marietta, who is currently making a charge, who will not let up or let St. Mary's here just have it and walk away with it. So Marietta on the outside saying, no way. And they are showing us a counter move right now. And tell us a little bit more, Joe. I'm going to try to get them a stroke rate on this.
Sure. About 500 meters left to go now. St. Mary's had the fastest time yesterday in their time trial with a time of 8 minutes and 14 seconds. Out of the boats in this race, the next fastest was Franklin and Marshall with 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Interestingly enough, the slowest time in the time trial yesterday was the boat from Marietta. And I wonder, do you recall yesterday, were they the boat that had the stern pair that was not rowing on the time trial, which may have led to the fact that they are now outperforming their time trial time by quite a bit.
I'm so glad you said that, because I have a phantom source out in the field that actually revealed to us that they had a technical issue, in fact, and decided to race anyway so they would at least get a lane and get a place. And here we are seeing that reflected in lane 6 right now. So that is the T from the newsroom here from the broadcast studio. And we are seeing Marietta right now at a 36-37 trying to make the charge and connected maybe. I'm trying to see maybe a foot or so open water still on that St. Mary's crew, but you can definitely see that Marietta is making a huge move on this St. Mary's crew. So they are not going to let them walk away with it that easy.
Yeah, so, and a little bit of context on these last 2 boats. Franklin and Marshall finishing with a time that was just 2 seconds faster than the Stockton B boat there. So Stockton now trying to make a final push here in the last 100, 200 meters of the race. But it looks like it might just be a little bit too late, as we're going to have St. Mary's followed by Marietta and then our boat from Franklin and Marshall looking to hold off Stockton for the third position. So final few strokes here for our leaders, and we'll see if we can't get our finish line camera active as they make their way to the end here. And there it is. You see the boat from St. Mary's crossing the line, and they will qualify for the grand final. Following them, Marietta qualifies. And, of course, Franklin and Marshall expected to be next, and there they are. So Stockton B headed to our second final later this afternoon.
That's right. And we do want to keep in mind, too, just keep this in the back of your head that these are top three going to grand finals. So we will not likely see all of these crews show every one of their cards right away. Again, they do not need to win a grand final right now in this race. They just need to qualify for one. So it will be the top three. As long as they can squeeze into one of those top three finishing positions, then they will be moving on. And like we've said time and time again, this course is incredibly fair. So it is up to the crew's discretion whether or not they decide to actually fight for a lane and execute something like a sprint if they are comfortably in one of these qualifying positions.
Yeah, so now as we move on to our second semifinal here in this Women's Division III Varsity 8 semifinal, again, top three, as Whitney just stated, moving on to the grand final. We have in lane 1 on the right-hand side of your screen, RIT. In lane 2 is RIT. There's no one in lane 1. In lane 3 is Bryn Mawr College. Lane 4 is Stockton. And in lane 5 is Simmons. So seeing here a really strong race to start from lane 2, RIT. RIT out in front of Stockton. Stockton out in front of Bryn Mawr. Again, yesterday in the time trial, lane 3, Bryn Mawr had the fastest time at 8 minutes and 16 seconds. Just slightly faster than Stockton. RIT is the really interesting one here. They finished about 17 seconds or so behind Bryn Mawr. So an interesting development here as RIT looking like a really strong boat through 500 meters.
Exactly. And remember, I want to remind you, as I said in the last race too, that Stockton here is the defending champion of this event. So they will definitely have something to prove here. Simmons also in this race got 5th in this event last year at the Dad Vail's 2023. So we do have some formidable results, defending champions and grand final finishers in this race. So I'm expecting to see a phenomenal race, and here we are seeing it now with RIT currently in the lead.
And Bryn Mawr starting to make a really nice push here. You can hear some of the fans starting to cheer on the crews here as they make their way through the race course, or I believe we might be hearing some of the coxswain noise as these coxswains spur on their compatriots. And you can see RIT now trying to hang on in a bit of a crab there for Stockton out of the 3 seat. May have just gotten a little bit caught at the finish, able to recover, but lost some speed there. And you can see Bryn Mawr now inching their way into Stockton, RIT about a length in front.
That's right. And you mentioned the sound of the coxswains here, and we love to hear it. If I could put a little microphone down there to listen in on what some of these coxswains are calling for their crews, I would love to do it. And obviously, being a coxswain myself, it's always kind of awkward when people can hear you. You never want to listen to yourself and stuff. But it's very exciting for us spectators. And just to point out, too, in case you didn't know, coxswains have what's called a cox box down in the cockpit for them at their feet, and it gives them all of the data and information that they need to execute a phenomenal race plan, like rate, speed, meters per stroke. It has a GPS, depending on which one you have. It gives you tons of data that you need, your average per 500 meters. There's lots and lots of data that goes into a little box that's also connected to a microphone. So that you will see the coxswain has a little headset on his or her head, and there are speakers under a few of the seats throughout the boat. It depends, sometimes under the 3 seat, sometimes under the bow seat. It really depends on how the boat is wired, but that is actually how the coxswain communicates all the way down a 60-foot boat with 8 athletes in it, so everyone can hear him or her calling the race.
And you can see through the halfway point of the race into the third 500, RIT looking really good, opening up water on Stockton and Bryn Mawr, who remain pretty close to each other. And now it is on those two boats to try and use the adrenaline of looking across at each other to try and track down this RIT boat. RIT now with a really strong lead, looking to either just hang on to this lead or continue to press their advantage and try and open it up as much as possible. Stockton looking like they have a good amount of speed. That little mishap there heading into the 1,000 meter mark may have just cost them some speed. Now back up to speed and back out in front of Bryn Mawr.
Yeah, that's right. We have RIT, the Tigers, moving on to the Liberty League. They're also an IRA crew on the men's heavyweight and lightweight side, as well as the women's lightweight side. So unfortunately not for the open weight women. They will not go to IRAs. But they do have 10 returning seniors, 6 returning seniors, and 7 out of 8 of them, I believe, are in the V8, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. But we do have some returning seniors. That's the point here. But RIT moving on to the Liberty League and doing a phenomenal job building their program, coached by Carol Schoenecker.
Again, 3 boats moving on to the grand final, but Bryn Mawr and Stockton really in a tight race for second. Both boats looking in solid position to move on. So we'll see if either of those coxswains decides to really press an advantage or maybe ease up here, knowing that they have another 2,000 meters to row later in the day. RIT, no sprint seemingly out of them just yet. Again, they have open water leads, so if I were their coxswain, I would likely just try and row this race out at their base rate without taking any kind of sprint and just start the recovery as soon as the race ends.
You know, Joe, I'd love to point out something you said and ask you about this, because you just said ease up here. Now, I would love to know, in rowing, we have to be really specific, and we have to say ease up or power up, but where in the stroke? So when we talk about easing up, are we talking about easing up pressure and power, or are we talking about bringing the stroke rate down?
It's definitely about, well, it's such an interesting question because they're kind of intertwined in a way, right? So you don't want to row at a 32 just for the sake of rowing at a 32. There's no point in that. So you don't necessarily want to bring the rate down, but you also don't want to. You're maybe pressing on at 80%. You can still get up to that solid base rate while pressing at maybe 80%. Now, I'm not saying that that's what RIT is doing here. It may very well be within their program's character to row every race through to the finish line as hard as they possibly can. That is certainly what some crews would do. But if it isn't, and this is just a hypothetical, they may want to say, hey, we're up big here. Let's row at 90%, 80% here at our base rate so that we're not really exerting ourselves. However, RIT is clearly sprinting here over the last 100 meters as they really raised the rate there. And a really nice push from Bryn Mawr at the end is going to catapult them into second place. So I wonder if Stockton ran out of gas a little bit or if they decided to settle for third place and not really press into Bryn Mawr's sprint to the finish line.
Exactly. I think you're right here. RIT left no stone unturned, as they did, in fact, throw a sprint at us, even though they did have that first place secured position moving on to the grand final. So well done to them. Always nice to just put a little exclamation point on the end of your race there. It may not kill you. They do have a little bit of time to recover here. And sure enough, we can circle back around fairly soon here, as our next race has already taken off, as you can see in this beautiful drone shot here. 4-boat race.
Yeah, just going about a minute ahead of schedule. Looked like that race got started at 10:15. That's event number 87, scheduled for 10:16. And boy, it looks like we're going to have a really good one here. In lane 2, from right to left on your screen, in yellow is LaSalle. In lane 3 is Fordham. In lane 4 is Georgetown, and in lane 5 is Bryant. So a little bit of context from the time trial yesterday. Of course, Fordham in lane 3 there finished with the fastest time, but it was pretty close. Georgetown after them, just 8 seconds behind, and LaSalle just about 10 seconds off of that. But again, in a time trial, when conditions were as variable as they were yesterday, you really don't know what conditions each of these boats had to row through in their time trial. So throughout this race at the moment, let's give the edge to Georgetown, followed by LaSalle. It's Fordham in lane 3, currently in third place, but not by much. And then That's Bryant out there in lane 5, currently off the pace in 4th place. But Georgetown looking really good. It's something that we talked about a lot yesterday. These Georgetown boats just seem to be rowing at a higher rate than everybody else out there.
Yeah, you got it. The Georgetown Hoyas are also an IRA crew. I know I keep pointing that out, but that is coming up in just a couple weeks, so we will see a lot of these crews. Unfortunately, not the open weight women, but again, the lightweight women, the men, the rest of their compatriots moving on to the IRAs. I do, however, want to point out for this crew that they did get 2nd place last year at the Dad Vails. So 2023, this is your 2nd place crew, the Georgetown women. Right here currently in the lead. So again, top 3 will move on to the grand final. So we will see again as this race starts to shake out a little bit if they decide to just get into those top 3 qualifying positions, or if somebody actually throws the book at that leader, Georgetown Hoyas, to try to make a move on them and for some reason fight for a lane. But that is up to the coxswain and the coach's discretion.
Yeah, and here's a nice shot of our leaders from Georgetown. You can see there really solid-looking boat, and it's showing in the results so far as they are making their way to the halfway point. We can see across here as they pass by our window, it is Georgetown up by pretty much a full length. Maybe say the bow ball for Fordham is at the coxswain, and then next to them, LaSalle looked like their bow ball was sitting at right around the 6th seat of Fordham. So a pretty even stagger here between our top 3 boats, who all look in pretty good position to move on, all 3 out in front of Bryant. We'll see if Bryant can't make a late push here to try and make it to the grand final with 1,000 meters left to go now for our leaders from Georgetown.
You know what, looking at this Georgetown boat, again, poetry in motion here, as we've said before, and I am a sucker for a good catch. I have to say that is my favorite part of the stroke. I am a front-end coxswain. You know, I want my crews to have incredibly sharp, well-connected, anchored catches that we can really get that grip underneath the water and put the pressure on the face of that blade. And I have to say I am loving what I'm seeing from Georgetown right now. Look how deliberate they are. They're drawing the boat in the last few moments here, right before they place the blade, but they're squaring up right into that horizon, right into that water line. And that is one of the reasons that they are in first place right now, because these catches are looking really, really good. They are not wasting an inch of water. They're absolutely getting these blades in. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a great point. For folks at home who may not be super familiar with the sport of rowing, a lot of coaches and rowers will tell you that the catch is really the most important part of the stroke. It's kind of where everything bad and good happens in rowing. Because if your catches, for young novice rowers, it is often the hardest part to get right, that roll up and then dipping down. It's kind of a awkward and not supernatural movement with your hands that are really doing all of the work, because you'd think you want to get your hands up, but you really have to wait, and then there's a roll involved as well. It kind of takes a lot of...
Right, with that inside hand.
Yeah.
You want to be very deliberate with that inside hand roll up, and it's effortless. You just feel the weight of that handle in that outside palm and drop it in. So you're rolling with the inside hand and dropping with the outside hand at the same time. It should feel effortless as you keep your chin up, chest up, hands up, coming towards the catch, and we're seeing that in the Hoyas right now. And that is definitely contributing to them walking away with the win right now as they start to bring the rate up just a little bit in the last few hundred meters here.
Yeah, so through that 1,500 meter mark now, Georgetown out in front. And another thing for folks to notice at home, kind of with the catch, is that when the blades go into the water, take a look at how the boat is bouncing on the water. And that's kind of what we like to call the check in the boat, because you can see it's simple physics. As these 8 rowers move towards the opposite direction that the boat is going, they're going to slow the boat down, because all of their weight, all of their momentum is going in the opposite direction of the boat. So whatever boat can be the most seamless of picking that boat up in the water as they get to the catch and then pushing on it to try and create as little check or bounce as possible. That's kind of what we're seeing out of this Georgetown crew. But as we talk a lot about this Georgetown crew, I want to give a shout out to Fordham. Fordham really hasn't gone anywhere in this race. They've been pretty connected to Georgetown throughout most of it. And now with 100 meters left, Fordham looks really solid. LaSalle still in good place to finish third, but you can see there just about 50 meters left to go now for our leaders, and Fordham has really stuck right there with them. So heading into the grand final later, Fordham has to feel comfortable, especially if they finish this race and think to themselves, we have another gear. But Georgetown, as they make their way to the finish line, will cross first, followed closely by Fordham. And LaSalle, of course, will finish third, and Bryant in fourth, as we see a shot there of our finish line. And Fordham crossing there. We'll wait for LaSalle to get to the line. And again, that looked like it was going to finish LaSalle and Bryant.
That's right, and the suspense is killing me here. Only one more race before we know who the remainder of our grand final will be. It's always very exciting to see. So we have our top three set here, Georgetown, Fordham, and LaSalle. And in just minutes, maybe a few more moments, we will have the rest of our grand final lined up for later in the day. And in moments, actually, we will probably see some of these boats come across our screen here very shortly. So again, we will keep an eye out for that. And as soon as we can, we will give you some better placing.
And again, I mentioned at the start of that last race that we were sending them off just a minute ahead of schedule. So now it looks as though we are just slightly ahead of schedule. So again, the next event scheduled to go off at 10:24, currently 10:23 in the morning. And we're going to take a brief message from our sponsor, and we'll be right back with the second semifinal for the women's Varsity 8.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and we are going to jump right back into this second race here of the women's Varsity 8 semifinal. Let me give you some lanes lined up while Joe gets some information for us, and we get ready to rock here. In lane 1, we have Delaware. Lane 2, Loyola, Maryland. Lane 3, Drexel. Lane 4, Embry-Riddle. And lane 5, Iona. And as they start creeping into view here, again, as soon as we can, we will give you some better placings. But right now, right off the bat, are we looking at Drexel, Joe?
It does look like the Dragons there in lane 3 with the yellow and blue. Again, they're right next to another yellow school in Embry-Riddle, but Embry-Riddle with the white colored unis, Drexel with the yellow colored unis. Looks like those are our two leaders at the moment. And then Iona and Loyola, Maryland. Looks like Loyola, Maryland there in third place. Here's a nice shot from our drone showing Drexel up by about 2 seats on Embry-Riddle. Again, yesterday in the time trial, just about 0.4 seconds separating Drexel and Embry-Riddle, and then not too much further down to Loyola and Iona. So, again, maybe expect this one to break out into 2 separate races, the race for first and then the race for third.
You got it. And the women of Embry-Riddle have won head of the Schuylkill Regatta in the Champ 8 in this lineup. So they have proven to be quite a strong lineup. Again, we're seeing some beautiful blade work from them. So we are not sure, again, if they will challenge Drexel for a winning position or if they will just try to squeeze in and get that qualifying spot. Not sure if they care too much one, if they're in one lane versus another. So we will see that shake out just a little bit. But right now they are connected and comfortable. So my guess is these crews will sit comfortably here at their base pace for the meat of the race here, and maybe see through a few punches thrown in here and there at various points of the race. But again, because it is top three to the grand final, we will likely not see all of the cards played and left on the table between these two crews that are clearly very good, formidable adversaries here.
Yeah, so Drexel, really interesting to talk about them, as we see they are always in competition for the men's, the women's, and the overall point trophy. One of the preeminent programs here at the Dad Vail Regatta. Drexel, of course, has won the overall point trophy since 2013. They've won it every year except for 2019 and 2023, and their men have won each of the last 2 seasons and 3 of the last 4. And of course, their women, you have to go back to 2018 for the last time they won the overall point trophy for women. But they've never been able to, at least in the last 10 years or so, as I'm looking at the history we have back all the way to 2000, they've never been able to do the overall, the men's and the women's in the same year. So Drexel potentially looking to pull off the treble this year, winning the men's, the women's, and the overall, and looking to get it started here in the women's Varsity 8 as they're looking really strong through the 1,000 meter mark. And as we talk briefly about the points trophy, I would like to make a mention that in recognition of John R. Galloway this year, the trophy for the overall points has been renamed to the Bratton Galloway Trophy. John R. Galloway, known as Jack to those here on the Dad Vail Regatta Organizing Committee, he opened rowing competition for women by providing a warm welcome to the Dad Vail, has fostered independent sponsorships to augment entry fees for the purpose of staging the most professional rowing event collegians might experience in North America, and has exemplified the highest standards of voluntary leadership, culminating in producing the opportunity for literally tens of thousands of student athletes to test their mettle on the course and achieving their personal best. So thank you to Jack Galloway, and of course the overall point trophy this year named the Bratton Galloway Trophy.
That's right. And again, just to mention here, not much has changed here. So we still have Drexel in the lead, followed by Embry-Riddle. And I do want to point out, you made some really good points here, Joe, about just the nature and the spirit of this regatta. I think talking about the points trophy there, it really depends on the volunteers that are out here, the race directors that have put so much work into making such an incredible event come to life. And again, please, if you are interested in volunteering, please do make your way down to the Cuthbert Dock. Again, even for a few minutes, an hour, whatever you can donate, get your front row seat to all of the action here. We really encourage people to get involved in the race itself. It's really rewarding. It's very fun to have that front row seat again to where all of the action happens, just like we are seeing out here on the course. Just a little bit more of a spread now, but again, like we've said before, top 3 go to the grands, so we will likely not see all of the aces hidden up these 8s sleeves.
Yeah, just about 250 meters left to go now for our leaders from Drexel. You can see there into the red buoys, and on the outside of them, looks like Embry-Riddle maintaining that second place, followed by Loyola Maryland, and then Iona and Delaware off the pace for them. Drexel here, we're going to watch them as they make their way to the final 2,000 meter line here, and a really strong race for the girls from Drexel, and they'll take lane 4 in the final. So look for Drexel and Georgetown later today to put out a really fun race. And again, we'll keep an eye on both of those schools as we talk about the overall trophy and the women's trophy specifically, as points are beginning to be won here through the semifinals and into the grand finals later today. Drexel crossing in first, Embry-Riddle following them. And then third place, important here, and it is Loyola Maryland moving on to the grand final.
There we go. And as we have Iona finishing up here, can you give us just a quick rundown of what that grand final is going to look like?
Yeah, so moving on to the grand final from the first semifinal, Georgetown, Fordham, and LaSalle. Joining them from that second semifinal now, Drexel, Embry-Riddle, and Loyola. So expect a pretty solid race later on in the afternoon as we are off and underway in our men's club Division III Varsity 8 semifinal. This is 2 semifinals, so top 3 to the grand final. Remainder will be going to the second final. Here we have from right to left on your screen in lane 1, Stockton. Lane 2, Villanova. Lane 3 is Rhode Island. Lane 4, Washington College. And in lane 5 is Army. So great start there from lanes 1, 2, and 3, Stockton, Villanova, and Rhode Island. At the moment, Rhode Island with the edge, and now as they start to lengthen into their stroke, Rhode Island is about to open this up a little bit. They have a good amount of speed moving through this first 500. And you see now as all the boats begin to settle down just a little bit, let's call it Rhode Island, followed by Villanova, Stockton in 3rd place, Army out in lane 5 in 4th place, and Washington College in 5th at the moment. Again, top 3 spots moving on to the final. So at the moment, Stockton looking good in 3rd place out of lane 1. However, Army with a really nice, strong stroke there out in lane 5. Looks like Stockton, Army, Washington College all battling for that 3rd place spot right now. Let's say Rhode Island and Villanova currently a bit out in front as they're through 500 meters here. Men's club Division III Varsity 8 semifinal number 1.
Yeah, you know, I think you're right. Listening in a little bit, I think we're hearing a little bit of ambient sound from the coxswains there. Rhode Island, again, in that beautiful blue, leading the pack. Not sure which coxswain we're actually hearing just a little bit of, but it's great to hear the noise out there. They have gone by us now at this point, but it is Rhode Island, Villanova, and Stockton. But again, keep your eye on the outside there, West Point and Washington College. It's great to see West Point out here doing so well. It looks like they currently are in that 3rd place position here, the beautiful chevron blades, but we are right now led out front pretty comfortably here. I always use that word comfortable because rowing is anything but comfortable, but they are in the lead here out of lane 3. That is the boys in blue of Rhode Island.
And a beautiful American flag bucket hat there for our stroke seat.
Free speed.
Free speed. He's even got, you know, it's tied down to his chin, so it's not going anywhere.
An extra look may get a few extra seconds out of tying it under the chin.
Yeah,
that's
definitely
a look. But looking good is half the battle here, and that is what Rhode Island is doing.
You see there Villanova looking strong as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. Nova now trying to hold off Army. Army has moved into sole position of that 3rd place spot. You see here a good image of how this stagger is breaking out. So we've got Rhode Island a length out in front of Villanova, maybe give them, you know, a few seats of open water now. And as we look across to lane 5, it looks like Army, West Point at a really calm rate there. They're definitely a bit lower than the boats in the middle of the river, but they're slowly, as you would say, using that slow burn to crawl their way back into this race, now into that 3rd 500.
Yeah, that's right. I have Army on the outside at a 32-33, so pretty standard for a base rate here, 4 and 8, potentially a little bit low even, but because this is a qualifying race, you know, they may not be, again, throwing everything down right now. It is very unlikely that we will see a lot of these cards, as we said many, many times before. And, well, I get a stroke rate here on Rhode Island. It's looking actually like they are quite a bit higher. That's why I wanted to check on Rhode Island. I have them at about a 37, even a 38. Again, this is very rough from my clock as we watch the stroke seat. That is how we get the stroke rating there. We clock the stroke seat time in between strokes and how many strokes per minute they are taking. And right now, Rhode Island is definitely a few pips above the rest of the field.
Yeah, and as excuse me, as we approach 500 meters left to go now, Villanova hanging on to that second position as Army makes a really nice push there out of lane 5. It looked for a moment there like Washington College was also trying to make a late push to try and get into this grand final. Yesterday in the time trial, Rhode Island, as they pass into the final 500 meters, did have the fastest time, 6 minutes and 46 seconds in this event. And then the next fastest in the time trial, at least on this semifinal, was Washington College at 6 minutes and 53 seconds. So interesting to see how Villanova and Army, who finished with slower times in the time trial yesterday, now both well out in front of that Washington College boat. So we'll see if over the final 500 meters, Washington College can't make a late push based on their time from the time trial yesterday.
Right. You know, we've said this before where the time trials definitely don't reflect what we're actually seeing out here in the grand finals again. And if I were to put my guess on that, it's that they don't necessarily need to fight for lanes if they know that they're going to get into the semifinal and still have another shot at qualifying for the grands. So my guess is a lot of crews just got through that time trial there just to get through it to the next level of racing here, and definitely conserved as much energy as possible during those time trials if, in fact, it didn't make any difference whether or not they made it to this stage in the qualifying positions. So here we are now. It does matter, maybe not as much for Rhode Island anymore, again, barring any actual disasters here in the red zone. It is still looking like Villanova next to them and Army on the outside, although don't discount Washington College here. Keep an eye on
College
them.
Making a really strong push into this final 500. We'll see. I think they're just going to run out of water. They definitely have the speed on Army here, but with only 50 yards left to go, Army looks like they're going to be able to hang on. Really great push at the end from Washington College. Falls just a few seats short.
Right, so there we go. The boys from West Point squeezing in to that qualifying spot. Again, looking like Rhode Island, Villanova, and West Point will be our first three moving on to that grand final. Unofficially, of course, make sure that you do go to regattatiming.com and check on those official results. And I'm sure very quickly here we'll have that second race coming down that will tell us the final three that will round out our grand final for the men's club D3 Varsity 8.
And again, this race was scheduled to go off right around 10:40, so running a few minutes ahead of schedule, as we've been mentioning all day. Looking ahead at our schedule, just a few more races here on our morning slate. We have this men's second semifinal in the club Division III Varsity 8, followed by the third final for the men's Varsity 8. And that will be our last competitive race of the morning before we have our Alumni Challenge right at 11. And then we'll take a short break before coming back with some of our para rowers, and we'll have a special guest on to chat us through some of the different qualifications for para rowing here at the Dad Vail Regatta. As we follow our drone camera back up to the start line here, we see our beautiful Cooper River Park here in beautiful Pensauken, Cherry Hill, Haddon Township. It spans 4 different townships here in South New Jersey. And you see the beautiful city of Philadelphia on the top right part of your screen. And we are off and underway here in the second semifinal of the men's club Division III Varsity 8. We have from right to left on your screen, Franklin and Marshall in lane 1, RIT in lane 2, Georgia Tech in lane 3, RIT-A in lane 4, St. Mary's A in lane 5, and St. Mary's B in lane 6. So that is RIT-B in lane 2 there.
Yeah, very well said here. And again, already creating that nice chevron shape here with our center lanes leading. All boats have made it through the breakage point and are now trying to kind of fall into the rhythm of the race and the pace that we are going to be seeing For the meat of the race here, that's essentially the middle 1,000. So we have a 500-meter start, essentially, followed by a 500-meter finish. But in the middle of that race, sandwiched in the middle, these crews really need to have the fitness and the power to execute a strong race plan in that middle 1,000 when it can be very, very difficult to do so. And I want to point out and talk about something that we see here. Once we get through the breakage, Joe, we've talked about this just a little bit before, but what shift do you see from going from those high strokes into the middle 1,000? We do see a shift in the rate and the rowing. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so in the first 500 meters of the race, specifically at the start, there's an emphasis on trying to get as many strokes as possible. So you don't want to take super long strokes, because when you're coming from a dead stop, a simple physics kind of equation here, if you're taking full long strokes at a dead stop, you're really not getting the boat up to speed in an efficient manner. So you take short, quick strokes, and as the boat begins to gain speed, you take a 10 at a high rate, maybe going 3/4 slide, and then lengthening that out into a second 10. So you want to take about 20 strokes at a high stroke rate to lengthen out, and then after those 20 strokes, you're probably still up at around a 38, a 40, but now you've reached the full length, and that's when you take a third 10, essentially, to kind of settle the rate down, but really focus on a leg drive. So you want to keep the rate as high as you can while also settling into a pace that will allow you to execute at the highest level.
Right. I call that getting the freight train moving with my guys. So we're just picking up the freight train, chug, 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 just picking it up, picking it up. So we're not moving water as quickly as we can. We're moving the boat as quickly as we can. And oftentimes that requires taking fractions of a stroke there. And that is what we have seen here in lane 3. Georgia Tech is our current leader here, followed very closely by RIT. So they are overlapping a few seats there. Georgia Tech looking very, very clean. Again, rowing straight down the line here. So this is going to be a great race, I think, between Georgia Tech and RIT right here as we cross that 500-meter mark in the drone. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing in lanes 1, 2, 5, and 6?
Yeah, so that's Franklin and Marshall out there in lane 1. They're currently, what I would say, in 4th place, followed closely, though, by St. Mary's and the 2 boats from St. Mary's trying to push their way back into the conversation here. Interestingly enough, Georgia Tech did finish with the 2nd fastest time in qualifying yesterday behind Rhode Island, but not too far out in front of that RITA boat, the boat that's sitting in lane 4 off their starboard side. Actually finished pretty close to Georgia Tech. RITB, who's currently in 3rd place there in lane 2, was a bit off of their pace. And as we get into the third 500 of this race, that's really kind of starting to show in the discrepancy between the crews. We have Georgia Tech and RITA really starting to separate themselves from the RITB boat. RITB, however, maintaining good position to make it into the final later today.
Yeah, absolutely. Really speaking to the depth of the program here, again, having 2 8s in a semifinal. A little bit of bragging rights here if one makes it and the other one doesn't, but it does look right now like they are both in that qualifying position. And in the middle of the 2 RIT boats here, again, is Georgia Tech from the Chattahoochee River down in Georgia. Very nice river down there, place that they row. If I'm this coxswain here, I'm going to keep my crew focused on rowing a very long, relaxed, strong stroke and really keep them loose at this point in the race, because they are in the lead, but they're going to have to maintain that composure if they want to stay in the lead, because I have a feeling, again, this is my guess, we're going to see RIT throw a few punches at them as we go down the course here. So if Georgia Tech can keep their cool and stay loose and stay long here, I think they're going to have a chance of getting that first spot.
Yeah, just about 250 meters left to go now for Georgia Tech, and they're looking really strong. Looks like they've been able to maintain, if not expand, that lead on RIT. And you see it there, just about a length. It's been that way for a good 1,000 meters now. RIT trying to fight back. You can see there their oars pretty much going in at the same time. They are outstroking Georgia Tech by just about half a beat here. You could see it there. Their oars were going in at the same time. for a little bit there, but now RIT leading Georgia Tech in. So Georgia Tech with about 200 meters left to go, rowing from a place of strength, maintaining a lead with the lower stroke rate. And you can see there, it doesn't look like RIT is going to be able to make up the difference as Georgia Tech now raises their rate for a pretty short sprint, relatively speaking, here to the finish line. But from a place of comfort in first place there, they're going to cross the line, followed by RIT. And I believe the other boat from RIT will follow suit shortly.
You're right about that. You called that about dead on. I had Georgia Tech crossing the line at about a 39, so not too bad there. They put, again, that little exclamation point on the end of that race there. Very long, very strong, well rowed by Georgia Tech there. Again, just finishing with that little blip at the end just to show that they can. But they will move on again to the grand final. So, Joe, when you get a chance, if you don't mind telling us what our final is going to look like.
Yeah, so based on that, we have Georgia Tech, the two boats from RIT, joining Rhode Island, Villanova, and Army, West Point, from the semifinal number one. That will be our grand final later this afternoon. And again, next up on the race course is our final competitive race of the morning session before we move on to our alumni race and then our Paralympic rowers, or para-rowers rather, potentially Paralympians, in the 11 o'clock hour.
Exactly, and I want to say equally competitive there. I think we'll see some fantastic alums and para racing, which is extra exciting for us to watch. Just something a little bit different here in the alum eights. That's a lot of fun to watch. But again, I'm getting distracted here. I'm getting ahead of myself because we have a men's varsity 8 third final to keep an eye on first.
Yeah, and it looks like they are underway. We can see them off in the distance, off the stake boats. You can see as we talked about, the kind of fast movements of the oars to start the race, trying to chop through that water to get the boat up to speed, going on right now in the first 20 strokes of the race. Again, as we talked about in the last race, now about 150 meters in is about where you'll start to see those oars extend over the foot stretcher a little bit more as these boats try and lengthen out and get as much out of the stroke as they can. So far, a really close race here in this third final.
You know, I was just going to say the same thing. You know what I love to see? A 6-boat race. And this is definitely what we have. I mean, all boats within about 2 seats of each other. I want to point out, too, this Lehigh boat in lane 4 was third in the men's V8 in the Mid-Atlantic Championship. So very recently have some very strong results. So again, Lehigh has shown us time and time again this weekend that they have been a formidable force out on the water. Very, very fun to see them out here. Again, lane 1, we have Fairfield still connected, but maybe falling off the pack just a little bit. 2, Loyola, Maryland in green. In lane 2, lane 3, Embry-Riddle, again, our rocket scientists. I'm sure they're tired of us saying that by now, but it's just so impressive. Lane 4, Lehigh. Lane 5, Rollins. And lane 6, West Point. So again, the chevrons out in lane 6 there doing a phenomenal job in that beautiful black boat they have out there. And I wish I could see what kind it is. I'm not sure if it's a Vespoli or a Resolute. I can't tell. They're just off of our screen here, but very beautiful there. But it looks like right now Rollins and Fairfield falling off the pack just a little bit, but a very tight squeeze here between Embry-Riddle, Loyola, Lehigh, and then watching Army on the outside there, coming up again, sneaking up. You have to watch those outside crews. This is what I love to see. This is going to be a great race, Joe.
Yeah, so as we look at some of the results from yesterday in these semifinals, these are the boats that finished in 5th and 6th place in those semifinals. So we take a look at that first one where Embry-Riddle came in 5th. They were only 2 seconds away from making the grand final. West Point finished 6th in that race. In the second semifinal, Lehigh was 0.7 seconds away from making the second final. And following them was Fairfield, a bit off the pace. And then in that third final, Loyola finished in 5th by about 8 seconds to the 4th place rower. So boat rather. So look for Lehigh and Embry-Riddle as this is kind of how it's shaking out. I wouldn't be shocked if those two boats over the next 750 meters continued to push themselves away from the rest of the boats, and that's not exactly what's happening. We have Loyola, Maryland there out of lane 2 looking really strong. Loyola also one of the 5th place finishers. So each of these 3 boats in lanes 2, 3, 4 all finished in 5th place in their semifinal yesterday. So no surprise that they are the ones leading the way here in this 3rd final.
Yeah, exactly. Embry-Riddle here just wishing for every inch of water that they can as they get their hips back and open up their backs a little bit more. Really, really clean finishes here from the Embry-Riddle crew. You can see their puddles being passed back down the stern. In case you don't know, here again, it is very, very roughly at pace, about 10 meters per stroke. So again, that's not exact. It will depend on the crew, but very, very roughly, just so you have an idea, about 10 meters per stroke at pacing here in the race. Right now, we are looking at the backs of the coxswains here, and we can almost feel what it's like being in the seats here. Makes me very excited why I want to jump in the seat. It's very hard to sit here and just talk about rowing. But as we are looking at these paths here, the way that these coxswains are steering, let's say you're in the boat, Joe, are you looking back over the coxswain's shoulder watching their steering?
No, not often. I was never that high up in the stern of the boat. In order to do that, I was much further in the back.
Great answer anyway, because you should have your head in the boat.
Oh, I mean, I was always looking around.
Oh, you're that guy.
Of course. I mean, I can't. I'm too hyperactive. I need to know what's going on at all times. So 500 meters left to go now. Embry-Riddle looking really strong. And again, this race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th looking too close to call between Loyola, Maryland, that's Lehigh, and West Point, the Army out there. You see Fairfield still connected to the race, though. So 6 boats here looking really strong in this 3rd final. Embry-Riddle looking to put the finishing touches, however, on what should be 13th place.
Right, it's really a race for 3rd here, and I'm trying to get some stroke ratings here as we are in the red zone here, but finishing up. We'll see if we can switch our camera angle here pretty soon so I can get some better stroke rates for you. There we go. Look at that beautiful drone shot here. Again, Embry-Riddle still leading, but this is a race for 2nd, but I don't know. Don't discount Fairfield on the outside. Army making a move right now, even with Loyola, Maryland. Oh my gosh, we are down to the wire here. This is an absolute nail biter. We have nearly 3 bow balls across West Point, Loyola, and do not discount Lehigh here right next to Embry-Riddle, who is still our leader, but watch out for Army on the outside.
Yeah, Army not only has moved into 2nd place now, but challenging Embry-Riddle at the end here for 1st. I think they're just going to run out of room. They're definitely the fastest boat in the field right now.
I think you're right.
But as they come to the finish line, Embry-Riddle just has enough to hang on here. West Point finishes in 2nd. The race for 3rd looks like Loyola takes it, but barely over Lehigh there. Fairfield finishes closely in 5th, and Rollins there finishing in 6th place. Great race there in the men's 3rd final of the Varsity 8.
I think so far that move, that finish from West Point is my pick of the day. That is the move of the day if I ever saw one. I think if they had a little bit more water, Embry-Riddle would have been in big trouble.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, it is 2,000 meters, not 2,250.
You are absolutely right about that. But West Point, phenomenal move there. But again, congratulations to Embry-Riddle for your victory in the men's Varsity 8 3rd final.
Trying to figure out exactly what is happening on the race course right now. We believe that this is the alumni race heading down the race course, although we're unsure of which boat specifically as they pass by that 750-meter mark.
Right, we have a Rogue 8 going
like
down
Temple.
the course. It does. So we are trying to get our people on that, see if we can discover what, in fact, is going on here. if somebody is just out for a river cruise by themselves or if there's a race going on. It looks like we have some more crews coming down the course here. This might be our alumni challenge here.
Yeah, I wonder if they're not rowing this as a time trial, which is an interesting way to go about it. But there's Drexel, the alumni boat from Drexel we just saw.
They look like they just rode into a start.
Yeah, well, I actually think they're further down the race course. They're heading, this is the end. So we missed a little bit of it. They must have just sent them off one at a time while that race was going on previously.
So apologies here for everyone watching while we also figure this out. We have some missed connections here, so we're going to try to get some information on what exactly we are looking at here. It looks like a crew taking a few moves going down the course, rowing into a start. So anyway, we will circle back to this when we have a little bit more information for you.
We're going to take a quick break here as the corporate alumni race makes its way down the race course. We'll be back in just a little bit for some of the para rowing at 11:30. Sit
To
tight.
truly help those around us, we must advance technology to meet society's biggest challenges. Researchers at Drexel University's College of Engineering have discovered solutions on the nanoscale with vaccines. Now studied by tens of thousands of researchers from more than 100 countries around the world, vaccines are a family of nanomaterials poised to become the next building block of technology and solve today's most complex issues.
Where there's a Wispus, there's a way. In life, you'll have lots of things you want to accomplish. Little things, or bigger things, or things you never imagined were possible. WSFS is the bank from here that can take you anywhere. So now the question is, where would you like to go? Where there's a Wispus, there's a way. WSFS Bank. We stand for service.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Welcome back here to the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Joe Leonard. Joining me on the broadcast is Whitney Powell, and we are bringing to you our men's inclusive double race here for the Dad Vail Regatta. Some of our para-rowing athletes getting a chance to compete here on the Cooper River.
That's right. It is quite an exciting way to come back from our lunch break, seeing this race well underway here with the adaptive doubles. We have some very cool stories here in these doubles, some very, very talented athletes with a lot of experience here. I want to first point out Lane 3, Delaware, Lane 4, Philadelphia Adaptive. And this is a very special program here, Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing Club, which is obviously very local to us right there on the Schuylkill on Boathouse Row. It is one of the largest and most well-attended clubs, para clubs or adaptive clubs in the country, if not the world. They host an event every year right there on the Schuylkill River that is attended globally here. Excuse me for a moment while we get situated here. We're trying to watch the race and get information on this historic race that takes place, the Vail Regatta. How cool is that name? Very, very cool regatta. We have an athlete, John Dowdy, who's a junior at Gordon College. Majoring in graphic design. He's taking a lot of virtual classes this semester from his home in Malvern, so a Philly local, well, close to Philly, obviously there in Malvern. And he joined PAR, the Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing Club, during his junior year in high school when he entered his first regatta, the head of the Schuylkill, in 2017. So he competed in his first Dad Vail with the PAR Rowing Club in the spring of 2021. Out of Cabrini College. So again, as we mentioned, Cabrini has raced their final race of that program today, so Cabrini is no more here. But let's take a look at what we are looking at now. This is very exciting. Delaware in lane 3 and Philadelphia Adaptive in lane 4. And Joe, if you don't mind, I would love to hear just a little bit about the types of athletes that we are seeing in these very, very experienced doubles.
Yeah, so the few different classifications that U.S. Rowing has for para rowing athletes. The first is the PR3, which is physical impairment and visual impairment. The sport class is for rowers who have use of their legs, trunk, and arms, who can utilize the sliding seat. I believe that is what we're seeing here is some athletes who can utilize the full use of the rowing slide, the seat, and can use their legs, trunk, and arms. Examples of PR3 impairments include, but are not limited to, limb loss, at least full loss of 3 fingers on one hand, loss of muscle strength, minimal ataxia, atheosis, etc., things like cerebral palsy as well. So these athletes that we're seeing here most likely are PR3 or PR2 rowers. PR2 is for rowers who have trunk and arm movement who are unable to use their legs to propel the sliding seat. So looks like both of these rowers here have use of their legs, so maybe not them, but those are the 2 different types that we might be seeing in this men's adaptive double. Next up, we'll have the men's PR1, which is for athletes who row predominantly with their arms and shoulders. And for that PR1, event, we will have the Blackwall Dueling Challenge, which will also include a scholarship for the winner. So looking forward to that race coming up just next as we focus in on Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing here from Philadelphia.
Well, you don't say, and I would like to point out just a few things here as part of this par boat in lane 4. So as we mentioned, John Dowdy of Philadelphia here is rowing alongside Will Beardwood of University of Delaware men's crew. So very nice of Will to join forces with John Dowdy of a different club. And I also want to point out again, too, that an inclusion race is a little bit different than simply a para race. Inclusion includes an athlete of what we would call, an able-bodied athlete and one with an adaptive something that needs to be adapted. So adaptive rower and an able-bodied rower rowing together in the PR3 inclusion double. So it's a very exciting race as we see them going down the course with Delaware in lane 3. And we will let this shake out just a little bit. Looks like they are maybe 1,100 meters in on the Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing Club side. And then in lane 3, we have Delaware just making their way through that 1,000-meter mark.
Yeah, and a little bit of information backstory here on the Blackwall Dueling Challenge as we talk a little bit more about para rowing. So that was created in 2019 to highlight and promote adaptive sculling in the U.S. In service of the Gold Cup, which is helping make all of this possible. The Gold Cup Foundation's mission to promote inclusion in the sport and support top para scullers. So again, continuing with the themes of the Dad Vail Regatta about inclusion, allowing anybody who wants to row should be able to row, and helping make that happen here. Christopher Blackwall, who the namesake for the award, established the first U.S. rowing club solely for persons with disabilities, and wouldn't you know it, it was in fact Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing, the same club that we see here on our screen. That is the Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing is part of the Pennsylvania Center for Adaptive Sports. Christopher Blackwall attended Oxford University, where he rowed and was a 3-time winner of the Henley Royal Regatta. During his tenure on the National Association of Amateur Oarsmen here in the States, it merged with the National Women's Rowing Association to form U.S. Rowing. And he was honored with the highest honor in U.S. Rowing, the Medal of Honor.
Right, and we would be absolutely remiss not to point out that this is a fairly young event here at this regatta. Dad Vail hosted its first para rower in 2018 and has been supporting these events ever since. Tim Nasserod, who we have to thank, he's now currently the coach of University of Rhode Island. Again, in those beautiful blue boats that we've been calling out all weekend, made this possible in 2018 when he really advocated for the inclusion of para racing at this regatta, which makes perfect sense. It should be here, and it's very exciting to see adaptive and para rowing actually expanding as much as it is in the U.S. I know the U.S. team has an absolute force of a para team that goes up against phenomenal teams, like GB and some of these other Dutch teams around the world that we will see at the Paralympics. So we definitely want to be keeping an eye on adaptive and para rowing because we really have a lot to be excited about. It takes such a special attention, I think, to different senses in this rowing. So it's something that is not to be overlooked difficulty-wise. Just in case a rower may not be able to use a sliding seat per se. Again, we can in this event, but they vary, the different events. So these rowers have to be very, very in tune with multiple senses that other rowers may not have to be, or able-bodied rowers may not have to be as in tune with. So this is such an impressive event to watch. We should be very inspired by what we're seeing here. Some very beautiful rowing by lanes 3 and 4. Again, Delaware and Philadelphia Adaptive.
Yeah, and this event, these para events, it really speaks to the spirit and the core values of what the Dad Vail Regatta stands for at the end of the day, specifically about being selfless. We have a strong partiality to others above ourselves. Staging the Dad Vail Regatta, is possible only through the spirit of volunteerism and inclusion of our community each year. So a selfless rower, such as this young man from Delaware here in this boat, is one who values their contribution to their team and their community above all else. And also our community specifically, supporting and improving one's immediate community. And these adaptive and para rowers are such a vital part of our community because as long as certain folks are unable to enjoy the sport the way the rest of us are, it really leaves a different type of feel to the event. So we're really glad that we can have the inclusion of anybody who wants to row should be able to row, and that's really what the Dad Vail stands for at the end of the day.
I think you nailed it there. And just because para rowing may look a little bit different to some able-bodied rowers, again, just slight differences here. It just looks a little bit different, but it doesn't mean it is. At the end of the day, we all put a stick in the water and we push really hard, right?
Yep.
Exactly.
Simple sport at the end of the day when you think about it. And we're watching here as our rowers from PAR approach the finish line here. An impressive 2,000-meter race there for our rowers from the Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing.
Yeah, you are right about that. This year, the Gold Cup Foundation, which has been a huge supporter, partnered with the head of the Charles Regatta and the Gold Cup race on the Schuylkill, offered the winner of the men's PR1 single, which will be coming up very shortly here, a $2,000 scholarship to a para high performance development camp that will take place later in July, that will prepare athletes for Canadian Henley, and that will be with Coach Ellen Mincer, who has been a force of a coach up in Boston for quite some time, rows out of CRI on the Charles River, right there just past the finish line of the Head of the Charles course. So it's really wonderful to see the Gold Cup Foundation and Head of the Charles coming together, partnering also with the Dad Vail Regatta here to put para and adaptive rowing on the map and make sure they are supported. They are here. They are getting scholarships and getting encouraged to go to these development camps and to get out here and race. It is so great to see. And even now, as I speak, we're seeing another race on the course. I'm going to stop talking now, Joe. Tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, so I believe this is our PR1 final. This is the Blackwall Dueling Challenge. So we have a few different boats here. Looks like we'll have Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing, GCRA, PARP, and another boat from Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing. So these are the PR1 rowers who only have use of their arms and shoulders. Athletes use strapping around their midsection to provide support and stability in the boat. So you can see here rowers pretty much rowing with just their shoulders and their arms here. This Blackwall Dueling Challenge, again, I spoke briefly about Charles Blackwall and the history of his history and how he founded Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing. A lot of the rowers we're seeing here in this event, but I would like to also mention Fred Dueling. Fred is a 3-time U.S. national team member and a competitive masters rower. Beyond personal achievement, Dueling has for decades been a beloved spirit here in Philadelphia on Boathouse Row. He's a mentor who cheerfully took on all tasks from paperwork to weigh-ins. As a coach, he led rowers to national championships, and at Malta Boat Club, where he has been a member since 1960, he has served in nearly every capacity as vice president and board member. Unfortunately, Fred experienced a significant spinal cord injury in 2010 as he hung Christmas lights from the Malta Boathouse, leaving him paralyzed from the chest down. 2 years after the accident, Dueling found himself back in a shell, an adaptive double with his son Fred Jr., also a national team rower, bowing. So again, we're seeing here that rowing as a sport, specifically in honor of Fred Dueling and Charles Blackwall, is something that is really for everyone. And this PR1 race here, as you said, Whitney, will have a $2,000 scholarship to prepare these rowers when they win for Canadian Henley. So an opportunity to win here and go on and race again later this summer.
Exactly. It's a huge honor to get to go row at Canadian Henley. If you have not been up there, it is situated in beautiful St. Catharines, right outside Toronto there, a really lovely city, an absolutely beautiful part of the country, just north of New York there, out by Niagara Falls. A very special course with a beautiful grandstands at the finish and some rocks at the finish line that you have to hold water so you don't hit the rocks right at the end. So it's very exciting when you get all those 8s up to speed and everything, you have to stop right away. So I digress. It's very exciting to get scholarship to the winner of each of these races here and an invitation to go to the development camp to go train for Canadian Henley and train with some of the national team and national team development athletes. Very, very well deserved by these athletes here that are showing us some phenomenal racing here. I mean, look at the steering here. Some of these guys steering better than some of these 8s. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I have to say, beautiful water, again, conditions, as we've spoken about quite a few times, are perfect for racing. I mean, there's hardly a ripple on the water as we look at our beautiful boathouse that we are sitting in and talking to you from in the background there. A few clouds in the sky, but Joe, I mean, this is just a spectacular afternoon for racing.
Yeah, just about 60 degrees outside, but with the sun shining the way it has, it feels a little bit warmer out there. We were just standing outside not too long ago, and it's a really beautiful day here in the Philadelphia area. Not too hot, not too humid, really great rowing weather, and you can see here the skyline, just everything about this Cooper River Park, creating a really great day. We have so many fans here on the shoreline, cheering on all of our rowers here, creating such a great atmosphere. We hope to bring you a few snapshots as the day goes on of some of the sights and sounds coming off of the shoreline here at the Dad Vail Regatta. Such a rich history here. And I want to, as we're talking about the Blackwall Dueling Challenge, I want to talk a little bit about the Philadelphia Gold Cup, the nonprofit that makes this donation possible. Their mission, of course, is to promote and educate the public, especially young children, about the sport of single scull rowing by hosting annual competitions, educational programs, and scholarships such as this one to promote inclusion in rowing. The foundation, in partnership with the head of the Charles, also provides hundreds of thousands of dollars in grants to rowing programs that serve under-resourced communities within the United States and helps support their diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. The flagship competition held by the foundation is the Gold Cup race, deeply rooted in Philadelphia tradition, of course created in the 1920s to honor the achievements of John Kelly, who won gold medal for single sculls in the 1920 Olympics. And for some of you who may not be super familiar with Philadelphia lore, John Kelly, the father of the Princess of Monaco, Grace Kelly.
Absolutely. Certainly a fancy history there. The lovely Grace Kelly, with her father naming the famous Boathouse Row street right there. But right now, as we bring it right back to Frank Ganther of Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing and Josh Summers of Greater Columbus Rowing, we have, I think, a lot to be excited about here. This is, again, a very impressive performance. 2,000 meters is always quite difficult here, but when you are using your arms and your trunk only, it takes incredible balance, incredible strength. And I really want to point out to the run that he is getting by using arms and trunk here. Look at the run that we are getting in this boat. So not a lot of stoppage. Catches are very good here. Very, very smart. He's really letting the boat do a lot of the work for him.
Yeah, and with still about 500 meters left to go there, he took a moment there to kind of pause and catch his breath. I think anyone who's ever rowed at any level before understands the struggle of rowing with just your arms and your shoulder. Part of every rower's warm-up, obviously, as they're getting ready either on the erg or in the boat, starts with just this simple movement. But over time, everyone knows that the real engine for most rowers is, of course, that leg push. So imagine pulling the boat down the race course with only these sets of muscles. It's a really impressive feat here that we're seeing.
I think you bring up a really good point here. Rowing is such a pushing sport. People think of it as a pulling sport, but it's such a pushing sport. And in a way, what we're seeing here makes it a pulling sport. So sure, still a little bit of push, but it's a lot of grip and pull. So it's leverage. And we're seeing it here in his back, in his arms, that unhinging from the hips, keeping those blades in the water as long as he possibly can. And one thing that I've been told too, again, I am not going to speak on this like I am any sort of expert or pretend that I am an expert by any means, but definitely want to pay respect to the fact that he has 2 pontoons on his boat and underneath these oarlocks. And I have heard from athletes that that row in these types of singles that that can actually be extremely challenging. Like, imagine having almost not training wheels, but 2 extra steering mechanisms on the side of your single that you are also trying to maneuver with 2 oars. So it really a huge amount of respect to being able to use arms and trunk and leverage and being able to almost steer 3 things at once, like kind of like you're steering a semi. There's a lot more going on here than meets the eye.
There's a great shot of this athlete from up ahead, and you can see the arms and the shoulders obviously working out most of this race, and you can see it in the build that the athlete has. Just incredibly strong arms, the trap muscles in the shoulder really popping out as he makes his way down the race course. Got to get in the gym and do some shrugs, clearly.
I am not challenging this man to a pull-up challenge, that is for sure.
Yeah, and he's looking good. Just about 250 meters left to go now for our leader here in the men's Blackwall Dueling Challenge. Just a really great event here to celebrate some of the para-athletes and, of course, the para-athlete rowers, specifically here in Philadelphia at Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing, one of the first clubs of such a kind in the country.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And it looks like we may be getting just a little hint of cloud cover here, just a little bit. We see a little bit of glint in the sun there in our drone, but what a beautiful cinematic shot as we just glaze over the 6 lanes here of the beautiful Cooper River, watching our leader here. We have swung back my mistake here. We have swung back to another competitor again. Let us get a better look and see what we're looking at here. I was taken away by the scenery.
Yeah, I think it's just another rower here in this PR1 event. I believe it would be the GCRA PRP rower, if not one of the other Philadelphia Adaptive rowers. But again, into the final 250 meters here of a grueling 2,000 meters for these PR1 rowers.
Oh, absolutely. I can only imagine. And as a coxswain myself, I have definitely sat through 1 or 2 2Ks just to see how they feel, so I know what I'm talking about in a way. I will not pretend to be any expert, of course. I'm just the driver. But even sitting down on an erg or a quick sprint here and there gave me so much more respect for how long a 2K actually is. And I think we are just seeing incredible endurance, fitness here from these athletes. Really phenomenal performance, some beautiful rowing. Couldn't ask for better conditions. And it looks like we have an order here as we kind of start to finish up, get some boats across the finish line here. Is that what you're seeing, Joe?
Looks like we have one of the Philadelphia Adaptive rowers coming in with a time of 15 minutes and 5 seconds. And we'll wait to see. I believe it's going to be the GCRA rower that finishes as well here in this PR1 event. So looks like the Philadelphia Adaptive rower will receive that $2,000 scholarship to offset the cost of the camp and the race at Canadian Henley.
That is phenomenal. Yes, they will go up to Boston, to CRI, to row with Coach Ellen Mincer, who has been quite a force in the para and adaptive community for quite some time and has made such an effort to grow the program and get more athletes involved. And hopefully this athlete here will be an inspiration to others who will take up adaptive rowing, join forces, and come out to the Dad Vail Regatta and get some phenomenal racing in.
And that'll do it for our para races. Coming up next, we'll have our collegiate varsity finals coming down the race course, starting off. Before that, we'll take a brief message from our sponsors.
There's a place where you can come as you are, see how it's made, and why we make it. You'll explore roads less traveled, steal a few moments, and slow down the clock. Then just kick back and stay a while. It's time to get away close to home in South Jersey. Head to visitsouthjersey.com to plan your trip today. We'll see you down the road.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Next up on the race course to get our collegiate medal races started, our first grand final of the day will be our women's varsity single. A really fun race here. Again, we were just talking about kind of the single sculls and how the mission of the Philadelphia Gold Cup Challenge is, of course, to promote single skull racing. And it looks as though, if I can, yep, we are underway here in our first grand final of the day, the Dave McCormick Trophy, the women's varsity single. From right to left on your screen, in lane 1, MIT. In lane 2 is LaSalle A. In lane 3, Oklahoma City. In lane 4, Dominican. Lane 5, Carnegie Mellon. And in lane 6 is LaSalle. And I'll get an update for you on how these boats finished in the time trials and the semifinals. But at the moment, looks like Oklahoma City out in front, followed by Carnegie Mellon there in lane 5. After Carnegie Mellon, looks like we have a tie between LaSalle A in lane 2 and MIT, 5th place at the moment to Dominican. And then LaSalle B there in lane 6 in 6th place. So again, our first grand final of the day for the Dave McCormick Trophy, the women's varsity single.
That's right. And it looks like right now, again, as you mentioned, Oklahoma City, again, in the lead. Again, very strong program with small boats out there, the Oklahoma City Stars, and it's looking like I'm going to give it to Carnegie Mellon, I think, still in the lead. But the race to watch here is MIT, LaSalle, and Dominican for that 3rd place position. It looks like Oklahoma City is our clear leader right now, for now, fairly comfortable in that lead, but shouldn't settle. And then we have, oh, there we just switched views again, so let me get my bearings here. Watching that Oklahoma City single just blast through that 500-meter mark there, and it's looking like the outside again. Still Carnegie Mellon. As soon as we get these bow numbers on our screen again, we will give you some better placings here. We have Oklahoma City just pretty far out in front.
Yeah, so yesterday in these semifinals, we had Oklahoma City putting up the fastest time by a margin of 26 seconds. The next fastest time was from Carnegie Mellon in that same semifinal, 10 minutes and 15 seconds. So the rower from Oklahoma City, the preemptive favorite here, Carnegie Mellon looking good for the silver medal. But after that, a bit of a tighter finish between MIT, Dominican, and the LaSalle boat can be expected. Nice shot here of our leader out of lane 3 from Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and that LaSalle boat, I just want to point out, too, actually got 4th place in the Dad Vails last year in 2023. So LaSalle A in lane 2 there did have the 4th place position, and we will see if she can maybe scoot up a few places or two, but we will keep an eye on that, knowing that she has raced in this before and has some experience. What do you think, Joe? It pays off to come back to the same race again. You have some idea of what the competition is like and what the field roughly looks like from year to year. Obviously, it can change quite a bit.
You know,
it's
interesting. The single rowers are so different in a lot of ways than the rest of the the rowing community, because a lot of these folks could have been rowing these singles for such a long time. You'll see a lot in the high school races that you'll get single rowers representing high schools that really don't have rowing programs, but they themselves have access to a single and can enter themselves into these races. So as an event, single sculls kind of has always stood apart from the rest of the rowing world, in the sense that some of these rowers may have been rowing in single sculls for such a long time. So it is such an interesting event that has such a rich history and is really such a mental battle with yourself here in this 2,000 meters alone in a single.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too. The mentality of a single rower and just day in, day out practicing, taking strokes by yourself where you know it's you and only you on the line, and you have to hold yourself accountable for a race like this. What is the difference between being in a single and a boat like an 8, where you're in such a group mentality? You know, is there a different approach or a different thought process going on in the heads of some of these small boat athletes?
I think definitely. I mean, anyone who's played team sports and individual sports knows that there's a different onus when playing a team sport versus playing an individual sport. This kind of can go across any number of different types of sports that we see commonly across the United States. But you think of classic team sports like basketball or baseball, softball, football, and all of these sports, like you have to rely on your teammates oftentimes, and you alone can't do everything by yourself. In a singular sport such as the single sculls, at the end of the day, there's really only one person who can take the blame, and that's yourself. So it is a very introspective 2,000 meters out there on that race course, as you have to ask yourself some tough questions as you start to get tired in that single, and you can't rely on anyone else to pick you up or provide you with that motivation that you need. It's really a singular sport. It's just you and your own mentals out there for 2,000 meters.
Yeah, you know what's right. You're absolutely right about that. And you know what is kind of funny about what you're talking about here, the team sport versus the individual sports here, is lane 4 Dominican. I want to point out Tara Long is her name, from Dominican, but she is actually from Ireland. Excuse me. Yes, she's from Ireland, rowing for Dominican. I want to make sure I get that right. She's here to play soccer. She was here to play soccer. She tried rowing her sophomore year and ended up quitting the soccer team to row full time. So wow. There is an athlete that is going from a team sport to an individual sport like this. She's now a senior, and her mom and sister are here to see her finishing her collegiate rowing career. So very exciting for Tara Long from Ireland. I wonder what part she's from. I'd love to hear what part of Ireland she is from, one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Not that I'm biased, but coming here, playing soccer to rowing the single scull and doing quite well in that, as it looks like we have a 3-boat race for second.
Yeah, she's definitely competing for that silver medal here out of lane 5. Looks like the rower from Oklahoma City, with just about 400 meters left to go now, looking strong for this gold as she begins to open up. It's the Dad Vail Regatta. It's the final race of the weekend for her, most likely. So why not put up your best time yet? See if you can't push yourself, even though there's no boats here. Like I said, it's an individual sport, this single scull, so you only have yourself to test yourself against. So we'll see this Oklahoma City rower continue to press on this race here in a really impressive fashion. And the race for silver looks like a good one between Carnegie Mellon and Dominican. The boat from LaSalle in lane 2 falling off. Looks like MIT there. MIT in lane 1 in really good position for silver, as our leader from Oklahoma City makes her way through the final 250 meters. Really impressive stroke there.
Yeah, that's right. And we don't want people to forget here, too, that this is a race for medals. This is for a cup. This is a cup race here. So we should see, again, if all goes to plan, barring no disasters, I would expect to see all of these women throw their cards on the table again. I know we've said that a few times here, but now is the time. So no more waiting, no more semifinals. This is the cup race. So I would expect, as we start coming in to the last few hundred meters, just like we are seeing Oklahoma City do now in that gold medal position, for these teams to really start throwing down whatever they have left, because again, still that 3-boat race back here, anything could happen.
Yeah, and last few strokes here for Oklahoma City, and the gold medal and the trophy in the Dave McCormick championship will go to Oklahoma City here. She can probably cruise through the finish line, and there she is. She has won gold at the Dad Vail Regatta, our first gold medal of the day to Oklahoma City. And the race for silver is on. Looks like Dominican has the upper hand here. The rower from Dominican, final few hundred meters for her. She's trying to hold off Carnegie Mellon in lane 5. Looks like MIT in 4th place at the moment. And here they are, final few strokes here for silver and bronze. And the silver medal in the women's varsity single goes to the rower from Dominican. Following for bronze is Carnegie Mellon. 4th place to MIT here, as we'll watch them make their way across the line. And there's the rower from LaSalle. All right, next up on the race course will be the men's varsity single final, the Lou McCormick Trophy.
That's right. We have a pretty strong field here. Programs from big programs, small programs, programs from all over the place here. This is a great variety of athletes that we have coming out of the starting blocks here. Actually, we are past that now. I'm actually seeing through the trees here some little mosquitoes coming down the course on the end. Not to call them mosquitoes, but it's always fun when you see a fleet of singles flying down the course. So I guess we will pick you guys up as soon as we can, as soon as our camera can find where these guys are on the course here, and give you some placings and what is going on, see if we've missed any of the action at the start of the men's single. Again, this is for a trophy, the Lou McCormick Trophy. So again, race for cups and medals on the line.
Yeah, it looks like we could have a bit of a tighter race here than we saw in the women's event. The men's varsity single from right to left on your screen: in lane 1, Temple; in lane 2, Brock; lane 3, Dominican; in lane 4, Stetson; lane 5, Oklahoma City; and in lane 6 is Drexel. Yesterday in the semifinals, Dominican won semifinal number 1 with a time of 9 minutes and 1 second. Oklahoma City not too far behind, just about 3 seconds behind them, and then a larger margin to the lane 1 Temple rower. In the second semifinal, the rower from Stetson actually put up the fastest time in either semifinal, just barely beating the rower from Brock by about 6 seconds, and then again a bit of a drop there to the rower from Drexel. So as it's shaping up through the first 500 meters here, it looks like the rower from Dominican with a strong lead so far through 500 meters. Flanking him on the starboard side in lane 4 is Stetson. That rower is in 2nd place at the moment. And the rower from Brock in lane 2 currently in bronze position. But you see here the power being exhibited from the rower from Dominican at the moment.
That's right. And right next to him from Stetson, Gary Ruft, who has a significant amount of experience in this single rowing for Stetson, who is in fact named after the hat. So the hat maker, that is why they are the Hatters there. You know, the famous Old West cowboy hat that is so iconic. Gary Ruft, apparently fueled by tacos from Tierra El Caliente. Apparently the best tacos in Florida. That is a bold claim. I'm not putting my stamp on that. Those are not my words. But as we speak here, we see Gary Ruft and crew, all the singles coming across our bow here. We say our bow, it's really our boathouse here, but just our view, our field of view here. Looks like we still have the Dominican rower significantly out in front here in lane 3. So right now the course is Dominicans.
I've got lots of questions about that taco thing going on there, because if he's fueled by those tacos, is he fueled by them today or just in general? And if he's fueled by them today, did he smuggle them from Florida all the way up here? Because there's no way tacos stay that long. So I don't know. I'm a little skeptical there of the tacos, not just them being the best, but also that he's currently being fueled by them.
You know, I have to agree, being from Southern California myself, I am very familiar with excellent Mexican food and tacos. So we will see, again, those
They don't travel well, do they?
They do not. Exactly. But, you know, it does travel well, a men's single. We are seeing here Dominican, again, still in the lead. This beautiful shot coming straight down the center of our field here, flanked very closely by Stetson and Brock University up in Canada. Again, St. Catharines, very near that Canadian Henley course, small university up there, beautiful part of Canada. So they have a spectacular place to row up there at Brock University.
So the rower from Dominican striking out at a good pace here through 1,000 meters. The race for silver between Stetson and Brock, as you mentioned, looking like it's going to be a close one. Again, they only finished about 6 or 7 seconds apart in their semifinal. The rower from Dominican looking to add a gold medal to the shelf of what looks to be early on at least, a solid outing for Dominican, just receiving the silver medal in the women's varsity single, and now looking good for the gold in the men's varsity single event. So the rower from Stetson, the rower from Brock, trying to reel in the rower from Dominican right now, and here we see a nice view out there in lane 5, the rower from Oklahoma City still with an outside shot at the medal stand. Let's give the edge in second place there to the rower from Brock, looking really strong in lane 2. And approaching the 1,500 meter mark here, 500 meters just about left to go. And, you know, a 2,000 meter race, this is, especially in a single, this is about the point in the race where your body is really starting to fight you. You're gasping for every breath of air. You're really, starting to build up that lactic acid in your muscles and starting to ask, yourself questions like, why did I ever do this sport to begin with? And then in the final 500 meters, your mind begins to go blank as you just start to pull as hard as you can, as fast as you can, hoping that you can bring home a medal for yourself and your university here at the Dad Vail Regatta.
You know, I don't think you could have said it any better. My body starts fighting itself just by watching these 2Ks. It's so impressive. And I think you pointed out something really important here, that when your body starts to shut down on you, you get to maybe that 1250, it depends, but that third 500 is typically what we start to look at where things start to shut down and it starts to turn mental. And that is where the physical has to go on autopilot. And that, I think, is what we're seeing here. This clear leader here from Dominican, followed very closely by Brock. Again, a couple boat lengths to open water on that lead. But this right now, I guarantee, is a very mental game for these athletes right now. Not only are they alone and accountable for everything that they do out there, there's no coxswain, nobody else telling them what to do. They are physically exhausted. And so that is where the physical right now, taking these beautiful strokes, getting their blades in the water, driving with legs, hips, back, finishing the stroke one thing at a time, very, very simple, turns very, very mental.
Yeah, and as they approach just about 300 meters left to go here, the rower from Dominican looking really strong. And despite a strong push from Brock in lane 2, I don't think he's going to have enough left here to overtake the rower from Dominican, despite a really strong push to isolate himself into the silver position. Meanwhile, as our leaders hit the 250-meter mark, Stetson now hanging on to bronze position as Oklahoma City makes a strong push out there in lane 5. And again, looks like Stetson should have enough room to hang on here, but a really nice push there into this fourth 500 by the Oklahoma City rower as Dominican takes his final few strokes here on his way to winning the Lou McCormick Trophy and taking gold here at the 85th annual Dad Vail Regatta. And we'll see a nice overhead shot here. He's giving it everything he's got. Final few strokes, and he's crossing the line in just a few more here.
Now we sound like the coxswain saying, just 10 more to go, just 10 more to go, just 5 more to go. But, of course, we have to watch on our screen with these beautiful drone shots. We get so spoiled watching until we can actually see that finish line. So here we are with that lovely finish line shot. Congratulations again to Dominican, smaller program, again, just making such an appearance here at the Dad Vail Regatta. And again, Stetson, the Hatters, their iconic cowboy hat. Congratulations to Gary. It's Stetson there. And it looks like rounding out our field, we are going to have Temple and Drexel, if I'm seeing that correctly, lanes 1 and 6. Certainly rounding out the field here, but not to be forgotten as they cross the line.
Yeah, 5th place there for Temple and 6th place for Drexel. And again, just keep that in mind as we move along the day, as both of those schools in competition for the overall points trophy, gaining some positions there in the men's varsity single. Meanwhile, next up on the race course, and another one of our finals for the Morrow Bowl will be the women's varsity double. The women's varsity double up next. Before we get to that, we'll take a brief moment for a message from our sponsors.
This is Jacksonville University. It's not just a perfect place for sunny waterfront beauty shots, although here you choose the future you want. How? By defining it yourself. You customize your path and make it one of a kind. You want to build a future where you decide what impact you make? You want to create a life that's limited by nothing but your own ingenuity? You come to the right place.
How did industrial design students get a surfer back on their board? Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and welcome back here to the 85th Annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Looks like we are underway here now for the Morrow Bowl, the women's varsity pair final. We will see there, looks like one of our first competitors peeking through the trees for this event. In lane 1 is Tampa, lane 2 Monmouth, lane 3 William and Mary, in lane 4 is RIT, lane 5 is Pitt, and in lane 6 is Carnegie Mellon. The women's varsity pair coming down for the Morrow Bowl here at the Dad Vail Regatta.
And as soon as we can get some better placings for you here, I'm going to go ahead and, so far, I think, give my style points to Monmouth. I've been a big fan of the white and the white and the white, and then with those flashing hot pink Orlocks. I'm a little bit biased, though, but only on the colors there, not on the team itself. So we will have some very exciting racing coming up here. As we have said multiple times, I think the pair is, I'm going to say, the most difficult boat to row. And again, as I said this morning, I'm going to put my stamp on saying, you can quote me on this, the bow seat of a pair is probably the most difficult seat to row in any boat, of any boat class. So when we see a phenomenal race like this, and again, we'll see what angles, if we've had any steering issues, but when you see boats going very well, you know that these are two athletes that work very, very well together and do have some experience rowing this boat.
Yeah, first 500 meters down here, and it looks like we've got ourselves a bit of a race. Out in front there in lane 3, William and Mary, they dominated their semifinal, so we'll see if they can continue a stretch of dominance here in this event. They came in with a time of 9 minutes and 38 seconds yesterday, 33 seconds faster than the Pittsburgh crew out there in lane 5. And you can see there William and Mary through 500 meters with open water. So an impressive first 500 for William and Mary. We'll see if they can continue to add to that lead. Meanwhile, the race behind them is certainly an interesting one. Out there in lane 1, currently in second place, is Tampa. And then it looks like, as they get closer, maybe call it Tampa even there with RIT and Pitt, and then just off of them, the rowers from Monmouth. So you can see there Tampa and RIT just about even with each other. That's Monmouth there, just down on them, and then Pitt there in the outside lane also up there with our second place competitors as William and Mary continues to push away the rest of the field. And yeah, here in our women's varsity pair for the Morrow Bowl, the rowers from William and Mary, who looked really strong. Fastest time in the time trial, fastest time in their semifinal, and now they're out here in the grand final with multiple lengths of open water on the rest of the field that between them, there's really not much difference. So a dominant race so far from William and Mary, just approaching the halfway point now.
That's right. And as we watch this 4-boat race unfold a little bit, let this shake out. Again, we do want to mention that pairs can be used in so many different ways on teams. If you have a smaller team, it can be really good to put your stronger athletes in some of these pairs to kind of give them experience so they can come out and race at larger regattas like this against some very formidable larger clubs. The pair can also be used as a very, very good tool for selections for 8s and 4s, particularly 8s, because you really cannot hide in a pair. So anything that is going to be fleshed out a little bit in an 8, a lot of those mistakes will be amplified in a smaller boat like a pair. So it's a very, very good indicator that if you can move a pair, you are probably likely to move a bigger boat. So again, very, very difficult to row these boats. They steer differently. It takes 2 athletes that match up very, very well to be able to row this, especially row one straight down a course. So a lot of props to all of these pairs that are out here today rowing quite well, actually, steering very, very well. So the pair does have a lot of use on a team, whether it's a big or small program.
Yep, and you just saw our following 4 boats there cross the 1,000-meter line, just about 50 meters at this point down on our leaders from William and Mary. Just a really dominant race so far, but behind William and Mary, the race for silver looks like it's currently being won by Monmouth there in lane 2. Give bronze at the moment to RIT at a lane 4. But Tampa in lane 1 and Pitt in lane 5 still looking strong. Tampa starting to drift back just a little bit from the other 3 crews, maybe pulling on it a little bit there. But you can see William and Mary continuing to open up on the field. And now Monmouth starting to move through the other 3 and take claim of sole possession of second place here as they make a slight steering adjustment to get back over to their port side.
Yeah, that's right. And even now it looks like we have William and Mary making just a slight steering adjustment there. Don't know if that's going to cost them at all. Looks like it hasn't. They've sort of gathered themselves again, and we can see the crowds in the background. So please come on down to the shore. Make sure you are watching what is unfolding here in this incredible race with the women's pairs. This is, again, the grand final for the Morrow Bowl. Not a race to be missed. Very, very exciting, followed by the men's pair as well, but we don't want to take any moments away here from this exciting race in the women's pair. So again, looking at Rochester Tech, so RIT with William and Mary in the background in the lead. So do make sure as you see those red buoys coming into view to come down to the shoreline and make sure that you are cheering for these women putting on quite a performance here.
Yep, 500 meters left to go now for our leaders from William and Mary. Looking really strong here. Again, we talked about how they dominated in the time trial and in the semifinal yesterday here at the Dad Vail Regatta, and just continuing their run of dominance in this women's varsity pair event. They're well on their way to winning the Morrow Bowl here in the women's varsity pair, William and Mary.
So I want to point out here, too, we are at about a 34. Again, my estimations are very rough. We're looking at that stroke seat. So, Joe, what do you think? Are we going to be seeing any kind of sprint for them as we come into the finishers chute here with the red buoys at a 34 already? What are your quick predictions here on William and Mary? Are we going to see a sprint from them and then the 2 crews behind them vying for that silver place medal?
Yeah, it looks like Pittsburgh now really moving up there. I would assume that they take their sprint here. I mean, it's the last race, and you can see now they're starting to kind of, looks like their oars have a little bit more urgency up to the catch. And it does look like they, you know, if not raise the rate, definitely raise the amount of pressure they're applying there. because again, it's the last race of the weekend here. You don't know, for some of these crews, it might be their last race, of the season. Others may be going on to conference championships or IRAs, but for some of these crews, it may be their only attempt at a medal stand this year. So I would say pretty much everyone here, we're going to see them laying it all out on the line. I'm interested. I wonder if that is, I think maybe the boat from Tampa has drifted over now into lane 3 there, and it looks like Monmouth there and Pittsburgh are still battling it out for that silver medal. Again, it looked like, in that third 500, like Monmouth started to inch out in front, but as we get closer now, 100 meters left to go, looks like Pittsburgh has maybe taken the slight advantage over the Monmouth crew here, as finishing in gold for the Bill Morrow Cup is William and Mary. Congratulations to William and Mary on their gold medal here at the Dad Vail Regatta. The race for silver is on. Just about 50 meters left to go now for Pittsburgh and Monmouth there. Lanes 2, lanes 5. Here they come. Final few strokes.
And I want to point out, too, that we have another pair actually coming in right behind William and Mary in their lane, in the wrong lane here. We cannot see a flag on that. We're trying to figure out who has drifted over just a little bit. We cannot see a flag on that, what the refs are actually calling. It looks like they're drifting over again. Sorry, we are trying to gather what is happening. Things are happening so quickly here.
I think that was RIT there that had drifted over and finished in 4th place, because that's Tampa now finishing, and it looks like Carnegie Mellon on the outside. So you see there Pittsburgh coming in for the silver medal, and it was, in fact, Rochester drifting over from lane 4 all the way into lane 2 at one point, as we see the times begin to populate on the screen. The results there from the Bill Morrow Cup, the women's varsity pair, William and Mary, Pittsburgh, Monmouth, your medal stand. And it looks like we're underway here in our next race, which is the men's varsity pair final, the Bob Nygaard Cup. Bob Nygaard Cup, the men's varsity pair, out on to the race course now.
That's right, and just so I can give you an update here and some lane assignments as we start to emerge from the trees here on our screen. Obviously, you guys can look down the course a little bit, and you should see them shortly. Give it a few minutes here to shake out a little bit. But it is lane 1, Union. Lane 2, Drexel. Lane 3, Oklahoma City. Lane 4, Stetson. Lane 5, Mercyhurst, and lane 6, Lafayette. And as soon as we get, again, a better camera angle here, we will give you some better placings. Look, as I speak here, beautiful drone footage again from above. Joe, please give us some spots here. Give us some placings.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a battle for first here between Oklahoma City and Stetson. Let's give the advantage to Stetson there in lane 4. Looks like maybe in third, the battle for third here between, at the moment, Union and Lafayette in the outside lanes, and then another close race there between Drexel and Mercyhurst on the inside 2 lanes of that, but in 5th and 6th place. So there you see Stetson in lane 4, out in front of Oklahoma City in lane 3. So a little bit of context for this men's varsity pair. Oklahoma City, the fastest time in the time trial, and again the fastest time in the semifinal yesterday, winning their semifinal over Mercyhurst by about 30 seconds. Stetson, on the other side, also won. They had the second fastest time in the time trial. They also won their semifinal by about a margin of 8 seconds over Drexel. So Oklahoma City and Stetson here, your favorites, and you see there, into the first 750 meters of the race, Stetson with about 2 seats over Oklahoma City. But other than that, not too much to separate them. Looks like Stetson with a slightly higher stroke rate at the moment, but only just barely.
Okay, so can I elaborate on that, because I think we have a reason for this higher rate. The Stetson pair of Ethan and Chris were here for the Connect Cup again, and they got silver. The following weekend took gold at Sierra. This is a very experienced pair, but they lost to Oklahoma City at the Connect Cup, and they are here for a rematch. And that may be the reason that we are seeing some of these higher rates, because you better believe that these guys are out for blood.
Yeah, so they don't want to allow Oklahoma City to get out to that big lead that we've seen them get out to in some of the other races with this pair, specifically in their semifinal. There was really no catching them. But as we approach the halfway point here, it is still Stetson, maybe now increasing their lead up to a length over Oklahoma City. The race for third place is 4 boats across. I would like to point that out. Every other boat in the race currently in competition for the bronze medal through 1,000 meters. Meanwhile, we have 2 boats here battling it out. And as you said, there's history between these 2 boats, which just adds to that dramatic factor. Stetson likely knows what kind of race this Oklahoma City boat is capable of. And at this point, with half the race left, they're just going to try and hang on here after flying out there at a really high rate.
Well, I certainly love to see a revenge row here. I think we've all been in that position where we have a little bit of blood and a little bit of fire lit at the starting line when we have another crew with a target on their back that we would love to beat. So it's really exciting to watch these races that have a little bit of a history, a little bit of a rivalry going on, and we will see if Oklahoma City will be able to defend that title that they have just recently gotten, or if Stetson will be able to find that next gear that maybe they didn't even know they had and overtake Oklahoma City.
Yeah, it looks like, and as we're on our launch cam here following some of our crews competing for this bronze medal, we see Lafayette there in lane 6 and Mercyhurst next to them in lane 5. Again, a nice shot here of the rowers in the men's varsity pair from Lafayette and Mercyhurst.
Yeah, you know, I really want to point out this beautiful shot here that we see, especially Lafayette here. This is a great example because they're very clear in our screen. You can look at the surge of the boat here. So in a pair like this, you can see exactly where the power curve peaks in these athletes' strokes here. So they get their blades in the water, and when their knees are connected, they're almost all the way down. You can see their arms completely outstretched, which means they're fully connected in the water. So every muscle from head to toe is actually engaged at that part of the race, and that is where you see the boat actually lifted up at the highest point out of the water. So very cool to see that up close and personal as we cross the 1,000-meter mark. If I saw the sign correctly here, again, we've been very up close and personal you know, with these crews. So let's get a better shot here of where we actually are on the course.
Yeah, it looks like we're under 500 meters left to go here for our leaders. That's Stetson there out in front and Oklahoma City now. Both of them raising the rate now. Oklahoma City with a little bit of speed here. Again, Stetson has held them off for 1,500 meters. Can Oklahoma City claw their way back into it? 250 meters left to go, and here we go. Now we see it. Oklahoma City has dragged their way back into this race. Again, at the 1,000-meter mark, we saw that Stetson was up by a length, and now Oklahoma City into the lead. Every stroke they take a full seat. Oh, man, what an impressive finish here. Stetson did everything they can, and now as Oklahoma City has made the pass, a deflated-looking Stetson boat there, and Oklahoma City now opening up water with 100 meters left to go, and it looks like the Bob Nygaard Cup will be awarded to the pair from Oklahoma City as Stetson, with a great, valiant effort, knew what Oklahoma City was capable of, went out super fast, unable to hold them off for 2,000 meters.
Right, I have the Oklahoma pair rowing at a 40 here that just made the move. They threw the punches right at Stetson there, and I believe it is too late for Stetson to respond at this point. They have simply run out of water, but not out of the will to finish strongly. So incredible race, guys. Thank you so much for giving us a little something to cheer for. That was a very exciting rivalry race, but we still have races going on for third place. So as soon as we get a view on that.
And it looks like Mercyhurst will take the bronze here, followed closely by Drexel and then Lafayette and Union in 6th, and that was, of course, the Bob Nygaard Cup. We want to give a special shout out to our national referee here, Brad Nygaard. Brad, who does so much work to put this broadcast together, let alone the rest of the event here. This is Bob Nygaard, named after him in honor of Brad winning the pair 3 times in a row in the early 1970s. So big shout out to Bob and Brad Nygaard there. The men's varsity pair won by Oklahoma City, the silver to Stetson and the bronze to Mercyhurst.
That's right. And after watching a race like that, I certainly want to go get my merch while it's left in the tent. So make sure you run down to the merch tent, get all of your swag from this iconic event here on Cooper River, the 85th Dad Vail Regatta. Very, very exciting races and many more to come.
We'll be right back after this.
With a legacy of nearly 50 years operating as a family-owned commercial construction company serving New Jersey, Philadelphia, and beyond, the Baumgartner Group's mission is clear: to deliver safe, top-quality, and efficient subcontracting services while prioritizing lasting relationships with clients by earning their trust as their go-to building partners while enriching our communities. The Baumgartner Group subsidiary companies collaborate seamlessly together in the glazing, flooring, and masonry trades, along with our administrative support team.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and welcome back, and we are underway here in the Women's Freshman Novice 4 final at the 85th Annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Line up there on your screen from right to left, lane 1 through 6, Union, Jacksonville, George Mason, Rhode Island, Georgetown, and Lafayette from right to left on your screen.
That's right, and thank you for listening to our very humble musings here as we talk about rowing behind the scenes and on camera. It is very nice to have you all with us here watching this beautiful shot of the race here. Again, very clean start. Looks like we are through the breakage zone, off with the women's freshman novice 4 grand final. Always a very exciting race here. I love to see these freshmen and novice 4s race. And even now, still just a few hundred meters in at most, we are seeing all boats connected. Looks like our leader could potentially be Lafayette out in lane 6. Again, watch out for that lane 6. Those outside lanes are so easy to sneak up on the rest of the field, especially if you are a coxswain in the bow loader and you are not looking all the way over across the field. It's very easy to kind of get stuck in your own little universe down there. But if you look down for just a moment, it's very easy to miss a school like Lafayette, program like Lafayette, to sneak up behind you and take the lead.
Yeah, so through 4 races here for these Dad Vail finals, every single boat winning the gold medal has come out of lane 3. And as we are approaching 500 meters in here, George Mason in lane 3 here, the favorite heading into this final. They posted the fastest time in qualifying yesterday and then won their semifinal by a margin of around 11 seconds. So Rhode Island and Jacksonville came in first and second in the other semifinal. And they were separated by only around 4 seconds. And you're kind of starting to see that play out here as George Mason, after the first 500, now into the second 500, looking to press their advantage. There you see the Lafayette crew, though. They're not going anywhere just yet. So Lafayette looking strong in second place here as George Mason continues to show why they are the favorite here in this event. And there's a nice shot giving you a nice breakdown of kind of how this is shaping up. George Mason in lane 3 out in front. Let's say Lafayette there in lane 6 in second place. Following Lafayette, let's go lane 2, Jacksonville. After Jacksonville, it looks like we have Georgetown in lane 5. In 5th place at the moment, Rhode Island. And then in 6th place is Union. Nice shot here of our leaders from George Mason. Again, fastest time in qualifying and the fastest time in either semifinal yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. And if you listen very closely here, you can see or hear, the sound of the coxswains and the catches and the finishes. And looks like we have a little crab here, potentially from Georgetown, but they have looked over and maybe taken a 10 to kind of get right back in the race here. So just a little bobble there from that Georgetown 4, but looks like they have recovered and they have not let Rhode Island overtake yet, although that coxswain is clearly looking over and trying to make a move because Rhode Island actually just brought their rate up just a teeny bit to see if they could take advantage of that little bobble in the Georgetown boat here.
Yeah, and look at Jacksonville there in lane 2 rowing a really calm race, and there you see kind of how things are shaking out. George Mason and Jacksonville beginning to separate themselves in first and second place. Out there in lane 6, Lafayette hanging on to bronze medal position. I imagine Georgetown, Rhode Island, Union all going to press them as we have 1,000 meters left to go now here in this women's freshman novice 4 grand final.
That's right, and we are getting the action cam here up close and personal with this stroke seat here. Looks like, again, a little bit of a bobble on the lanes here. We're getting some very interesting steering strategies going on here in some of these 4s, but they are recovering. They've been able to recover every time. So let's see, who are we looking at here? Is that Temple? I think Temple up close and personal here.
I believe it was Lafayette.
You are right about that. As I see the L on their unis there, my apologies to Lafayette. As we zoom in just a little bit closer, I got a little bit excited there about the steering, as I do as a coxswain, so I missed that. My apologies to Lafayette.
Great race, though, so far from Lafayette. Looks like they are just now starting to relinquish that third-place position to Georgetown. Looks like Georgetown in lane 5 beginning to overtake and move into bronze position. Again, George Mason and Jacksonville really separating themselves for the gold and silver medal, respectively. And the race for bronze right now with 750 meters left to go is really where a lot of the action is.
Good. Now, what are you seeing here? Are you seeing the same thing I am, Joe? We're seeing matching sunglasses here on the women of Lafayette. Do you think that gives them any free speed, any advantage here? The matching sunglasses usually, if they're Oakleys, give a little free speed, right?
Yeah, I think the Oakleys for sure. It looks like Bowseat's got the Pit Vipers though, and I have to be honest, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I know.
An Oakley guy yourself?
I know that's controversial among the youth these days, but I find them to be a little bit ostentatious. It might be the word.
That's right. Well, you know what? Sometimes you need to bring a little flair to the boat, I suppose, like the bucket hats and the neon, and give yourself a little something to stand out with. But it does seem to be helping that Lafayette crew just recover and have a very nice row in the rest of their grand final here.
500 meters left to go now for our leaders from George Mason. Nice shot here as they pass by our camera, showing you just kind of how in sync these 4 rowers are. And with 500 meters left, you can see their legs start to press a little bit faster, trying to raise that rate, not with the recovery, but with leg drive here. And you can see Jacksonville firmly in second place.
That's right. And as we said before, what did we say this morning? Keep an eye on Jacksonville. I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy here, but I want to remind you again to just keep an eye on Jacksonville again. They were a little bit sneaky last time, and they've gotten those points trophies before. So we just want to keep circling back and just keep an eye on them. Keep Jacksonville in the back of your head there. But George Mason, very formidable performance here in the green. Again, rowing really beautifully here as we get just a little bit of cloud cover, which is maybe nice for these coxswains. They don't have to deal with the glare of the sun in the bow of those boats. So very clear field of view. Again, hardly a ripple on the water. Conditions are absolutely lovely. The temperature is perfect. We really could not ask for better conditions for racing these grand finals today.
Final 150 meters here for our leaders, George Mason. Looks like after dominating second place for much of this race, Jacksonville now needing to kind of hang on as Georgetown makes a really nice push here to try and snag that silver medal. Lafayette also going with them. So here we come to the finish line. It looks like Jacksonville is still in that second place, but Georgetown who is now firmly moved into third place, making a push for that silver medal. And they cross by through the finish line here. And the gold medal in the women's freshman novice 4 goes to George Mason here at the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And there's the finish line. I was wondering when it would come.
Yeah, it's so hard for us to see. We get such great close-up shots here. Sometimes we can't see the forest through the trees, and we can miss the obvious, the finish line.
Silver to Jacksonville, bronze to Georgetown. Looks like Rhode Island will take 4th place. In 5th, Lafayette. And finally, Union finishing 6th. Next up on the race course will be the men's freshman novice 4 grand final for the Lindy Cup coming up next. We'll take a brief message.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
To truly help those around us, we must advance technology to meet society's biggest challenges. Researchers at Drexel University's College of Engineering have discovered solutions on the nanoscale with vaccines, now studied by tens of thousands of researchers from more than 100 countries around the world. Vaccines are a family of nanomaterials poised to become the next building block of technology and solve today's most complex issues.
And we're back and underway here at the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta for the men's freshman novice 4, the grand final here for the Lindy Cup. In lane 1, starting on the right of your screen there is Rutgers. Next to them is Texas. In lane 3, Oklahoma City. In lane 4 is Temple. Lane 5, Western Ontario. And in lane 6 is Lafayette. The 6 boats here in the grand final for the Lindy Cup, the men's freshman novice 4. And a little bit of context here from our semifinals yesterday. Oklahoma City with the fastest time in either semi with 7 minutes and 37 seconds. And Temple, your current leader there in lane 4, also winning their semifinals. So each of those 2 schools with the fastest times in their respective semifinals. Second place to Western Ontario and Texas. And you can see there the lane 2 and lane 5 school. Currently, though, coming on the outside there, we've been talking a lot about that lane 6 today. Lafayette, who was in lane 6 in the previous race, out there once again in the men's freshman novice 4. But at the moment, the race for first place between Temple in lane 4 and Oklahoma City in lane 3. The race for bronze is a tight one. As you see, Temple's lead just about 3 seats over Oklahoma City. Currently, let's give the edge to Texas in lane 2. Texas appears to have the advantage for the bronze medal at the moment. We'll see if they can't stay connected to the Temple and Oklahoma City crews. Looks like Oklahoma City made a slight move there, trying to draw just about even. We'll see them here as they come by our launch camera, giving us a nice up-close look at the rowers in these boats. Just past the 500-meter mark. We'll see if any of the signs of fatigue are setting in.
That's right. And as we get our launch cam set here, it looks like we are going to zoom in on a nice shot of Oklahoma City and Temple, if I'm not mistaken. Oklahoma City says their 2-seat has recently gotten a new haircut. He's actually quite proud of this haircut, so we'll see if that pays off for him here. We are looking at them in the fantastic bucket rig here. Very interesting lineup and way that they have rigged this boat. We'll see if that haircut pays off for him, helps him in this free speed here against Temple. Very interesting fun fact there. As we keep our eye on this lane, lane 3 and 4. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you mentioning it now, they're moving out into the lead, so maybe there is a little bit of juju going on with this haircut that this kid got.
Yeah, we'll take whatever free speed we can get, right?
And it looks like Oklahoma City now at least drawing even with Temple, if not moving out into first place. Temple looking strong through the first 1,000 meters as they pass through the kind of break in the course here. You see the island kind of peninsula rather jut out into the race course there and open up behind it to see the stands and the fans as these men's freshman novice 4 compete for the Lindy Cup. Looks like Texas there in sole possession of third place. The 2 outside lanes, Western Ontario and Lafayette, can still make an outside push to get onto the medal stand. Lane 1, Rutgers off the pace at the moment. But man, look at the 2 lead boats here, pretty much dead even now for the last 200 meters.
Exactly. And you know what, in this beautiful shot here with the drone, we can see these 2 boats. Again, these are freshmen and novice 4s. And I just want to point out that these do not look like freshmen and novice 4s. These could be athletes that are first years, and these could be athletes that have 4 years of experience, since this is freshman and novice. So it could be first years. We could see high schoolers that have come up with 4 years experience there, or, other athletes that are juniors in college that are starting their first year here. So anyway, looking at these crews here, absolutely impeccable rowing here, very beautiful blade work, very sharp, and you can see why they are going head to head in this dogfight here for the Lindy Cup.
Yeah, so Oklahoma City and Temple are 2 lead boats at the moment, approaching 500 meters left to go now, the 1,500 meter mark. Passing through right there for our 2 lead boats. We'll try and get an idea as they pass by. Looks like maybe they're flush with the camera just about now, so maybe Temple leaking back in front after a really nice move at the end of that third 500 by Oklahoma City. And here's a great shot from the drone. And it looks like Oklahoma City has the edge by just about a seat at the moment. But really, I mean, when Temple gets those oars in the water, they catch right back up. So the difference in speed between the 2 boats seems negligible, just that Oklahoma City potentially peeking out in front at the moment. And as I say that, looks like the bow seat for Oklahoma City continues to move up that bow deck. He's sitting right there with the coxswain, but can Temple respond? 250 meters left to go in the Lindy Cup for the men's freshman novice 4.
Yeah, I have Oklahoma City rowing at about a 38 here, trying to get a clocked rate on that Temple 8 because they are clearly very similar. Yep, they are very similar here, 37-38 between these 2 boats. So they are side by side stroking at the same stroke rate here. So it's either going to be a battle of wills or who is willing to dig the well a little bit deeper here. What a battle here between Temple and Oklahoma City. You can see that Oklahoma City coxswain just looking over at Temple, urging her crew on, but I don't know if they're going to have enough water for it because Temple bringing it up to into again.
Final few strokes here. Can Oklahoma City do it as they come by the camera angle? They're locked on now. It is incredibly close here. Oklahoma City in the last few strokes is going to take it. Oh, man. Temple looked like they had it. It may have just been a trick of the camera there, but it looked like at the end, Oklahoma City took 4 or 5 strokes that pushed them out in front of Temple, and we'll wait on the official results. And there you see it, 0.6 seconds, the difference between Oklahoma City crossing out in front of Temple. So unofficially, the gold medal to OKC, and then the bronze there looked like Texas held off a surging Lafayette. for that bronze medal. And there you see it, Texas beating Lafayette by just about a second. So great finish there in the Lindy Cup.
Unbelievable move there by Oklahoma City. May rival one of my favorite takeovers previously, like that Army move that we saw earlier in the 8 that was so phenomenal when they almost overtook just at the last second. But again, phenomenal move. This is why I love novice rowing and novice freshman rowing, because you just never know what you're going to see and what gear they are going to find that they didn't even know was there. So very well done, very exciting. And even now we are lining up again on the starting block with a beautiful view of our starting line here for the women's freshman novice 8 grand final.
And as we wait to get started here, looks like we're just adjusting a few points here. Looks like that lane 3 boat there, Wisconsin, just backing it down with their bow pair, still trying to get into the stake boat a little bit. And we'll see here, from right to left, we have Penn State, Temple, Wisconsin, Monmouth, West Point, Delaware. And Coxswain's just adjusting.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Joe, if you don't mind telling me here, what does it feel like to be an athlete sitting in one of these 8s at the starting line? You know you are at the very beginning of what is surely to be an exciting grand final. This is for a cup, so everything on the line here, you know exactly what you are about to go through racing down this 2,000-meter course. What is going through your head?
You know, it's kind of a feeling that folks have told me really never goes away, but you get those butterflies in your stomach as you're sitting here, and that begins to go away as soon as you square your blade, depending for how long they make you sit there with your blade square. Generally, when I was rowing, we were always taught that not to do what these rowers are doing, although with the stake boat it's a little bit different, but you want to be squared up. I think, these starters, we're not doing a quick start, so they will give them time to get their blades squared and into the water. But as soon as, when you're sitting there, you're waiting for your coxswain to do their work, you're looking over, sizing up the other athletes, thinking to yourself, well, I'm better than them. I can beat them. And then you get your blade squared, and that all falls to the wayside. Your head gets locked in on the rower in front of you, the oars on your side in front of you, and you're just trying to make sure you can put as much power behind that oar. It really, in a split second, as we see our rowers are now squared up, all boats sitting ready.
Yeah, and you want that stroke seat to be watching the official here with the flag. You don't necessarily want to wait for exactly when they say go, but you wait for the twitch of that arm. All you need is a subtle, tiny little movement of that flag where it starts to twitch just a little bit for that flag to drop so you can blast off the starting line. And again, as we get our picture back here, we will see that we will go through those starting fractions that you so eloquently told us about previously, where we actually try to get the boat up to speed rather than just push water with full strokes. We actually just pry the boat and pick up the speed little by little in a way that is a little bit more finesse, almost at 70 to 80% pressure rather than full. And we see it here now. We look away, we blink, and we've missed the start. So here we go, about a couple hundred meters in. What are we looking at here, Joe?
Yeah, so definitely seems as though the boat from Wisconsin now pushing out into the lead as expected. This boat from Wisconsin with the fastest time in their time trial, and then with a dominant performance in the semifinal, winning by 35 seconds. So Wisconsin, the obvious favorite here. One of the notes we received from the team from Wisconsin is that all of the members of the Wisconsin team here this weekend are lightweight rowers. So a lightweight freshman 8 here for this Wisconsin team out of lane 3, looking to win the Sarah Vaughn Trophy for the women's freshman novice 8.
They will absolutely be vying for it. This is a great event for them to get ready to go out to IRAs. This is an IRA crew, so these lightweight women will race other formidable opponents like Stanford and Boston University and Georgetown at the IRAs again in a battle for the cup at the IRAs again. So very great that they get to come out here and be at another large regatta and just shake things out a little bit, maybe secure a little bit more confidence again against open weight women before they go out to the IRAs. And if there's anything the lightweight women can do, it is be sharp. And that is exactly what we're seeing here in that Wisconsin boat, as well as some of the others as we get down here in the water with the launch cam.
Yeah, and Wisconsin continuing to press that open lead. And you have to think that for a lightweight freshman boat, a lot of these young ladies were likely recruited to a program like Wisconsin, which does recruit heavily out here on the East Coast in the Midwest. So Wisconsin, a pretty well-known program throughout the rowing community, and these lightweight girls are showing us why. You can see there Monmouth out in lane 4, currently in second place. And again, the race for bronze is a pretty good one at the moment. Looks like lane 6 there, Delaware, with the edge over lane 2, Temple. West Point just a little bit back of those two boats, and then Penn State slightly back of them. So Wisconsin now with open water on Monmouth. And now Monmouth, after kind of trailing Wisconsin there, maybe trying to stay a little bit tighter there with them, expended a little bit too much energy. We'll see if the rest of the boats can try and track down Monmouth over the rest of this race as we approach 1,000 meters in for our leaders.
Exactly, and right now we are seeing Wisconsin just rowing off of our screen here, trying to keep up with their blistering pace. You can see their coxswain leaning in. She's clearly passionate. She's excited. She's feeling it. She's telling her crew we're in the lead. We just need to stay long and loose here. If we can maintain this pace, we will win the cup. So I'm sure she will be keeping her rowers' heads in the game here. Now, one crew that I want to point out that I'm just a little bit excited about, just a side note here, are the West Point women. I think that is such a cool thing to have Army women out here in this 8. Let's not overlook the kind of the novelty factor. Again, very exciting to see them out here doing so well. It seems like West Point has been building their program and just doing such a great job of it on the men's and the women's side. It's lovely to see those gorgeous chevrons flashing, not really in the sun anymore. We have intermittent sun cloud cover coming over. Makes it very nice for these coxswains trying to steer straight down the course. And speaking of steering here, Joe, what are we seeing next to Wisconsin? A little bit of movement here on this steering from Monmouth.
Yeah, so Monmouth definitely kind of drifting over to that port side just a little bit here. It looks like the hope is that they can straighten out. Now, the interesting thing about this course is that it is slightly diagonal, so that point slightly pointed to port may not be the worst thing in the world. The real question for Monmouth right now is, can they hold off this surge from Delaware on the outside? Looks like Delaware has really separated themselves from Temple and West Point solely into third place, trying to get that connection back with the Monmouth crew as we approach 750 left to go now. You can see the orange buoys in the distance, signifying 500 meters left in the race. And a trail shot here of our boat from West Point tells us that Delaware still has a good amount of work to do. Here's our leaders from Wisconsin as they pass the 500 meter mark and head into the final stretch of this race. And really just without a huge mistake can pencil their names in as the winners of the Sarah Vaughan Trophy.
One of them said to go back and
That is right. And it looks like this coxswain has done a great job. Again, just keeping her crew in it. I'm going to see if I can give you a stroke rating here on this Wisconsin 8. Very interesting there. They have a starboard rig. So very cool to see that. 36, 37, so nothing out of the ordinary for lightweights. That is for sure. Lightweights have a tendency to row a bit higher because they can. Not only are they gritty, but they can actually get the rate up and get moving, little hummingbirds all the way down the course. It's always exciting and fun to see a lightweight crew, especially get out here and challenge the open weights absolutely fearlessly like the Badgers are doing right now.
And just about, there it is, the red buoys, 250 meters left to go now for our leaders from Wisconsin. And you see that it appears as though Monmouth has been able to withstand, rather, that surge from Delaware. Delaware now, after a really strong move there in that third 500 to put themselves into position for bronze, going to try and hold off West Point and Temple as we get a nice shot here of our leaders from Wisconsin rowing perfectly in time with one another. Short strokes here for the sprint. Just you can see barely getting those hands now over their foot stretchers. Not a full stroke, much more of a 3/4 stroke here into the sprint. Final few strokes, and the winners of the Sarah Vaughn Trophy, the freshman girls, the women's freshman novice 8 is Wisconsin. For silver, we should see Monmouth cross in just a few moments. Coming out of lane 4 here, Monmouth crossing for the silver medal. And now, depending on what happened there over those last 250 meters, we will see the Blue Hens from Delaware claiming the bronze here in the women's freshman novice 8. West Point takes 4th. Great showing from them.
That's right. And make sure, again, we always want to reiterate that what we say up here and what we see is unofficial. Again, we do our best to offer our humble musings about rowing and the times that we see here reflected in the finish line. So please go to regattatiming.com for all of the official results that will be populating as we speak here. So please make sure that you do refer to that, as well as the merch tent. Make sure you get all of your swag here. Watching these exciting races, you want to make sure that you are part of the action for this very exciting event. Again, the 85th Dad Vail Regatta. And as I speak here, we're getting lined up for the next race.
Yep, this will be the men's freshman novice 8 final. We'll have here Penn State, West Point, Delaware, and Georgia Tech in that order from right to left on your screen. So you see there in the red shell, Penn State, in the black shell there with the black oars, Army. Delaware there in the blue unis with the blue oars, and Georgia Tech with the yellow oars sitting ready there. And we are off here in the boys freshman novice 8 grand final for the Toby Wallace Trophy. We'll see here, quick start, clean start so far. A little bit of choppy water there for Delaware, and you can see it's causing them to go slightly over into the lane of Georgia Tech there. An adjustment there. Looked like Delaware had some really good speed coming out of the start, but a course adjustment from their coxswain leaves them now in 3rd place coming through the first 200 meters. Army out in front, followed by Penn State. Penn State looking strong. And as they continue to lengthen out into the body of the race here, you can see the young men from Army really starting to open this up now. Delaware and Penn State looking pretty close together, starting to fall back, and you can just see the violent nature of those finishes from Army. Really squeezing that home, and you can see the run that they're getting on the boat. Each of the puddles making it past the stroke seat. Really strong finishes there from Army.
That's right. You know, I love that you're talking about the finishes here, because there are so many different ways to actually go through a rowing stroke, and every coach has their own opinion on what that should look like and what makes their crew most efficient and what actually works for their crew. So what works for one crew will not necessarily work for another crew. But one thing that you do want to see across the board is you want to make sure that you actually finish the finish, that you actually bring those hands all the way in, you unhinge at the hips and bring the arms all the way in. You don't cut the the finish off too much at the release, because what that does is waste water and waste a little bit of push, a little bit of leverage right at the finish of the stroke. And we are seeing evidence of that here in the puddles. That is where the blade exits the water there, where you see the water churned up a little bit. Looks like a little mini maelstrom there in the water there, a little vortex in the water there where the blades come out of the water. But one thing that this lead crew here is doing quite well is finishing off those strokes. So they are opening up the body, bringing the arms all the way in. That's why we call this a leverage sport, because look how much run they're getting here. They're getting so much run out of this boat, letting the boat do the work for them. So it's not necessarily just working harder, it's working smarter.
Yeah, an impressive race so far for the freshmen from West Point here. A really nice shot to see the young men in the boat. And it's warm outside today, so each of them looking uniform. You got to give respect to the Army boats. I will say, you know, out of a lot of the teams out there, they've definitely had some of the most coordination when it comes to some of the uniforms we've seen out here today. If I recall correctly, this may have been the boat that we saw each wearing rain jackets yesterday. So now the rain jackets are off and they can breathe a little bit.
That's right. Very good memory there. I had certainly forgotten that since we've had such a beautiful day today. Almost forgot it was even raining yesterday, but yes, you are absolutely right. It's looking like West Point doing a phenomenal job here again in that beautiful black boat, black blades with the little chevrons there. As we look at the beautiful ripples here of the little boat crossing the course, the little launch right there as we bring Army back into view. Just slicing through the cloud cover here. So gorgeous. Look at this shot. I just love it. Flanked here by Penn State and Delaware in a duel for that second place position. I can't even call this bow ball to bow ball at this point.
Yeah, maybe just they're kind of pointed in different directions at the moment, so it's difficult now.
That's not a good sign.
Now that they straighten out a little bit, it looks like Delaware's bow seat is sitting at the bow ball of Penn State. I think that might have been because of Penn State pointed a little bit to the port side there, and then coming back now. We'll see if they can claw their way back through. You can see there, I just don't really love what I'm seeing right now from Penn State, because Delaware has now moved up. We've got 6 seat of Delaware on the bow ball of Penn State, 7 seat now. Pretty much every stroke, it looks like Delaware's taking a seat. So Delaware moving into sole possession of that silver medal. We'll see if Penn State can claw their way back in the final 500. Still a lot of race left. And obviously, some of these crews might have spent their energy a little bit too early. But you can see here, it looks like the boys from West Point are well on their way to winning this Toby Wallace Trophy. 500 meters left to go now. We'll see if they begin to bring the rate up at all.
Right. So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I think I'm hearing you say is that little blip in the steering there really cost Penn State. And so Delaware definitely took advantage of that. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Again, West Point front and center in our view now. But as soon as we pull back, again, do correct me if I'm wrong, but it does seem Delaware took advantage.
It's difficult to say exactly. I don't want to discredit, but you see here the Penn State boat now kind of pointed starboard. I think they're just struggling a little bit. Looked like they might have caught a mini crab there. They're just not rowing in sync at the moment. I think they're kind of rushing it. They know they've only got 500 meters left to row, and it just looks like they're having a really, I can't tell if it might just be our connection here, but it looked like a few difficult strokes there to begin that 500 for Penn State. And maybe continuing at the moment as Delaware continues to move out in front, opening water on that Penn State boat here. But let's stick with our leaders from West Point because they've pretty much rode a perfect race for them at this point. I haven't seen many mistakes. They've had a lot of speed throughout the entire race. You can see that. Obviously, they're winning by multiple lengths of open water here. So just a really impressive race. Pretty much mistake-free rowing here for the boys out of West Point.
Well, I think you're right here. I mean, when you can stay in the lead like this, I think it gives you a certain level of confidence to finish this race in a much calmer way. Clearly here they're rowing across the finish line, very loose, very calm. I'm not even sure that we saw any kind of sprint here. It did not look like a novice freshman crew. So again, very poised, very loose, very calm, very collected. And I think that reflected here in their win of the Toby Wallace Trophy, coming up again, not too far behind them on the screen. Popping up now, looks like Delaware, the Blue Hens, in that lovely blue.
Delaware taking the silver medal there, and looks like we'll have to wait a little bit. And there is Penn State eventually crossing the line, taking the bronze here for the men's freshman novice 8, Georgia Tech, to 4th place. And on the outside lane there is Georgia Tech finishing 4th. And that will do it for the Toby Wallace Trophy. West Point the gold, Delaware the silver, Penn State the bronze. Meanwhile, looks like we are underway here in our next grand final. Looks like we've gotten just a bit behind schedule at the moment, so getting things off a little bit faster. This is the women's varsity double grand final. In lane 1 is Oklahoma City. Lane 2, Wisconsin. In lane 3 is Trent. In lane 4, MIT. Lane 5 is Georgetown. Lane 6, Tampa. So at the moment, the boat from Trent, and if you'll recall from yesterday, the boat from Trent, the fastest time in qualifying, and of course winning their semifinal by about 8 seconds over Georgetown. However, if you look at the times from the semifinal, it was actually the boat from Oklahoma City, which is in lane 1. Or I'm sorry, the boat from MIT finished first in their semifinal. I was looking at a different race. Trent with the fastest time in qualifying and in their semifinal. You can see there on their starboard side is MIT in lane 4, but at the moment Trent well out in front here through the first 750 meters of this one. Let's call it Trent, MIT, followed by Georgetown, and then it looked like Oklahoma City over Wisconsin and Tampa in 6th place. But pretty solid racing so far from these doubles. We've seen kind of a theme throughout the day is that these smaller boats tend to really separate as they get out here. But here in this grand final, these 6 boats have had to work their way to get here in this double race, and we're seeing a pretty competitive race so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've said before, the double needs to be rowed so sharply too. And I think we're seeing a lot of that reflected here in these women's doubles right now. Look at Wisconsin, what we have right now rowing. Again, very sharply. Wisconsin just rows very, very sharply. I think their blade work is really impeccable here, and it's starting to show. And that pays off a lot later in the race too. So even if you're not strong initially, or you don't fly and die, you don't try to hang on to the lead right away, it does not mean that you can't creep up a little bit later in the race, but that takes a little bit of maturity and a lot of confidence in your race plan that is going to pay off later. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this Wisconsin boat again, but a very formidable opponent here in lane 1 with Oklahoma City. So I think we're going to have a dogfight here, and maybe a few places changed by the time we get a little bit later in the race, because right now we have 3 boats across.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like MIT strong position there for silver, but still tenuous as those boats in lanes 1 and 2 maintain a connection with them. Looks like the rowers from Oklahoma City are starting to try and push out into 3rd on their own. And with 1,000 meters left to go now, it looks like Oklahoma City has started to draw MIT in a little bit here. Unsure if anyone's going to be able to catch Trent, but the race for silver and bronze is still a very exciting one, as we see looks like a blue heron there crossing our screen. The wildlife here at the Cooper River Park making its presence known throughout the day today. Always one of the more irritating obstacles out there for our rowers, because it's really something that nobody can control, the wildlife out on the course. But great shot here from our launch as we switch over to the drone shot, showing you Oklahoma City and Wisconsin and MIT. You can see MIT hanging on to second place at the moment, but Oklahoma City has done a really good job of drawing them back in. Trent there at the top of your screen, way out in front here in this third 500. Oklahoma City with a really impressive third 500 so far. I just want to make a shout out to this Oklahoma City team. Already winners of 3 gold medals so far today. Really impressive race so far. Looking to add a little bit more hardware to the shelf in this women's varsity double grand final. See there a shot of Tampa. Oh.
Uh-oh, well, that did not sound good. We will see if anything happened there. We heard a few sounds there on our screen, but we will pull back and see if anything happened there. I'm not sure if I missed something that you saw or...
I just heard Wayne Uff, and I think potentially the girls from Tampa may have ran into our launch camera there. And I'm really hoping that everything's okay. It looked like, you know, the girls, after the sounds were made, we still saw faces.
Right, exactly. We didn't see anybody flipped or anything like that. So we will try to circle around and see what we can find out about that. But for now, we will stick with what we can see and keep reporting on that.
In the meantime, Trent here, well on their way to claiming the gold medal here in the women's varsity double final. And a nice shot here of our leaders from Trent. We hope everything is all right at the back there with our referees and our rowers from Tampa. And there you see the rowers from Oklahoma City peeking onto your screen. Now at this angle, it's difficult to say how they stack up to MIT. And there you see it is now Oklahoma City in second place. MIT now trying to hang on to the bronze as they try and manage challenges from both Georgetown and Wisconsin. So Wisconsin and Georgetown, and you see there the rowers from Tampa still very much in this race. So the rowers from Tampa, although they may have had to stop for a little while, are still racing and under the 500-meter mark here.
That's right. So maybe disastrous for their race here, but at least they are okay. Disaster has not struck in any serious injury type of way. As far as we can tell for now, they are still moving. So that is positive to see. But what a race. Again, you know, it's very interesting the last few races. We've just seen one dominant force over and over again, oftentimes coming out of lane 3, not always, but that lane 3, there's something in the water just in that little stretch here. I don't know, Joe, do you have a count on how many of the last lane 3s have been a winner here?
Every single final so far has been won by lane 3. And Trent will make it no different as they approach, and just a really dominant weekend here from this women's varsity double from Trent. They won the time trial by big time. They won their semifinal by big time. And here they are winning the gold medal by big time. And we'll see here if Oklahoma City was able to hang on to that silver medal. And in fact, potentially looks like Wisconsin followed by Georgetown there, or MIT followed by Georgetown there. It was Oklahoma City, so we just kind of missed them there in lane 1.
It's very easy when we're switching camera angles like this to have a crew sneak in very quickly just when we blink or look away for a moment. So again, that's why we always just refer back to the final results here. Again, thank you for bearing with us if we have a place change at the last moment. Do go check regattatiming.com to make sure that you get all of your official results there as they populate after we try to make our best call.
Meanwhile, again, as we try and get ourselves back on the schedule here, the men's varsity double, the George Hines Trophy is out onto the water. George Hines recently passed away, so we send our condolences to the Hines family and everybody involved who in George's life or anyone who may have been touched by George's presence. Obviously, the Hines Rowing Center in Conshohocken, home to a number of our Philadelphia clubs and teams. In the meantime, here in this men's varsity double, we have in lane 1, Virginia Commonwealth. In lane 2, Dominican. In lane 3 is William and Mary. In lane 4 is Oklahoma City. Lane 5 is Pittsburgh. Lane 6 is Florida Tech. And so far, we have a barn burner here between William and Mary and Oklahoma City. Now, here's an interesting kind of dynamic to this. Women's varsity a pair won by William and Mary. Men's varsity pair won by Oklahoma City. So here we are in the men's varsity double, William and Mary, Oklahoma City, two crews who we've seen competing in these smaller boats throughout the day today, back out there again for one of our final small boat races of the day.
Exactly. I love that you pointed that out. And I love a little bit of background, a little bit of history to kind of see what lights the fire of some of these athletes, because sometimes there's a lot of rivalry that goes on behind the scenes that we don't necessarily see. So I want to just push back a teeny bit here to lanes 1 and 2, that is VCU and Dominican here. A lot of these Dominican athletes, again, coming from that small program there, a lot of them walked on last year, maybe 2 years ago. Brandon Pineda, the sophomore, started in the men's double, started rowing at San Miguel Academy in New York as a middle schooler. So he does have a few years under his belt there. Rowed in St. Benedict's in Newark, is now the captain of the young team of the Dominican University. So a very young captain out here racing in the grand final for the varsity double as a walk-on just a year ago. So that really speaks volumes to the type of athlete and leader he is. And we will keep an eye on lanes 1 and 2, VCU and Dominican, because they are just boat lengths behind our clear leaders.
Yeah, 1,000 meters into this race now, it looks like William and Mary has just pulled out maybe bow deck to stern deck for Oklahoma City. Again, still so much race left between, not much between them. After 1,000 meters, another 1,000 meters left to go. William and Mary with the momentum at this point. We'll see if Oklahoma City has it in them to try and claw back over the next 800 meters. And you can see there, let's call this, we'll say William and Mary out in front. In second place, Oklahoma City. Third place to the boat from Dominican. They're in bronze position at the moment. Looks like VCU in lane 1 currently in 4th, but not by much over FIT there. Florida Tech in lane 6. Pittsburgh there in lane 5, currently in 6th place. And it looks like Oklahoma City, as I was just breaking that down, has been able to draw back even now with William and Mary, certainly outstroking them by just a little bit here. You can see, and as I say that, looks like they are now even on the stroke rating, with maybe the advantage to William and Mary. But either way, two boats that are really evenly matched through 1,250 meters here. Really not
I have
much.
Oklahoma City at a 35, and right now looking like, let's see what we can grab here. William and Mary. You know what? My apologies. That was William and Mary at a 35. And let me grab Oklahoma for you as we speak here. About a 33, 34, but potentially bringing it up because now they know that they're in a dogfight. So they're going to start to throw some punches back and forth. Is it going to be an action, reaction, or are these crews going to stick to their race plans? That's what I always want to see. Are they going to start throwing punches back and forth and see who can make these constant little jabs and moves, or are they going to actually stick to their own race plan and execute when it comes time to sprint? Because we are coming up to that last little bit here. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, so when we can get another angle there, you can see it is the rowers from Oklahoma City really starting to press that advantage. Looks like they, at around the 1,250 meter mark, it looked like maybe William and Mary had gone out in front of Oklahoma City. 1,000 meters left to go, maybe bow deck to stern deck. Looks like Oklahoma City has regained that deficit and now improved upon it and is now well out in first place. We'll see here as they approach 250 meters left to go. You can see there they are now entering the red buoys, meaning 250 left to go. Really not much between these two crews. We've seen it up and down the race course. That last camera angle that we saw made it seem as though Oklahoma City had pulled out into the lead. Looks like you can see they're both still kind of looking across. The rowers from William and Mary trying not to look to their left.
Oh, this is a nail biter for sure. Both of these crews just wanting it so badly.
And it looks as though Oklahoma City has opened up this lead. And our first gold medal coming from outside of lane 3 appears to have happened here for the George Hines Trophy in the men's varsity double. Oklahoma City taking home their 4th gold medal here at the Dad Vail Regatta in the men's varsity double, winning the George Hines Trophy here. Oklahoma City, silver to William and Mary.
Yeah, very well rowed there, and it looks like we have 2 more races coming up behind us between VCU and Dominican, and then Pittsburgh and Florida Tech on the outside. As soon as we get those bows across our screen, we'll try to give you some placings there, but we've lost them just for the time being while we keep our eye very closely on the finish line.
Yeah, it had looked for a while there like Dominican was in that bronze position, and they do cross for the bronze, it appears. Pittsburgh and VCU crossing next. And there you see Florida Tech. Looked like Pittsburgh maybe taking 4th or 5th rather. Or maybe 4th, yeah. And then VCU in 5th. It was, in fact, Pittsburgh for 4th. VCU coming across 5th. And then Florida Tech there out of lane 6 in 6th place. Great race there for the George Hines Trophy, the men's varsity double. Oklahoma City taking home their 4th gold medal of the day.
Yeah, really impressive. And again, we see these races going by one at a time here, and we take note of these winners. But you have to keep in mind, again, just the back of your mind, that there is a points trophy. And so we want to keep remembering that some of these crews that win a place here and win a place there really start to add up. And so even though we have these big boat individual winners or these very exciting races, there's actually a lot going on behind the scenes that, again, we can't forget. It's kind of like looking all the way across the lanes and finding out lane 7 is suddenly sneaking up on you again, or lane 6 is sneaking up on you again. So you have to be very careful, very mindful of that. But we are looking at the next race coming down the course. Joe, tell us about it.
Yeah, definitely. This is the women's 2nd varsity 4 grand final. We have, from right to left, in lane 1, looking really good, Loyola, Maryland. In lane 2, Drexel. Lane 3, Georgetown. In lane 4, Wisconsin. Lane 5, Lafayette. And in lane 6 is another boat from Georgetown. This is the women's 2nd varsity 4 here. And it looks as though our leaders at the moment are Loyola, Maryland out of lane 1, followed closely by Wisconsin. After Wisconsin, it's Georgetown. Georgetown to Drexel. Drexel to Lafayette. Lafayette to the other Georgetown boat. But you can see here the 2 boats out in front. Loyola, Maryland from lane 1 with a surprisingly great first 500 meters here.
Right, and again, checking out that we have a Georgetown A, again in lane 3. We'll see if lane 3 gives them a little bit of luck. We'll see. And as well, a Georgetown B. So again, that speaks to the depth and the volume of these programs that not only have 2 4s in a 2nd varsity grand final, but definitely a deep team. We have definitely seen multiple Georgetown entries in quite a few of these boat classes and events, which is really great. So again, really speaks to the depth of the Georgetown team.
Yeah, keep an eye here on this Georgetown boat. They had the fastest time in qualifying yesterday, and then they had the fastest time in either of the semifinals. Wisconsin also winning their semifinal. Loyola, Maryland finishing pretty far off of Georgetown in their semi, but putting up a really great fight so far today. And you can see now that boat from Georgetown beginning to work their way back on the Wisconsin. And again, these are Wisconsin lightweights going up against open weights from Georgetown here. And Georgetown just starting to reel them back in. You can see they've gone past Drexel and Loyola, Maryland. Drexel now starting to pass Loyola as well. Wisconsin doing everything they can to hang on as Georgetown begins to hunt them down here with 1,000 left to go.
I don't know. Is Wisconsin hanging on? I have them clocked at a 35. It looks to me like they are going to do whatever they can to push away. Again, we will see on the outside. Who knows how they're feeling inside the boat. This is just my musing as a coxswain from a drone's view away. So very hard to tell what is actually going on in the boat without actually being there. But clocked pretty high to 35. And looks like we are going down almost in reverse lane order. So that is Wisconsin, followed by Georgetown in lane 3, followed by Drexel, followed by Loyola, Maryland. And a beautiful rainbow of boats, multitude of colors here.
Pretty even difference between each of them.
This is a very visually pleasing thing that we're seeing here. Very artistic view with the placing of the boats and the vibrancy of all the colors here.
Check out Drexel in lane 2 now. They're really making a push. Georgetown there had gotten their bow ball all the way up to that 3-seat. It looked like at one point for Wisconsin. Wisconsin with a response. And now Drexel trying to take advantage of maybe a little bit of a lull in the Georgetown race. Definitely looked like Georgetown had really attacked that first half of the third 500. And now as we approach 500 meters left to go, Georgetown giving up some speed there to both Drexel and Loyola, Maryland. But Georgetown definitely with something left in store. Wisconsin trying to hang on. Drexel now easing back in to their base after definitely taking a slight move there. Approaching 750 or 1250 left to go now. Or I'm sorry, 750 left to go now. And it looks like Georgetown is starting to make that move before the final 500. You see that bow ball beginning to creep up. Drexel's trying to go with them. Loyola Maryland trying to go with them. That rainbow that we talked about just beginning to shrink back down again as we approach 500 meters left to go. Georgetown and Wisconsin, your leaders at the moment.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing here is sort of a now or never moment. And of course, I know this well as a coxswain. When you are sitting in the same position for such a long stretch of the race, at some point you have to tell your crew nothing changes if nothing changes. So we need to actually make some difficult decisions now and either dig a little bit deeper and make something happen or let them walk away with it and stay right where we are. So we have the option, but we have very few meters to do it. So it's time for us to go.
So that's the order right there. Wisconsin, Georgetown, Drexel, they are in position for the medals. The question is who will win which one? Just under 500 left to go now, approaching that 250-meter mark. Wisconsin hanging on for dear life. Looks like Drexel is now settled firmly into third place, and look at it there. Georgetown, 1 seat down on Wisconsin, clearly with the speed. Here they go. Their stroke rate is higher than Wisconsin's after being lower for much of this race, and they are now even with the Badgers. Can Wisconsin hang on? Drexel now coming up on them as well. Wisconsin going to hold on to silver medal for dear life as Georgetown begins to walk through them here in the women's second varsity 4. Can Wisconsin hang on to the silver medal as Georgetown pushes their way into gold medal position? 250 meters to go now for those 3 boats.
Ooh, this is where it pays off to have a little something left in the tank, because you never know when another crew is going to pull something out of their pocket and make a move like what we just saw from Georgetown. Quite a move here. Surprising maybe the Badgers of Wisconsin. We'll see, though, if they can respond. They are lightweights, so they're quick on their feet. But we will see if they have enough time to do it, because now Georgetown is throwing quite a punch here.
Yeah, final few strokes here, and as they come to the finish line, it is Georgetown looking really strong here. The Hoyas coming out of Washington, D.C., taking the gold medal here at the Dad Vail Regatta in the women's second varsity 4. Congratulations to Georgetown. The silver medal here will go to Wisconsin. Wisconsin able to hold off that surging Drexel boat. Drexel maybe went a little bit too early there in that third 500. And there they are. It looks like they lost a lot of speed there at the end of that race. Drexel finishes in third.
Well, it's always a risk, isn't it? When you get to the grand final, sometimes you have to try to take a chance, and sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. So it's big chance, big risk, big reward, as we say. So sometimes that can really pay off if you get ahead and stay ahead, and you can get that comfort level and kind of lengthen out and settle into it and just keep everybody on your stern rather than your bow. But here for Drexel, it didn't quite pay off for them, but does not mean that they didn't execute a very solid race. We just had a great move from Georgetown and the quick-footed Wisconsin Badgers in that lane next to them. So really great racing there in the women's second varsity 4 final.
Up next is the men's second Varsity 4 final for the Ken Shaw Trophy, and we'll be right back after messages.
Something is worth doing, you should do it with every ounce of your being. Our students are pioneers, and they're committed to getting the most out of their college experience. They seek experiences beyond their classes or their major, and we have more than 50. A Marietta College student wants to write and direct a campus play, score the game-winning basket, and complete a serious research project with their professor. We know Marietta College isn't for everyone, but it might be the perfect fit for you. Learn more today at marietta.edu.
How did industrial design students get a surfer back on their board? Jefferson, redefine possible.
With a legacy of nearly 50 years operating as a family-owned commercial construction company serving New Jersey, Philadelphia, and beyond, the Baumgartner Group's mission is clear: to deliver safe, top-quality, and efficient subcontracting services while prioritizing lasting relationships with clients by earning their trust as their go-to building partners while enriching our communities. The Baumgartner Group subsidiary companies collaborate seamlessly together in the glazing, flooring, and masonry trades, along with our administrative support team.
All right, and it looks like we are well underway here in this second Varsity 4 men's final for the Ken Shaw Trophy. We'll let you know how it's shaken out, but first up, the lineup from right to left: Colgate in lane 1, West Point in lane 2, Drexel in lane 3, LaSalle in lane 4, lane 5 MIT, and in lane 6 on the left-hand side of your screen is Georgia Tech. So LaSalle, your leaders at the moment. And again, Drexel yesterday, the fastest time in the time trials, but when it came to the semifinals, LaSalle put up the fastest time. So both Drexel and LaSalle winning their respective semifinals yesterday. LaSalle with a faster time in a different event. So at the moment, let's say it's LaSalle, followed by Drexel. Looks like lane 1, Colgate there. Currently in third place, but they're super close with West Point and MIT, and potentially just Georgia Tech there, off in lane 6 in 6th place. So LaSalle, the Explorers, trying to hold off their city rival Drexel here in the men's second Varsity 4. And our drones are flying back out over the race course now. We'll see all 6 boats there. The race for bronze, particularly good one, as Drexel and LaSalle have really separated themselves from the rest of the pack here with just about 750 meters left to go. The race for third between Colgate, West Point, and MIT is a really tight one. It's tough to tell exactly, but I would like to give the edge to Army at the moment there in lane 2 as LaSalle and Drexel continue to push away from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I think you're right. That West Point crew also challenging MIT, but Colgate, you can tell, is going to try to make a move. I'm wondering if Colgate might go a little bit early on that sprint and make a bold move and see if they can overtake West Point in lane 2. Again, just a prediction, humble musings. I know nothing of their race plan, but I do my best. And of course, sitting here as a coxswain trying to figure out what I would do in this position as we come into the last 500 meters. Very, very exciting. It's never over until it's over, as we've seen time and time again. But right now our leaders, LaSalle and Drexel, taking the lead again, hometown rivals. Very excited to see them out here racing each other on a different venue, maybe a different day, different venue, but these crews do get to see each other fairly often. Be curious to know if they keep their cards close to their chests when they are out there on the Schuylkill River, going down the course with that little dog leg in it that we all love so much. But here we get to see them from the drones. Absolutely beautiful shot of the Cooper River from above. It is LaSalle in lane 4, again connected bow to stern by Drexel.
Yep, and approaching that 250-meter mark there on the south side of the Cooper River Park. And it looks like LaSalle, after a strong move at the start of the 500 from Drexel to get their bow ball, get up closer to that stroke seat. Looks like LaSalle has now opened a bit of water here on Drexel, and with just about 250 left to go now, a really strong position for LaSalle to be in. And here's a nice shot of the entire field. And you can see that that race for third is still pretty tightly contested by the rest of the boats in the field. Georgia Tech maybe just off the pace, but not by much. You see here our leaders from LaSalle making their way. Just 100 meters left to go now for LaSalle. You see Drexel there in lane 3, looking like they will settle for the silver. And as they cross the finish line, the gold here in the Ken Shaw Trophy to LaSalle. Silver to Drexel. And the race for bronze here is on. We'll stay right here at the finish line camera. And it looks like West Point there takes the bronze in a really tight finish for fourth place. Maybe give the edge to Georgia Tech out there with a really great finish.
Yeah, always hard to tell here when we just have this very tight shot of the finish line here. We can't see anybody sneaking up there with some of those very close races. But again, that's why we keep pointing you towards regattatiming.com. So all we can do is offer what we see here.
And you see that finish there for 5th and 6th place, 0.08 seconds, 0.08 of a second for MIT over Georgia Tech. So 2 boats here in our next race that is underway. The women's 3rd Varsity 8 Grand Final. Whitney, can you let me know who these boats are?
I would love nothing more, Joe. In lane 3, we have Georgetown, and lane 4, we have Fordham. So do not be fooled by the flanking empty lanes in lanes 1 and 2 and 5 and 6. So right now we have a duel between Georgetown and Fordham, again, speaking to the volume and depth of these different programs on the women's side. Very large programs, very strong, very historied programs. Again, it's looking like the 3rd Varsity 8s actually don't look like 3rd Varsity 8s, which again usually indicates that a lot of these 8s get to race and spend a lot of time bow ball to bow ball, maybe multiple 8s across, and get to train with their varsity programs or their more experienced athletes, which really sets up the younger boats for a lot of success when they come out here on a stage like this and start to race. And as we are looking at that now, approaching the 500-meter mark, we're looking at a few little steering blips here from both boats, actually. But our clear leader is Georgetown in lane 3.
Yeah, Georgetown here looking strong for this women's 3rd Varsity 8 final. And you see there you have Georgetown and Fordham in the time trial. Georgetown had a faster time by just about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and as we look down on Georgetown taking the lead here over Fordham, I'm going to see if I can get a stroke rating for you on the clock here. Actually rowing pretty high through the meat of the race here. Again, as we say, rowing at about a 37, so 37 strokes a minute. Again, the way that we calculate that is we tap a clock here with the stroke seat whenever she gets her blade in the water and catches that oar there, gets a grip in the water. And we do that twice in a row, again, on the stroke seat. And we calculate that for you. So I have Georgetown there at about a 37, 38 maybe. And let me see if I can grab Fordham's stroke rate for you. Just one moment here.
Yeah, so a really nice stroke that we're seeing here out of this Georgetown third Varsity 8, continuing a theme that we've talked about throughout as we moved into some of these sweep events on the women's side. Georgetown's name keeps cropping up. We just saw their women's second Varsity 4 win. Looks like they're well on their way to winning the women's third Varsity 8. We'll also see them in the women's second Varsity 8 as well as the women's Varsity 8 final coming up later this afternoon. So the Georgetown team really all over the place here in these women's events. Look for them to be a strong competitor in that points trophy later today.
Exactly. Those are the ones you have to watch out for. And like I said, I have Fordham clocked at about a 37. So both crews stroke for stroke. So it will come down to other things if we remove that barrier or that similarity here between the two crews, since they are both at about the same stroke rate. We have to look at things like power, like steering, like accuracy and catch timing. So that is going to be the difference here in these two crews. So Georgetown, again, we don't know exactly what it is, if they're just a bit stronger, if they're steering a little bit straighter. We don't know exactly what that variable is that's getting them out in front, because the stroke rate is about the same. But we are looking at Georgetown as our leader by, I'm going to give them 3 boat lengths or more. Again, our drone is a little bit deceiving sometimes, but we are seeing some very beautiful, sharp rowing from this Georgetown crew. Clearly practices with more experienced athletes out there on the water.
Yeah, and you have to give a shout out to Fordham here. They are one of the only crews along with Georgetown fielding 3 separate women's Varsity 8s, along with all the 4s that we've seen them compete in. So the Fordham program really deep, filled with a lot of rowers. So really nice to see that Fordham team out here showing out.
Absolutely. I mean, that is not to be overlooked. It really takes a long time to build up a program like that and to have such depth and such talent from top to bottom. So, again, huge props to both of these programs, very strong for very different reasons. And, again, both of these schools are ones that we are going to see time and time again that have done very, very well historically at this regatta as well as their own. So we will again see Georgetown and IRA crew. The lightweight women, though, are the IRA qualifying crew. Unfortunately, not the open weight women. So that will be the lightweights and the men of Georgetown there.
Georgetown, their open weight women still with a chance to win this coveted points trophy here, at least on the women's side. Last year, of course, the trophy was split between Bowdoin and MIT. It just seems like, although MIT is here, seems like we have less boats from MIT. Although, looking ahead, definitely some of the lightweight events, we will start to see MIT cropping up. So Georgetown, MIT, some of the boats, teams to look at. Obviously, MIT wanting to go back-to-back here in the Jack and Nancy Seitz Women's Point Trophy.
And look at this cool shot here overhead. We don't get to see that too often. You can see those beautiful puddles actually getting just a little bit shorter. So if you look at that stroke seat, they're actually still in those little vortexes of the finish of the person right behind them, the athlete right behind them. So they are starting to shorten up a little bit, which could mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That could mean that they're just bringing their stroke rate up just a little bit. Again, hard to say exactly from this overhead shot until I try to get clocked stroke rate for you on that. So let me see if I can do that for you now, because you can almost guarantee, yep, here we go, already at a 38. So that's what happened here. They brought the stroke rate up just a little bit, which means they're going to start sitting up a little bit taller. And again, I'm not sure how this coxswain is going to call this finish. Could be up 2 into, it could be up 1 pip at a time, but they are starting to bring the rate up and sit up just a little bit taller so they can bring it home through that finish line.
Yeah, a few hundred meters left now in what should be a gold medal finish for this crew from Georgetown. I believe in events such as this, when there's only 2 boats, they will only be awarding the gold medal. So no silver here for Fordham, but still a valiant effort and a really a great sign for the depth of the Fordham program to field 3 Varsity 8s out here today as Georgetown takes their final few strokes here and takes the gold in the women's third varsity 8. Fordham following shortly after. And there you see Fordham crossing the finish line. Next up on the race course will be the men's third varsity 8, as we have a nice shot there of our Philadelphia skyline, the Benjamin Franklin Bridge on the right-hand side.
That is right. Always thanking Jefferson, our title sponsor here, again, with that beautiful view of Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love in the background there. Spectacularly clear day, just a little bit of cloud cover. Not much has changed. Conditions are absolutely perfect. Again, there is no excuse for not some great rowing out here on the Cooper River, because we have no Whitecaps to blame for anything going on out there, which makes it very exciting and, again, very, very fair across all of these lanes, as we've mentioned before. So really, really wonderful conditions. Again, temperatures are staying down just enough, so it's very comfortable out here to be able to row until we hit that finish line there. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. Very excited trying to see who is at the starting line here of this race, and if we're going to get this camera view for you in just a moment. So forgive us as we zoom back up to the starting line, hopefully in just moments.
All right, and there we are sitting at the starting line from right to left on this screen. In lane 1 is Drexel. Lane 2 is Rutgers. Lane 3 is also Drexel. Lane 4, Temple. And in lane 5 is St. Joe's University. So a little bit of context here. No semifinal, 5 boats here from the time trial straight into this final. The fastest time in qualifying was Drexel with 6 minutes and 42 seconds, followed by Temple, then Rutgers, St. Joe's, and Drexel. So look for this this Drexel A boat out of lane 3 to set the pace early on. Obviously, each boat at the start, a new race with a chance to win. Looks like all boats are sitting ready. A little bit of a slight point adjustment there out of St. Joe's.
And again, we've gone over this just a few times, but really good point there, bringing up, getting the point there from the coxswain here. So again, we are not down there with the officials, so I don't know for sure right now if they're doing a quick start or a polling start. And the difference here is that a polling start means that they recognize hands. So you will sometimes see a coxswain hold up their hands at the starting line there, and that means that they are still adjusting, still getting their point, or not quite ready to start the race yet. The official will go down the lines from lanes 1 on and poll all crews to make sure that they are ready, and then do a countdown and drop the flag. Or they may do a quick start where they just say ready, go, or a countdown start where they count down from 5 to 1 and drop the flag. So here we are. The boats have taken off 5 bow balls across here, and what a start this was. Very clean and nearly through the breakage.
Great shot here as our drone drops down and gives you 5 boats across at the moment, not much separating them. You saw there a little bit of a port-oriented start for Drexel, but as they begin to straighten back out here, they're still kind of hugging that port side, you see, but they are moving out in front pretty much with each stroke they take, opening up another seat onto some of the competition. However, Temple there in lane 2, or Rutgers rather in lane 2, starting to go with them. So let's call it through the first 250, Drexel, Rutgers, Temple, St. Joe's, Drexel, in that order. Really nice shot here of our leading boat from Drexel.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And we have, again, a near chevron leading from lane 3. That is no surprise today. Whoever is in lane 3 for today must be feeling pretty lucky. If we had known yesterday that everyone should have been racing for lane 3, that would have been good to know yesterday, but here we are. So we're seeing a beautiful chevron again forming here with Drexel A in the lead, flanked and sandwiched by lanes 2 and 4. That is Rutgers and Temple. And you know what? I'm actually going to reverse order there and give Temple just the slight advantage on that one. Then go Rutgers, but don't forget St. Joe's on the outside there in lane 5. Followed very closely again by Drexel B in lane 1.
Yeah, so now you see Drexel with a length of lead on top of Temple, open water for the rest of the field. Temple, the only boat remaining in contact here with this Drexel third Varsity 8. Again, could be sign of things to come for Drexel, the defending champions in the second Varsity 8 and the men's Varsity 8. So Drexel obviously winning the men's point trophy last year, looking to go back-to-back again after Temple won the men's trophy back in 2019. So Drexel looking to add to their prestigious hardware from the Dad Vail Regatta.
Absolutely, and you said it here first too. Drexel, also the defending champion in the men's Varsity 8, so you better believe that that type of legacy trickles down to the second and third 8s as well, because it is on for the rest of the crew to try to uphold that legacy. You know, they will want to defend their title all the way across all 3 of these 8s at least. You better believe that this is going to be a pride row for Drexel. So if they can hold it here and maintain, again, a long, loose, confident race plan, they may be able to hold off these other crews. We never say it's over until it's over, as we say, but Drexel looking quite good. Again, much more experience than just what we would think of as a third Varsity 8.
Yeah, Drexel looking really strong here as Temple on their starboard side maintains that second place position. Looks like Rutgers has now fallen back into 4th place as St. Joe's moves up into bronze position here through the 1,000 meter mark. Just about 750 left to go now for our men's third Varsity 8.
Yeah, I want to point out, too, again, what we're looking at here, one of the reasons that I think Drexel is doing so well, again, always in my humble opinion, commenting on technical things here, but look at the run that Drexel is getting to. We're seeing them pushing out of those puddles. Again, we've said that numerous times here, but very, very roughly, you get about 10 meters per stroke at pace here. And so what we are looking at is Drexel really utilizing the speed of the boat to actually glide out of those puddles before placing their blades in the water again. So again, that's very efficient rowing here. And that is one of the reasons that I'm going to speculate is one of the reasons that they are in first at this time. And also just looking very long, very strong, very loose here. This is a very loose, confident crew.
Yeah, 500 meters left to go now for the Dragons as they look to put the finishing touches on an impressive race here in the third Varsity 8. Temple looking strong as well, moving into that silver position. We'll see if they can hold off pushes from both Rutgers and St. Joe's, but the A boat from Drexel. And again, just to shout out, there are 2 Drexel third Varsity 8s here, so fielding 4 separate 8s at this Dad Vail Regatta and looking to win each of the men's 8s events.
Yeah, exactly. It really becomes a pride thing, doesn't it? You know, when you have this kind of legacy to defend at your own program, you can't be the boat that, you know, that wants to just kind of give it up or doesn't have a stake or an investment in also trying to maintain that legacy and that reputation and grab some of those other cups for yourself and those other gold medals for yourself. So here we are seeing again Drexel. We've said it before, we'll say it again, the Drexel Dragons leading from lane 3. Again, not to overlook this Temple crew here, also looking quite good in the lane next to them in lane 4 and just peeking out behind them, St. Joe's, but not far off.
And final few strokes here as the gold medal in the men's third Varsity 8 final is won by the Dragons from Drexel. And we'll stick right here on this finish line cam and check it out as we anticipate Temple coming through next. And there is the boat from Temple, followed closely by St. Joe's.
We saw that coxswain throwing his hands in the water there, splashing just a little bit. Very, very excited for Drexel to be winning that 8. So, you know, just a few more 8s to go. So they have set the precedent now. So Drexel, there is 1 of 3 in the bag for the gold medals. So we'll see if the others have the tenacity to take it and defend their titles.
Meanwhile, it looks like we are underway here in our women's second Varsity 8 final. 3 boats here. We have Fordham, Georgetown, and Drexel. So we were just talking about during that women's third Varsity 8 final how Georgetown and Fordham, the only crews to field 3 8s. Well, now we can add the Drexel team into their ranks as we see Georgetown, Fordham, and Drexel, 3 boats here in the women's second Varsity 8 competing for the Coleman D. Boyle Trophy.
That's right, and we are already seeing it here again. Lane 3, Georgetown.
Yeah, yesterday in the time trial, Georgetown put up the fastest time at 7 minutes and 59 seconds, but it wasn't too far out in front of Drexel and Fordham, who finished right around similar times. But again, when you start from a static start, it's kind of a different race than the time trial, and especially when you have boats next to you that you can kind of use as measuring sticks for your own speed. As you see here, approaching 1,000 meters remaining and 1,000 meters in, Georgetown with open water here on the boat from Fordham.
Exactly. You know, I'd like to actually point out some of the rowing here in this Fordham boat. Of course, we just pulled away right as I was about to point it out, but I do want to give some props here to the Fordham bow pair. Very, very sharp rowing here. And again, I think rowing a bow pair, rowing in the bow, is a very difficult position in an 8 because you oftentimes feel like you're going to be left behind. And so it's very easy for a bow to start rushing a little bit more and slamming the body weight into the stern, which really hurts the backs of the stern pair. I'm sure we've all heard a stroke pair go, oh, my back is hurting. I feel like they're slamming into the back of me. So it takes a very patient, very confident bow pair, I think, to actually be a little bit patient, like I said, back there and have a lot of self-control and also very, very technical rowing. So you can't slam into the front of that catch, and you also have to be very sharp and very deliberate with your blade work because you are helping set the boat massively. And when it comes time to needing that front wheel drive, when it matters, you are not only going to be the first one that crosses the finish line, hopefully if you're in a leading position, but you are very relied on to help set the boat. So very important up there in the bow. Just want to give some props to that Fordham bow pair.
Yeah, and here we are into the third 500 of the women's second Varsity 8 final. Georgetown maintaining a solid lead over Fordham. Fordham well out in front of the boat from Drexel, and as this drone follows along, you see into this Georgetown boat. You can see the port and the starboards begin to diverge right over their knees. You can see as they get closer to the gunnels and they reach out over there, the different sides of the boat heading out into each different direction, the hypnotic movements of an 8.
You know, I'm really glad you brought that up too, because what we're talking about here, in case you can't quite see the view that we are, is these athletes are actually rotating around a pin. So they're actually sitting up and rotating their bodies around. If they're doing it correctly, they're actually staying tall at the catch. They're not actually diving down into the shell, but we want to keep that body weight very, very still on the seat as we move forward and rotate around the pin at the core as we reach with that outside hand and shoulder staying up and tall. So we really want to avoid diving down into the shell, which does offset the boat a little bit. So very well done to that Georgetown crew that we just had that beautiful drone shot of.
Yep, and just under 400 meters left to go now for Georgetown. You see Fordham peeking onto their screen as well, and a nice overhead shot here of our 2 leading boats in this women's second Varsity 8 final for the Coleman D. Boyle Trophy. And you can see Georgetown approaching the final 250 meters here, just about 2 strokes before they hit those red buoys. And there they go into the final stretch here. And again, Georgetown, one of the programs we've been really highlighting all day as they continue to add hardware. This will be the 3rd gold medal in as many women races for Georgetown. They've won the women's 2nd varsity 4. They've won the women's 3rd varsity 8, and now they have won the women's, or are about to win, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself, about to win the women's 2nd varsity 8. So the last 3 women's races we've seen have all been won by the Georgetown Hoyas.
Right. As much as we would love to say that rowing is predictable, it's never over until it's over. We've seen boat stopping crabs just strokes before the finish line, which does not seem to be happening here. You know, it seems to be going quite well for the Hoyas as we cross. So I think we can now safely say here, now that they have crossed the line, Joe, you've called it correctly here. Once again, you've been so great with the stats. Really appreciate that there. Fordham coming in next, followed by Drexel.
And Georgetown winning the Coleman D. Boyle Trophy here for the women's 2nd varsity 8 at the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Next up on the race course will be the men's 2nd varsity 8 competing for the Bayer Trophy. And we'll see here as our drone brings us to the start. We can see our men's 2nd varsity 8s sitting just about ready to go. We have in lane 1, Rutgers. Lane 2 is Drexel. Lane 3 is LaSalle. Lane 4, Temple. 5, St. Joe's. And in lane 6 is Jacksonville. And they're off here in the men's 2nd varsity 8 competing for the Bayer Trophy.
That's right. And in the 2nd varsity 8 final here, 6 lanes across, always very, very exciting at the start. We call it organized chaos. There's a lot of sound. There's a lot of sights. There's a lot going on here. So it's really important for these crews to stay very internal and for those coxswains to say, look, nothing matters right now but the sound of my voice and getting through those fractions, getting the boat up to speed here, because as I've said before, I'll say it again, it is like getting a freight train up and moving from a dead stop. So we actually start not at full slide here, as you've so eloquently put it for us earlier in the day here. We actually do a few fractions here at about 80% pressure or so. It doesn't even need to be at full pressure because we're not trying to rip water. We're trying to move the boat. So we're trying to keep those oars anchored in the water here, take a few fraction strokes just to get those boats up to speed, which is what we are seeing here with it looks like all boats still connected and through the breakage zone.
Yeah, so yesterday in the time trial, LaSalle finished with the fastest time and then won their semifinal. However, the 2nd semifinal ran at a much faster pace than the first, with Temple in lane 4 here actually winning semifinal number 2 by a margin of just about a second on top of Drexel. But as we see this race begin to play out, it is in fact Drexel out of lane 2 through 500 meters with the edge. But again, these semifinals yesterday in this 2nd varsity 8 were very exciting. And you can see there, it's really Drexel by only about 3 seats over Temple. Temple maybe 2 seats over LaSalle. LaSalle with maybe 4 or 5 seats on top of St. Joe's. So the 4 Big 5 schools competing, or the Big 6 schools, I should say. Drexel not technically a Big 5 school, although they did play in the Big 5 games this year. And always much, very competitive here at the Dad Vail Regatta. You can see now Drexel with about 7 or so seats on top of LaSalle. LaSalle starting to move back through Temple there. Temple just trying to hang on, and St. Joe's hanging out at the back there. These 4 boats all in contention for the medal stand.
Yeah, exactly. You said it here too. Again, this is so, so cool to see all of these 8s across. This just makes a race so incredibly exciting, not only to watch, but to actually participate in. So a lot of these crews here, again, as a 2nd varsity 8, are going to be pressured a little bit by their own teams to try to grab medals in this race here. The Bayer Trophy, again, this does sort of become a pride race in a way as well between their own teams. So if we have a varsity 8 and a 3rd V that is also vying for one of those medals, it's really important for all the varsity 8s. I can guarantee you all of these varsity 8s are going to try to do a clean sweep. Now,
Yeah,
that doesn't always happen, but we will see.
1,000 meters now into this race. Drexel obviously trying to go for a clean sweep of the men's 8s races, the 3V, the 2V, and the 1V. They've got the 3V down. Now onto the 2V. They are winning here, but Temple and LaSalle still super close to Drexel as we have just about 800 meters left to go now. It looks like Temple now has drawn back even with the Dragons. LaSalle just a few seats down on either of them in between. So St. Joe's dropping back into a solid 4th place as Rutgers and Jacksonville fight it out for 5th and 6th. We turn our focus back to these first 3 boats here. It looks like Temple now. Temple leaking out in front. Drexel just trying to hang on as LaSalle starts to make a move. LaSalle now drawing back even with Drexel. Temple with about a few seats on the 2 schools to their port side. Looks like we're passing through the track field over there on the right-hand side, opening up into the spectators area, approaching 500 meters left to go now. We'll see the orange buoys in just a moment. And here they are approaching, and you can see still 3 crews all the way across. There's the 500-meter mark. We'll see who goes first.
I can feel the tension from here. I am hoping if you are out there on the shoreline, you come down to see the finish of this race right away. Do not miss the finish of this race because we have Temple, LaSalle, and Drexel all vying for that spot. Keep an eye on Drexel here, challenging Temple on the lane closest to us. Again, this view is very deceiving, so we still want to give the lead to Temple up there, but get down to the shoreline and cheer for these 3 crews because this is going to be a heck of a race. This is a nail-biter, Joe.
Temple with a great move there in between the 500s, right at the end of that 3rd 500, heading into this final 500. Looks to have taken a pretty solid lead, and you can see it there. Temple with about 4 seats on top of Drexel. Drexel now heading into the 250 meters, and you can see there's a bit of a diagonal on this course. So Temple, with the advantage in the outside lane there, is going to get into that final 250 meters first. Drexel with a lot of work to do here, but they've got some speed. LaSalle just starting to fall off. There goes Drexel's stroke rate. Can they catch Temple?
Temple went early. I think this coxswain made a really smart move here. They started sprinting early. They are already at a 42, and you can tell they are sitting up. Their blades are going in. They're sharp. They're at a 42. They're emptying the tank at this point. So that coxswain made a smart move going early and securing their spot for the gold medal in the 2nd Varsity Men's 8 Grand Final. Again, it's not over until it's over, but here we go.
With almost open water, Temple takes the 2V. Drexel, the silver. LaSalle, the bronze.
That was a smart race by Temple. Very well raced there. 5:59, phenomenal time there for a 2nd V8. Again, really great conditions out here, but what a race again with Drexel. Barely 2 seconds behind there, very roughly. I'm no mathematician. Again, make sure you go to regattatiming.com, followed closely by LaSalle and St. Joseph's, Jacksonville, and here we go with Rutgers rounding out the field. And look at that skyline here, Joe. What a clear day. Just want to, again, thank our sponsor, Jefferson, again, for helping us with getting these beautiful views, having all of this available to us. Your sponsorship really helps, and look at these shots that we can get because of that. Your contribution to the regatta is very, very much appreciated as we fly these drones right back to the starting line so we can grab our next race.
Yeah, next up on the race course will be the women's lightweight varsity 4 for the Robert S. Bess Trophy. We'll be right back after these messages.
The day had come. Founded to educate the pioneers of the U.S. space program, Florida Tech's history is making history. Today we carry on this legacy, redefining what's possible, transforming dreams into reality, embarking on the endeavors most pivotal to the future. Florida Tech, making history, shaping the future.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Looks like we are underway here in our women's lightweight varsity 4 final. We have from right to left, we have Penn State, Wisconsin, MIT, Georgetown, and Gordon here. The women's lightweight varsity 4 looks like a great start so far from MIT. Again, I mentioned MIT, the reigning points trophy co-champion from last year. They tend to really dominate these lightweight women's events here at the Dad Vail Regatta. We'll see if they can't do the same here.
Yeah, and I want to point out, too, just make a note that Penn State will actually go on to Accra. This is a student-run club, whereas the other teams here from Wisconsin, MIT, Georgetown, and Gordon are all IRA schools and will shake it out again at the IRAs in a few weeks. So it's very fun that they get to be out here on a course together. Very rare that a lot of these lightweight programs actually get out on the same course together. So a lot of times they are dueling around the country just a little bit and don't often get to see their West Coast rival like Stanford. They have BU, who has also had a phenomenal season, the Boston University lightweights, phenomenal season up there that many of these crews will be vying for and chasing down at the IRAs in a few weeks. So this is a great opportunity for all of these crews, again, and then Penn State to come in the field and join them for a lot of really exciting lightweight varsity racing. So very, very cool to see all these crews out here.
Yeah, so in the time trial yesterday, MIT with the fastest time of 8 minutes and 23 seconds. The next fastest was Georgetown, 8 minutes and 33 seconds. And you see here on your screen those two leading the way at the start. So the results from the time trial yesterday were MIT, Georgetown, Wisconsin, Gordon, and Penn State. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if it finishes any differently from the time trial in today's grand final for the Robert Espes Trophy. Espes Trophy.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tongue twister. I've had a few of those myself. I won't say what they are so I don't get roasted online again. I will roast myself before it happens, but we will do our best as always. So we thank you for sticking with us through these exciting races here. Again, looking like MIT, is that lane 3 here that we're seeing MIT and Georgetown again? So MIT rowing very long here, very loose, a little bit higher rate. Actually, I'm going to clock that for you as they start to walk away from Georgetown and open up water just a little bit, so maybe a half a boat length or so, but still moving as we speak. So let me get you a stroke rating on this MIT boat. I always love to see what the lightweights are doing here. So here we are in the meat of the race, the body of the race, and we are quite high. I have them at about a 38, 39. Not too atypical, maybe a touch high. Again, depends on how this crew prefers to row, as long as they are efficient, not just getting rate for the sake of it.
And MIT looking really strong here, continuing to open up that lead as they approach the halfway point here. You can see that orange buoy there signifying that the race is halfway over, and you still have halfway to go.
Yeah, and we actually don't tell our rowers that, right, Joe? Because that is not what you want to hear. You're halfway to go. We try to make it a little bit more eloquent and give you something to do through that 1,000-meter mark.
Definitely.
Like we are hoping to see some of these other crews do following MIT, which is way out there in front. For some of us, we call that a horizon. But we hope that some of these crews can actually close the gap just a little bit. But look at the shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot here as we see Wisconsin on the left hand of our screen, currently in position for the bronze. Again, holding firm with the results from the time trial yesterday as MIT continues to press their lead. Georgetown firmly in second, Wisconsin firmly in third.
Now, what do you think, Joe? Do you notice a lot of difference in the styles of lightweight and heavyweight or open weight rowing? I know that's kind of a big question, but we do see a difference sometimes in like the brute force versus the finesse. Is there anything that you notice in particular that we see in lightweight rowing that might just be a little bit different than a heavyweight or open weight crew?
Well, certainly I think that one of the more interesting things about rowing in general, specifically at a lower level, is that early on in the spring, the lightweights always win. And it is very difficult from a heavier boat. Just from my experience from my senior year in high school, it took us about 2-3 months into the spring season to beat the lightweights in practice. But once we beat them, there was really no looking back. It's kind of one of those things where once you break the seal and you can take down your own team's lightweights, you feel really comfortable about your ability to continue to beat them. But they're craftier in a lot of ways. They can row at those higher rates, and they know it takes you a little bit of speed. So I think when a lightweight crew knows they have your number a little bit, they can get out to a fast start, and they say, okay, you big brutes, like, do you have the mental fortitude to catch us? Because we don't think you do. So.
I like that. Crafty. That is a great word to describe lightweights. And correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is basically a heavyweight crew, like an 8, let's say, gets up to speed and stays up to speed, whereas the lightweights are kind of quick right off the start. So if you can catch them, you might have a chance, but first you have to catch them, and that can be very difficult to do, just like we are seeing here with MIT way out in the lead, followed again with open water. I can't even count how many boat lengths right now. A little bit hard to say, maybe 100 meters or so. Again, our drone is a bit deceiving, so I don't want to call that too early. Lane 4, Georgetown, and then followed by Wisconsin in lane 2. So Penn State and Gordon still flanking the field here, but just off of our screen. So when we get a chance to see where they're at, we will definitely do that for you. But right now, we're looking at MIT way down the line.
Yeah, 250 meters left to go now for our leaders from MIT. Georgetown following somewhat closely behind them, and you can see now how this is shaking out. We've got Gordon out there in lane 5, currently in 4th place, and then Penn State in lane 1, currently in 5th place. But few hundred more meters left to go now for our leaders from MIT. And again, we want to talk a little bit about how MIT, obviously, the defending points champion here so far through the day, obviously in the women's event. Oklahoma City really, and Dominican and William & Mary really shown through in some of the earlier smaller boats. As we get to the bigger sweeping boats, we're really seeing a lot of Georgetown today. So don't be surprised if we continue to see Georgetown win gold, if we also see them potentially raise that points trophy at the end of the day today.
Yeah, and as we speak here, watching some of these crews come across the finish line, I think you're really smart to bring that up because we do have a few crews that we've mentioned quite a few times. Again, various boat classes, men, women, they're all over the place. So again, it becomes a little bit difficult to keep track of some of these crews that have been part of so many different events. So it can be very, very easy to sneak up on a points trophy. So you never want to overlook the importance of getting involved in a lot of these different events in some of the smaller boat classes as well.
Most certainly, as you see on your screen, Wisconsin crossing there for the 3rd place finish, as we'll wait just a little bit longer for Penn State and Gordon. And definitely part of the conditions being so much better today, we're seeing a lot of faster times as they come across the race. And it looks as though, as we wait for those two schools to finish in the women's lightweight event, the men's lightweight Varsity 4 is out onto the race course and setting off at a blistering pace. For this event, we have in lane 2, Western Ontario, lane 3, Mercyhurst, lane 4, MIT, and in lane 5, Gordon. That is Mercyhurst there in the bucket rigged 4 in lane 3, currently out in front, followed by MIT. From MIT, it looks like Western Ontario there in lane 2, currently in 3rd place.
Just to point out very quickly, I had to clock that Mercyhurst 4. They are at a 38 right now, so they are really blasting out of the blocks here. That's pretty cool to see, followed closely by MIT, rowing maybe a little bit longer here. Let me see if I can clock a stroke rate for you. A little bit of a bobble there, so 34, 35. Let's see if MIT can kind of clean that little mistake up right there and get right back in it. They're clearly strong enough, so as long as they can recover okay and hang on to Mercyhurst in lane 3 next to them, then they might have a chance here.
Yeah, Mercyhurst with the fastest time yesterday in the time trial with 7 minutes and 6 seconds. MIT 15 seconds behind them based on the time trial. And you can see here through the first 750 meters, Mercyhurst opening up water lead onto MIT. MIT with a big lead themselves over Western Ontario. And again, in turn from Western Ontario down to Gordon. So definitely the closest between two boats in this race right now is between first and second, Mercyhurst and MIT. Not too much between them, but as we move through the 1,000 meter mark, Mercyhurst continuing to open up this lead on MIT. Two crews we've seen here that have really embraced the lightweight events, Mercyhurst, MIT.
Yeah, that's right. And we do have some crews here that have some good legacy in the light men's 4 as well that are actually not racing right now. So in a way, that leaves it open for, leaves it up for grabs. You know, we have some new crews, some fresh blood here in the lightweight 4, which makes it really exciting. Trying to find our returning champion, if we have any here, but we do have some crews again that are not racing in this year, like Iona University did not have a crew in this race. So again, up for grabs. So it's very exciting here. We are looking at Mercyhurst, followed by maybe a boat length. Open water again, this drone shot can be a little bit deceiving, so it could be just a little bit more, so give or take on that. But again, looking at this beautiful skyline of Philadelphia in the background of the beautiful Cooper River, and you can see our little boathouse that we are seated in, peeking up behind the trees there just below the Philadelphia skyline. And as we come into view here, getting a little bit closer to the crowds, please come down to the shoreline and cheer on the Varsity 4 of the lightweight men.
Mercyhurst continuing to open up a big lead here in this men's lightweight Varsity 4 final, racing for the James J. Lynch Trophy. Mercyhurst well on their way to winning that as they pass through the 1,500 meter mark here. 500 meters left to go for our leaders from Mercyhurst, looking to hold off MIT there in lane 4.
One thing I love to see is a lightweight sprint, so I'm anxious to see what Mercyhurst is going to throw down, even though they are in the lead in this bucket-rigged 4. But will they be chased down by MIT and then Ontario, Western Ontario, and Gordon on the outside? So I love to see the lightweights dig a little bit deep. They just have so much grit. There's a little bit of an X factor in a lightweight boat, lightweight 4, lightweight 8, lightweight double sometimes that you see out there. And so here we go with the red buoys in sight, and we will see what kinds of sprints these lightweights throw down and what kind of show we get to see rounding out our field. Mercyhurst, MIT, Western Ontario, and Gordon.
Yeah, it looks like a really strong finish here from MIT. Mercyhurst had really started to open up that lead there, and obviously still well out in front, but MIT not necessarily going down without a fight. They could have just kind of stopped there, knowing that they were well out in front of Western Ontario. But you can see here they definitely closed down that enormous Mercyhurst lead just a little bit there. But now as we come to the final strokes, Mercyhurst definitely entering a sprint here, knowing that this one's pretty much under wraps with just a few strokes left for the James J. Lynch Trophy. It is coming to the finish line now. Mercyhurst for the gold.
I have them clocked at a 38-39, so pretty good finish here. They don't really need to go much higher to move the boat faster because clearly it's worked for them. So coming across the line first, looking very, very sharp there, Mercyhurst in lane 3, and lane 3 strikes again.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few boats come from lane 4 or lane 2 to win, but for the most part, lane 3, you know, carrying over from the time trials has been the winning lane as we see Western Ontario cross in 3rd place. I'm getting a notification now that our intrepid reporter Nolan Marasco is out onto the field. Nolan, what do you got for us? And we are back underway. Thanks, Nolan, for that info. From right to left on our screen here in the women's club varsity 4 final, we have in lane 1 West Point, lane 2 Penn State, lane 3 is Texas, in lane 4 is Pitt, 5 William and Mary, and in lane 6 is Georgia Tech. In these women's club varsity 4 final.
Yeah, we are off to a clean start here. It looks like all boats still connected. Maybe lane 1, West Point, falling off the pack just a little bit here. Not by much quite yet, but I do want to point out again to keep an eye on William and Mary in lane 5. They are the recent 2nd place finishers in this event. Have done pretty well here in these club events over the course of the spring. So do just kind of keep an eye on the blue boat of William and Mary. But right now they are just short of Georgia Tech on the outside lane with our clear leaders. If I'm looking at this correctly as we speak, Texas followed by Penn State and then go all the way to the outside, Georgia Tech. And let's see, followed then by William and Mary. Again, the recent Sierra 2nd place finishers. So there is some power and some experience in this 4 here. So we don't discount them yet. Followed very, very closely again by Pittsburgh here just on the inside, flanked between Texas and William and Mary, and then West Point in lane 1. So we will keep an eye on how this develops. Again, still very early on in this race, but right now your current leader is Texas in lane 3.
Yeah, Texas with the fastest time in the time trial yesterday, 8 minutes and 51 seconds. And then after that, a lot of closer finishes between Pittsburgh, Penn State, and William and Mary. And you can see those 3 crews currently vying it out for that 2nd place as Texas continues to push their advantage over Penn State. Penn State at the moment in 2nd place. You can see there on the left side, we've got Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech also making a strong push out there along with William and Mary and Pittsburgh. All 3 of those crews now trying to track down Penn State. We'll see if they can get to Penn State and if the 4 of them have any chance of tracking down this Longhorn boat out of Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we have our clear leader, Texas. Again, if they can maintain this this row that they are having now, a little bit loose, kind of understroking some of the other crews. Again, let me see if I can at least confirm that for you instead of just going on looks here. But it looks like the race is really happening behind Texas here. It's really happening behind the Longhorns. So again, as soon as we can get another view, looks like Texas here, just to interrupt myself, at about a 33-34. Very solid for the meat of the race here again, but it is the race happening behind them that we want to keep our eye on.
Yeah, it looks like Pittsburgh there out of lane 3, despite being in 5th place through that first 750, has now moved into 2nd place, beginning to overtake Penn State. Texas still well out in front, but you see there now lane 3, Pittsburgh has moved in to 2nd place. We'll see if Penn State is able to hang on to that bronze medal position, or if they will continue to give up their lead to William & Mary and Georgia Tech on the outside there in lanes 5 and 6, pushing through this 1,000 meter mark. 1,000 meters left to go now. Penn State still within striking distance of Pittsburgh. If they can kind of regroup here, they can go back for that silver medal. But Pitt, obviously the second fastest time yesterday in qualifying, looking to try and see if they can't close some ground between themselves and the boat from Texas.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, to notice the spread here in an event like this. Again, very typical for today, as we've seen before. We'll probably see it again. Again, don't want to make too many early predictions here, but that lane 3 is a very highly seeded lane. So we will see a lot of leaders looking at potentially lane 3 and lane 4. But again, lane 3 so far seems to kind of be the lucky lane today. But we are seeing quite a spread in some of these events because this is a club event. So we get athletes of all different abilities and experiences. You know, we could have some that have very little experience, some that have 4 or 5 years of experience, all coming in together. So you get a very mixed bag, which is what makes this race very exciting. So again, you could have a lot of experienced athletes versus very inexperienced athletes across the board. And these athletes typically are helping run the club themselves. So the way the club is run is a little bit different than a fully funded varsity program that may move on to, IRAs or, so a lot of these crews will end up going to ACRA as well, not the IRAs. So they will meet again, very exciting. But we are still seeing Texas here in lane 3, followed by Pittsburgh with a few boat lengths back open water. Again, I hate to make those calls too early because our drone and our camera angles can be a little bit deceiving, but there is open water between those crews.
Yeah, definitely. And Pittsburgh seems to have closed down that lead just a little bit. Texas's lead shrinking just a little bit, but that's fine in this third 500 for Texas, knowing that they can have such a big lead to work with, and with this final 500 can really put it home. Maybe just taking their time a little bit through that third 500. Pittsburgh trying to make a move to either secure that second place or maybe see if they can't nip at the heels of the Texas boat. But as you see here, nobody really within striking distance as Texas makes their way to the finish line.
That's right. And this is where the strategy and the pride comes in here. We see the Longhorns ahead, but they could either take it through the finish line at this race and at this, at this rate and at this pace that they are at now, or they could choose to put the exclamation point on it and cross their T's and dot their I's and end up with a sprint all the way through the finish and just give themselves a kind of a pride row here at the finish, really execute the race plan that they came out to execute, even though they are not necessarily pushed as much as some of these other crews might be.
Yeah, 250 meters left to go now for our leaders. You see there into the red buoys, letting them know. And you can see just how much that lead was closed down by Pittsburgh there at the end of this race. Really impressive finish from Pittsburgh as Texas doesn't seem to be too bothered by the fact that this race is about to end.
They are really unbothered, although I bet they are happy that this race is about to end.
Yeah, of
because
course.
As we know what it feels like to race a 2K, me sitting here as a coxswain talking about this, the rowers, I'm sure, are undoubtedly excited for it to be over, but also just to execute a great row. Is that what you're seeing here, Joe?
Yeah, Pittsburgh, this is really incredible finish from them. I almost wish they had tried to go a little bit sooner, as they've really closed down a lot of space between them and Texas. Even in the last 500 meters, Texas still going to win by open water, but look at that, only about 4 to 5 seconds behind them is the boat from Pittsburgh. And we'll see how this race for bronze ended up shaking out here. And it looks like our boat out of lane 2 there. Penn State takes the bronze, followed by William and Mary, and then Georgia Tech. Depending on where West Point finished, I don't think we had that lane 1 in our view. They're potentially a little bit further back as well. Meanwhile, looks like our next race is out onto the course and underway. This is the Men's Club Varsity 4 Grand Final. So the women just went down the race course. Now the Men's Club Varsity 4, and it looks like we've got a pretty close race, at least at the start here. We have in lane 1, Pittsburgh. Lane 2 is Fordham. Lane 3, the Florida Gators. In lane 4, West Point. Lane 5 is Texas, and in lane 6 is Penn State. So as this gets underway here, looks like Florida and Army both out to pretty good starts here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's looking like quite a battle again between lanes 3 and 4. Again, our top seeded lanes going into this event. That is Florida and West Point. So again, I'm going to give the edge to West Point, but not by much. And again, it is so early on in this race. Actually, you know what? Now that we change our camera angle, I'm going to give it to Florida. But again, it is so hard to tell. They are so tight. They are so close together. We have a few different races going on, 3 and 4. That is Florida and West Point, potentially for Fordham and Texas, pardon me, right there. And then Pittsburgh and Penn State on the outside. So again, we're seeing that chevron shape going into what looks like the 750.
Yeah, and just about 750, as Whitney just said, into this race. Not much to separate Florida and West Point. We have Florida is the pole winner yesterday from the time trial. Florida, of course, with the fastest time at 7 minutes and 34 seconds, which has allowed them to race out of lane 3. West Point just finishing 15 seconds behind them. And you see there, Florida starting to inch out just a little bit in front of West Point. As I said, West Point not super close to Florida in terms of the time trial, but again, different conditions throughout the day could have led to some issues along the way. But as we make our way past our vantage point here at the Camden County Boathouse, we can see Florida starting to take a few seats. Looks like Florida by just about 4 seats now over West Point. You can see the stroke seat for Florida sitting just about even with the bow seat for West Point. That's what I mean when I say 4 seats. It's the 4 seat, the stroke seat in the Florida the boat is sitting even with the bow seat for the West Point. And now you see they continue to move forward. West Point not totally going away, but Florida looking really strong here into the second half of the race.
Yeah, you know, as you were talking, I was kind of watching this Florida and West Point crew, and it seems like, I'm going to go out on a limb here. This is really, really nitty gritty, but I'm going to say power versus finesse here and a little bit of sharpness. So I'm going to give the power to Florida, but I have to say this Army boat is rowing really sharply. Their blade work is really impeccable here. So at some point it could come down to finesse versus brawn, and which one will play out when these athletes start getting extremely tired in that third 500 and those brain cells start to go and you have to switch on the autopilot, because what we try to do here in this sport is create an autopilot or create that automatic response to just rowing a good stroke when you are as tired as you are. So luckily they do have a coxswain here to help steer, so that does help them here. But right now it's looking like the power is playing out a little bit as Florida has kind of cleaned up a little bit of their blade work, just had a few little blips there, maybe with a couple of strokes, but they have gotten it back. So right now we are seeing Florida combined with that power and maybe just a little bit cleaner catches, kind of matching that Army boat there in lane 4, kind of starting to walk away with it.
Yeah, Florida now with their stern deck sitting at the bow ball of West Point. Looks like potentially opening up a bit of water as we move into the final 500 here. You look back at this race and you see that the race for bronze is becoming a pretty tight one here for this club, Varsity 4. You have looks like Fordham at the moment in bronze position. Fordham over Texas, Texas over Pitt. All three of those boats still with an opportunity to get onto the medal stand. Really tight between Fordham and Texas. Pitt definitely just a little bit back there as we see Florida continuing to maintain this singular boat length lead on West Point with maybe just a seat of open water there between them.
Yeah, you're right. I think, we would be remiss not to point out the race for the bronze medal here, the third place position, because we do have Pittsburgh, Fordham here in lane 2, and then Texas all the way out on the outside here. If I'm looking again, as our camera gives us a little bit better view, we will try to give you some other places here. But yeah, let's not overlook that bronze medal position here, because that is still up for grabs.
Yeah, and you see Florida looking to put the finishing touches on this one. They have opened up this lead quite a bit now after pretty even through 1,000 meters. Florida decisively winning the second half of this race. And you'll see here as they cross into the finish line here, West Point trying to make a push at the end, but Florida with just a seat of open water there between them and Army as Army crosses in second place.
That's right. Florida just putting the cherry on top there of that race. Phenomenal start and phenomenal finish by Florida, racing at about a 37. So even a little bit low to fight for it, but I think they were pretty confident that they were going to grab that spot right there. So as we see our times populate on the screen here, do make sure you're going to regattatiming.com for all of your official results. But Joe, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, Fordham taking home third place there. Texas just about a second and a half behind them, or closer to 2 seconds behind them. Pittsburgh finishing not far after that in fifth. And here comes Penn State finishing in sixth place. So congratulations to Florida on the gold medal in the men's club, Varsity 4. As we go back to the finish line here, we see we are sitting ready now. The women's Division II, Division III, Varsity 4 final here. All boats seem to be sitting ready, and they're off.
And you can see the fractions here. Actually, this is a beautiful shot where we can actually see those fractions that we've been talking about play out here. So you can see their strokes start to lengthen out just a little bit more and a little bit more as they get these trains moving here. And right now we are 6 boats across. So early on, soon to be through the breakage point. Looks like all boats now through that breakage point. So no one's safe. Now it is anybody's game. So if you have any breakage or jump a seat now, that is on you.
Yeah, so Embry-Riddle with the fastest time in qualifying yesterday. And then at the end of the day yesterday, we saw some of these semifinals. Embry-Riddle won their semifinal number 1, beating Jefferson by about 6 seconds, and then another 4 seconds back to Union. In the other semifinal, Tampa, lane 4 on your screen at the moment with the red oars, they won by just about 6 seconds over Rollins, and then another 2 seconds to Mercyhurst. So overall, in the semifinals yesterday, not a ton of time between any of these 6 schools. And through the first 500 meters, we're starting to see that play out, as it looks like we've got a bit of a goose problem there in lane 1, causing them to miss a stroke. So hopefully they don't lose too much speed in that Union boat.
That's right, and best wishes to the goose who was hit here. Let's definitely keep our eye on Embry-Riddle and Tampa here. Tampa in lane 4 again, taking the lead just a bit over Embry-Riddle. But we're seeing a very interesting thing happen here on these outside lanes here. Let's keep an eye on Union and Mercyhurst, because again, this is what happens when you're not paying attention. You get a crew like Mercyhurst who sneaks up on the outside in lane 6 without anybody noticing because they're so far out there. So what do you think, Joe? Is it advantageous to maybe have the lucky lane right in the middle of the course where you can see everybody around you, especially as maybe a coxswain down in the bow loader? Or is it advantageous to be on the outside where almost nobody sees you and isn't paying attention?
You know, I think it's a mentality thing. I think you can win from any one of these lanes here on the Cooper River. So, there's certain confidence. Obviously, these crews have had time trials and semifinals to place them in these events, but if they were just 6 boats across randomly, I don't think it would mean too much anyway if I was a rower. In fact, I've always kind of been a fan of being on one of the outside lanes so I can have one boat next to me, but the rest of the boats don't really know where I'm at. That's kind of always been a little bit more fun for me. Obviously, it's not always advantageous. A lot of the courses that you row do have current advantages into the middle lanes. Here on the Cooper, not necessarily the case, but the time trials, the semifinals obviously allow the seating, giving the preferable lanes 3 and 4 to the better qualifying boats. And you can see here now Tampa out of lane 4, continuing to maintain a lead, although maybe not as strong of a lead as they once had. And we can see here across Embry-Riddle and Mercyhurst, maybe give the edge by about half a seat there to Mercyhurst out of lane 6.
Yeah, exactly. We've talked about many times before, too, when you maintain a lead at the beginning or you jump out and you grab the lead and try to secure that for yourself, it can be a very, very bold move. It's a very bold race strategy, and it's very difficult to hang on to that lead. So a lot of times what we'll see happen is later on in the race, you see the crews that actually emphasize a little bit of a slow burn, as we've talked about, where their length and their confidence and their patience is actually what pays off for them in the end. So they don't go grab it immediately, but they wait and they wait and then they go. And that's when it's pretty exciting when we see these changes happen in about the third 500 and these crews start throwing punches at each other.
Yeah, really impressive race so far through 1,000 meters for Tampa. Looks as though Embry-Riddle has started to move past Mercyhurst. So a great start there from Mercyhurst. We'll see if they're able to hang on to that third position. Looks like they're getting a strong push here from lane 2, Rollins. Rollins in lane 2 looking really solid. We can't see Union, but the fact that we can't see them tells me that they're probably in pretty good position there in lane 1. And then out there in lane 5, currently off the pace, Thomas Jefferson University. I'm interested to see where that Union boat is, though, out of lane 1 at the moment, as Tampa continues to lead Embry-Riddle over Mercyhurst.
Right. We do the best we can here with some of these crews. You can actually see their trail just a little bit. You can see their stern trail, just the remnants of it, which means they're probably up ahead just a little bit because we can't see much of it. So somewhere along the line here, we do the best that we can with the camera angles, but Union is somewhere in the mix. But again, we are still looking at Tampa as our clear leader, with Embry-Riddle really trying to challenge and overlapping. I'm going to say they're getting real close bow to stern here. So you better believe that Tampa is keeping a very close eye on Embry-Riddle in lane 3.
So Union is very much in competition here for this silver medal now that I'm looking at it. Embry-Riddle is in second place. Mercyhurst has fallen off of Embry-Riddle a little bit here. Looks like now Union and Mercyhurst are about even. There's that Union boat in lane 1. You saw them there a little bit at the end, competing for this medal stand. Again, looks like Tampa, followed by Embry-Riddle, Mercyhurst, and Union. The 4 boats at the moment competing with Rollins and Jefferson a bit off the pace at the moment. Great shot here as we go into our final 500 meters of the girls from Tampa, continuing to maintain that lead. Again, Embry-Riddle with the fastest time in qualifying. You wonder if maybe Tampa decided to sandbag that race a little bit, or if here in the final they're just rowing the best race they've had so far this season, taking Embry-Riddle by surprise maybe.
Well, here we see it now with Tampa. Look at this shot here. So Embry-Riddle really trying to make a grab for it, at least getting latched on to their stern there the best that they can. I don't know if we'll have enough water. We will see. This would be quite an upset if Embry-Riddle were able to overtake Tampa at this point. But let's see if we can get a stroke rate for you as we see those beautiful red blades of Tampa flashing in the glint of what little sun we have left here. We're starting to get a little bit of cloud cover. but I have them at about a 34, and they have been there for the majority of the race, which means that they are very comfortable and very efficient here, and may not have that many rates to go up as they start to sprint. So if they're very comfortable here, they may not need to take it up to a 40 or 38, whatever they decide to sprint at. They may be able to settle at about a 36 or so. But again, I'm just speculating. I'm not the coxswain in the boat here, so we'll see hopefully very soon as we see our first red buoys here, we will see what Tampa decides to do.
Yeah, just about 200 meters left to go now for our leaders from Tampa. Embry-Riddle maintaining that second place, and it looks like they're pretty firm there. I was wondering if for a second we might see Mercyhurst and Union make a push for that second place, but Embry-Riddle looking really strong here, maybe with not enough speed to catch Tampa at the end, but certainly enough to hold off Mercyhurst and Union. However, looking at those two boats, the race for third is incredibly tight. So Tampa, Embry-Riddle looking to lock this down, win the first and second place here in the women's D2, D3 as Tampa crosses the line and gets the win. Embry-Riddle crosses second. The race for third looks like it's going to be, we can't see Union here. Mercyhurst crosses. We'll have to see the results. Looks like Union then just crossed at the bottom of the screen. So Mercyhurst taking the bronze. Looks like they're lane 5. Thomas Jefferson finishing in 4th. And we'll likely see Rollins finishing in 6th place. So Jefferson in 5th. Rollins there in 6th. So that went Tampa winning the gold. Embry-Riddle taking the silver, Mercyhurst the bronze. Union finished 4th, followed by Jefferson and Rollins in the women's D2, D3, Varsity 4. Meanwhile, getting them off quickly here, the women's Varsity 4 final is out and onto the race course. Here we have in lane 1, Georgetown, lane 2, Lafayette, lane 3 is Wisconsin, lane 4 is Florida Tech, lane 5 is Drexel, and in lane 6 is Fordham. The women's Varsity 4 final out onto the race course.
That's right, and I want to make sure that we all know that this is a cup race, the Margaret McNiff Trophy. So very, very important race for these women out here now. Again, Georgetown, Lafayette, Wisconsin, Florida Tech, Drexel, and Fordham, names that we have heard time and time again, all doing very, very well, which means that this could be a very, very tight race, and I believe that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it looks like Florida Tech out in front. They won their semifinal number 2, meaning they had the second fastest time in qualifying to Wisconsin. You see there, Wisconsin in lane 3, about even with our lane 2 Lafayette at the moment for second place. FIT in lane 4 definitely out in front. They won their semifinal over Lafayette by just about 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Wisconsin had the fastest time in either semifinal, winning theirs by about 14 seconds over the Drexel boat. So you see Georgetown now. Georgetown actually finished 3rd in their semifinal yesterday, currently sitting in a solid 4th place in lane 1. But again, Florida Tech followed by Wisconsin. Looks like Lafayette in 3rd, Georgetown, then Drexel, followed by Fordham.
And in the Florida Tech 4 here, you see those lovely stripes in the black boat. We are also looking at a bucket rig. So I know, Joe, we talked about bucket rigs a couple times, once yesterday and a little bit earlier this morning. But for those of you tuning in now who are looking at this beautiful black boat, can you tell us a little bit about why a coach might bucket rig a 4 like this? So we're looking at this black Resolute here. What is the purpose of a bucket rig?
Yeah, so it's probably just to concentrate the power of those 2 port rowers, or starboard rowers rather, and in the middle of the boat. It could be because he prefers having that port rower in that bow seat for whatever reason. Looking kind of just at the lineup there, it does look as those 2 middle seats, the 3 and the 2 seat, are just a little bit taller than their companions in the stroke seat and the bow seat. So it might just be a matter of trying to get his biggest, strongest, or the coach's biggest, strongest rowers into the middle of the boat. Generally, the bucket rig can be done in any situation like that, but a lot of times it's to get the athletes that you want into the places that you want. And again, you can see a nice shot of the boat here. You can see what I'm saying. The two athletes in the middle certainly sitting up just a little bit taller than the stroke seat and the bow seat. So I imagine they wanted to get that two seat into that middle pair.
Right, exactly. And it takes a little bit of adjustment in feel by every one of these athletes too. The middle pair here which is what we're looking at least in this formation, in this example here. They almost have to row this boat like a sweep boat double, if you will. So they have to be very, very in tune with each other, almost rowing like a sculling boat, a sculling shell, and also trust that the two other women in the bow and the stern are also going to be rotating out around the pin so they can balance that boat, because it feels like you would want to compensate for the other rowers. So you really have to have a lot of trust in the direction that everybody is going and rotating out around the pins there. So working very well for the Florida Tech boat. In that black Resolute, blending right in with the water as we bring our drone up in the air again.
Yeah, here comes Wisconsin, Florida Tech trying to respond, but you see there that bow ball of Wisconsin just starting to strike a path into that Florida Tech boat. Look at the coxswain from Wisconsin. We'll see if she starts to move through that boat. Looks like Florida Tech is doing a really nice job of holding them off. I really like this camera angle because you can kind of feel the sense of urgency from within these boats. A lot of times when we're further away from the shore, it looks like a shot like this. It may not look like these boats are moving that fast. That overhead shot really shows you just kind of how hard these athletes are working in that boat. With about 500 meters left to go now, you see the spectators all lining the shoreline as Florida Tech, Wisconsin, and Lafayette continue to battle it out here for our women's Varsity 4 final for the Margaret McNiff Trophy.
That's right, and I'm going to try to get another stroke rate for you, because obviously watching lightweights like Wisconsin here sneaking up on Florida, not sure again if we have enough room for them to overtake, but I love to see a good sprint here and see where these crews like to take it, whether it's rate, whether it's power, whether it's sitting up a little higher and laying back a little bit less into that bow. It is up to the coaches and coxswains' discretion to come up with their own sprint plan, but one thing is very typical is that these rates will likely start to come up. Again, we will see if Florida Tech decides to do that or if they feel comfortable and confident enough in that first place position. So as soon as our camera whips around, we will try to get some stroke rates for you as we blast into the danger zone, the red chute of the finish line here. So get down to the shoreline, come to watch the finish of this spectacular race for first, second, and third. Let me grab some rates for you here. For Florida, it is looking like our leader, Florida, at about a 37, and my guess is they're maybe going to shift up one more time. Maybe one more time, see if they can just really shake off Wisconsin here that's really trying. But we will see. Let me see if I can get a stroke rate for Wisconsin for you. The lightweight women, Badgers here at a 37-38. Yep. My guess is those lightweights are going to go up one more time. Just a prediction.
Final few strokes here. Looks like FIT is going to be able to take this one. Wisconsin, last-ditch effort. Florida Tech trying to hold them off. Here they come past our camera angle into the finish line for the Margaret McNiff Trophy. Gold in the women's Varsity 4 goes to Florida Tech. Wisconsin takes the silver. Lafayette, the bronze. And we pause here as we wait for the rest of the competition to make their way to the final. Looks like Georgetown there. Georgetown finishing in 4th place, followed closely by our boat from Drexel there. It looks like Drexel takes 5th. And finally Fordham. Fordham out of lane 6 taking 6th.
Yeah, very exciting race there. Well done to Florida Tech in the black Resolute, trying to hide there in the black boat, blending in with the water there, but couldn't get one past us. They grabbed the gold there, so very well done to Florida Tech and Wisconsin for putting on quite a challenge there in the final few strokes. As we fly right on back to the start of the next race here, the men's Varsity 4 final, also a cup race, the Thomas A. Curran Cup.
Yeah, in this event, we will have in lane 1, the Merchant Marines. Lane 2, Milwaukee School of Engineering. Lane 3, out in front at the moment, is Drexel. Lane 4, Mercyhurst. In lane 5, Lafayette. And in lane 6 is Washington College. The men's Varsity 4 final for the Thomas A. Curran Cup underway.
That's right. We have Lafayette here, who last year in the Dad Vail's 2023 got third place in this event. So we'll keep a close eye on Lafayette. As usual, again, more than once, they have been very sneaky in some of those outside lanes. Again, no reflection on any boat speed here, as some crews just try to make it through, again, the time trials and then get through the semis and don't necessarily fight for lanes in particular because, again, this is such a fair course. So we can never really predict where the boat speed is going to come from, although today it has been pretty clearly lane 3 for the most part.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that has to do with the time trials from yesterday leading to the seeding from today. Specifically in this race, we had Drexel in lane 3 here, did have the fastest time in qualifying yesterday with 7 minutes and 18 seconds, about 13 seconds out in front of the Mercyhurst boat that is currently dead even with them. So in this men's Varsity 4, we've got Drexel and Mercyhurst. Certainly looks like Mercyhurst is well outstroking Drexel at the moment, but currently only at a deadlock with them.
Yeah, and I do want to point out too that Mercyhurst also got second place at SIRA. That is the Southern Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships there. So Mercyhurst, again, coming off of a very strong finish, second place in this event here. So they are, you better believe, going to show up with a little bit of confidence and have worked out a few of the little kinks here in this boat and have spent a lot of time in this lineup together. And it is showing now as we battle for this nail biter in lanes 3 and 4. That is Drexel and Mercyhurst as we cross the beautiful Camden Boathouse where we are sitting up there on the second floor. We'll wave and say hi as these boats go by here. Lanes 3 and 4, really phenomenal rowing here. I'm already excited to see where this race is going to go.
Yeah, it looks like Mercyhurst with the slight advantage here. I don't know if that was just gained in the last couple of strokes. But if you look at how they're hitting these buoys, specifically Mercyhurst getting there just a half beat before Drexel, and it does look like Mercyhurst is starting to expand upon their lead here as they hit the 1,000 meter mark. Mercyhurst with a great finish to that second 500. We'll see if they're able to continue that blistering pace. You can see that stroke rate. We've seen it, it seems like there's programs out here on the course today who have really emphasized rowing at a higher stroke rate. Mercyhurst is one of them. Here's a great overhead view. And again, the course, you can see the buoys there kind of on a diagonal, giving Mercyhurst, a slight advantage here, kind of hitting those buoys just a half second before Drexel. But now here comes Drexel. Drexel rowing at the slower stroke rate, but you can see them now really starting to emphasize those finishes here, really starting to pull on it. Drexel looking really strong in this third 500 at the moment. Two boats, not much between them.
Yeah, we are actually looking at Drexel striking at about a 36 and Mercyhurst at a 38. So again, we are looking at that stroke seat. The way that we calculate that rate is we touch a little clock here, watching the stroke seat only, and each time they place a blade, we count how many strokes a minute that they take. So again, we have a clock that helps us with that, and we just tap the clock every time that stroke seat takes a stroke. And we are looking at Drexel understroking by 2, but also on the charge.
Yeah, you could see it briefly there on the faces of the Drexel men. They're really starting to feel this one as they move into the final 500 here. Last few strokes of this third 500, and you can see there goes Drexel. The rate has been increased. So before they've even hit 500 meters here at the Dad Vail Regatta, Drexel beginning their sprint. Again, for anyone who has done a 2K before, they kind of understand that taking that sprint with 500 meters left to go is a bit ambitious. You might run out of gas before you get to those final 200, 100 meters. But if you can put enough distance between your opponent and yourself in those final gasps, it may be worth it. Doesn't look like Drexel's been able to do that. Mercyhurst going right with them at the moment. Look at this, 2 boats, nothing between them here in the final 400 meters of the men's Varsity 4.
Exactly. And you know what? This is quite a nail biter here as we go into the red buoys. Now we have to keep in mind that Drexel here is fueled by pride. Remember how many of their boats have been placing and medaling here. So it is definitely inter-team pressure as well that they have going for them. So that will help light the fire just a little bit. But Mercyhurst, sort of the dark horse here. We're not really sure what exactly is keeping them going here except for pure adrenaline and experience. And this is a very, very sharp crew here in the Mercyhurst 4 that we are seeing, and I'm giving this to Drexel by a foot.
Yeah, it's very, very close. Maybe 200 meters left to go now. Certainly looks like Drexel's bow ball is out in front of Mercyhurst. But again, that can all change in a matter of a few strokes, given how tight this has been. You see the fans on the sidelines there cheering them on as they come by here. Just a few hundred meters. You see the finish line there, the flag getting ready, and it's Drexel. Drexel out in front by just about a seat here. Final few strokes for each of the crews. Here's our finish line camera as they come on by.
Oh, you better believe that coxswain's heart is absolutely racing right now. This is who's at the catch and who is at the finish. The Drexel Dragons, I think, with the slight advantage here by less than a canvas. But we have to give it to Drexel. Very formidable opponents. Mercyhurst in the 4. What a race here in the men's Varsity 4 Grand Final. Drexel will have some bragging rights to take back to their team.
Drexel winning the Thomas A. Curran Cup here at the 85th Annual Dad Vail Regatta presented by Thomas Jefferson University. And again, for anyone at home who wants to check the official results there, who may have been curious as to how that shook out for the bronze, please go to dadvail.org to check out all the results from today's event as you see some of our spectators hanging out here at the Cooper River Park. Beautiful sights and sounds from our Dad Vail Regatta. And there you see the results on the screen from that men's Varsity 4. It was Lafayette finishing just about a second and a half in front of the Milwaukee School of Engineering to take home that bronze medal there in that event. Just waiting on Washington College now to finish up. And it looks like we are underway here in our women's lightweight Varsity 8. And I just want to give a quick shout out to anyone who might be listening at home, specifically anyone at Head Over Fields Farm in Vermont, specifically my sister Katie Rose, a champion here in this women's varsity lightweight 8 event with Bucknell in 2009. So this women's lightweight 8, close to my family here as we see Georgetown there in lane 3, right next to Western Ontario in lane 4. Through the first 500 meters, Georgetown out in front.
Yeah, very interesting to see these dual style races. We do want to note too that we do have a few lightweight teams that are here again that will meet that are not necessarily racing in the varsity lightweight 8. So we have seen other 8s from Wisconsin. We have Gordon. We have some of these other lightweight crews. MIT is here as well that will eventually have a lightweight 8, but they are not necessarily racing in this category today. So they do exist. They are around. But right now, our only IRA crew is Georgetown here in this duel with Western Ontario. So again, we will give them a little bit of time to shake this out just a little bit and get through a few meters here.
And a quick shout out here to the 4-seat in this Georgetown Lightweight 8, Alice Padula, rode at White Marsh Boat Club on the Conshohocken River, local girl. So shout out to Alice here in this Georgetown Lightweight 8, making their way down the race course. Nice shot of our leaders there. Georgetown in this women's lightweight 8 event. Again, only 2 entries here in this lightweight 8 for the women. Again, the men right after that, also only 2 entries. You know, we've seen less and less entries in these lightweight 8 events at the college level over the years. You know, lots of factors involved there, but just a smaller pool for these lightweight rowers these days.
Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate for many, and I don't want to say fortunate for some, but it's just a change of events, isn't it? You know, it's really hard to say. Trickling down from the Olympic level, we see new events coming in, and unfortunately that means medals have to be taken away from other events, and we're seeing that happening here at the lightweight level, and unfortunately that trickles down to the world level, which trickles down to the collegiate level, so it's sort of a ripple effect there. So it's really great when we get to see some of these events, which I think were quite exciting. You know, some of the lightweight 8s in the Olympics and the higher level, the world level, were very, very exciting to watch because they are completely level playing fields.
I think the most exciting moment from the Olympics for rowing over the last, you know, however long, was at the London Olympics when that South Africa lightweight 4 ended up winning in the final few strokes of that race. So I think that lightweight events have historically been fantastic, and, you know, hope in the future that maybe there's a renaissance at some point.
Right, exactly. It is sort of a rotation of things that come and go, and trends and things that become popular. So we are very lucky here to have events at the Dad Vail Regatta, which is all about inclusion. So again, we see rowers of all types, levels, clubs, abilities, all over the map. So very exciting again to be able to host these lightweights here because it definitely makes for some great rowing.
Yeah, and we're seeing here this lightweight 8 from Georgetown looking really strong. And you mentioned earlier that this lightweight program from Georgetown will be headed to IRAs in a few weeks. So be interested to see the Dad Vail champion, if they do hang on and win the Comrade Trophy here at the Dad Vail Regatta, how they shape up against the rest of the IRA teams.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said before, too, these teams meet in little pockets here and there. Rarely do they actually get to meet on the same course at the same time. We did just have the women's sprints last week, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I'm losing track of my dates here. It was either last week or the weekend before, I believe last week. But many of these lightweight crews got to go out and race each other again. So this is, you know, maybe the 3rd or 4th time that some of these crews have faced each other throughout the season. And then again, just shake a few things out before they meet again in a few weeks at the IRAs. So they really like to get as many opportunities as they can to get out on the water, especially racing each other, because a lot of these crews get used to racing open weights, and other crews, they don't necessarily get to put out a whole field of lightweight crews. So it's really great to see that when that happens, and it's very cool to see Western Ontario coming out here as well to the Dad Vails. Great to have our Canadian friends up north join us here at the Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, it's always great to see the schools travel down for both Dad Vails, and of course next week is on the Schuylkill River, the Stotesbury Cup Regatta, one of the largest high school races in the country, let alone the world. We get to see a bunch of high schools come down from Canada each year and compete really well, actually, and acquit themselves very well at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. So the Dad Vails and the Stotesburys very welcome to the schools from Canada. As we're watching now, Georgetown in their final 50 meters, you see there the school, Western University from Ontario, making their way to the finish line.
Right, absolutely. Western Ontario facing off a very strong opponent in the Georgetown crew here, as we're seeing now, rowing very beautifully across the line. So congratulations to Georgetown for grabbing the Comrade Trophy from the table there. I'm sure we'll see a little something about that later in the future, but right now we will sit here on the finish line and wait for Western Ontario to finish this race.
And there they are crossing. And next up, of course, will be the men's varsity lightweight 8, another duel between MIT and Mercyhurst, two boats that we've seen already compete for medals in a few of the lightweight events. We just saw their lightweight varsity 4s about an hour ago compete, and MIT came away with the gold, and Mercyhurst came away with the gold in the men's lightweight varsity 4, MIT the silver. So we'll see how their 8s compare. Maybe MIT looking to get a little bit of revenge for their 4.
I know it's always really exciting when you know that there's just a little bit of extra fire lit, a little extra purpose, a little extra reason to try to cross that finish line first. You know, it can be very difficult sometimes in a dual fashion. I have certainly been in some of these duels myself, and you really have to stay internal, as we've talked about before. It's just a very different mentality than if you're 6 lanes across and you have 5 other crews or so pushing you to try to get across that line. You have just a little extra fire that's external there, but this one you have to go internal a little bit and find that fire. And it looks like our view through the trees now, here they come.
Men's lightweight 8 coming up right after this.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and we're back here at the 85th Annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta with the men's lightweight 8s following along with the 8 from MIT here. To their starboard side on the left is Mercyhurst in lane 4. 2 boats here in the men's lightweight 8, and at about the 750-meter mark, MIT with a solid length of open water on Mercyhurst. Hear some of the sounds from that MIT boat as their coxswain spurs them on. Crossing by the Camden County Boathouse here, the MIT engineers.
You know, one thing we've seen time and time again as we look at this beautiful rowing here by MIT and that striking red shell. Resolute, I believe. Trying to look under the coxswain there. Is that a Resolute or Hudson? I'm trying to see. I think it's a Hudson. There we go. Hudson, now that I can see the bow deck there. Beautiful boats here, striking red. One thing we are seeing time and time again, and we have to keep in mind, is that these are student athletes. That means students first. And a lot of these athletes here are at schools like Embry-Riddle, the Milwaukee School of Engineering, MIT. You know, these are not programs that are easy to get through. So these athletes are working so hard to get through their courses, and they're probably taking courses and taking finals, taking exams on the road while trying to race at some of these larger regattas. And so it really is a testament to their work ethic and how much they really want to make their team proud and show up every day. And, you know, it's not just about putting a smile on your face, because sometimes you don't feel like doing that. You know, sometimes you've been up all night and you're tired and you've taken an exam and you show up anyway and you have a race like this. And again, I think that's really a testament to this student athlete, as we've said before, in these very difficult engineering, STEM, aeronautical, aerospace programs, as well as the many other programs, obviously, that these students are taking part in. So again, just really want to congratulate everyone who is here getting through this. We totally understand. We have all been there. So it's really great to see people showing up in the midst of May. You know, some people may be graduating, doing a thesis, you name it. There's all kinds of stuff going on. But here we are seeing some beautiful rowing despite all of that. Anyway, in the beautiful MIT striking red Hudson here, this beautiful drone shot. And I need to get stroke rate on this.
Yeah, please do. I was curious because they do look like they're rowing a bit higher than we've seen some of the other men's 8s today. But now that I look at them from the side, I wonder if that's the case. Just a really solid rate. I think they're rowing high, but at a right around a 36, it seems. 38 for MIT here, and that makes sense. I mean, they look like they're high, but they don't look rushed at all. I've been interested in some of the stroke rates that we've seen throughout the day because generally speaking, from my experience, 36, 38 is kind of where you want to be for your top tier boats, and MIT really proving here that they might have something to say at IRAs later this month.
Right, exactly. And we want to keep in mind, too, if you row at too high a rate, too, the wheels can kind of start to come off at the 1250 or so, 500. Obviously, it depends on the crew and the efficiency and where they kind of like to keep their base rate. But if you go out too high and too hard, you can really start to see the cogs in the wheels just kind of start exploding and flying off, start falling apart there. So it is really, again, on the coxswain as well to pay attention to that and to make those calls to kind of keep his or her crew in the game here and long and loose and kind of in touch with what's actually going on, so one thing doesn't start spiraling and turning into a downward spiral is what I was trying to say in a very uneloquent way here. But that is not what we were seeing from MIT. Pretty well rowed here all the way through, again at a 38.
Yeah, and we see here MIT taking the final strokes as they're going to go on to win the Thomas W. Lashivo Trophy. Congratulations to the engineers from MIT. Closely following them, of course, will be Mercyhurst. So Mercyhurst taking the men's lightweight varsity 4 gold medal, and MIT coming back and taking the lightweight 8 event for themselves as Mercyhurst crosses the line here. Our next race on the course will be the Women's Club Varsity 8 final as the times populate on the screen there from that Varsity Lightweight 8 event. The Women's Club Varsity 8 final as we make our way back up. The course looks like they are still in their stake boats here, just 4 boats in this race. Looks like they're just about to get ready here as our drone makes its way back up to the starting line.
Right, and this is where the coxswains here are going to be saying something along the lines of, maybe a bow seat or a 2-seat, grabbing that blade behind them and sculling a little bit so she or he can get their point. They will also be saying, sit ready, blades locked in, blades squared and buried. My hand is going up and down, so it'll be something along those lines here while they get aligned. And again, we're not exactly sure what kind of start these officials are giving us here. We don't really see the flag up yet, which means these crews are not locked in and buried. And here we go, we're seeing it now. If you are looking at the screen here, you can see, look at lane 3, sculling just a little bit, moving her point over.
Yeah, so explain what's going on there. The bow seat, and wow, they are...
Quick starting.
It looked like they had handed that oar back pretty quickly.
Lane 1, we already have a problem with a little bit of steering there. That's going to be a major correction. Lane 1, actually in lane 2, though, that is Georgia Tech. Remember, we have an empty lane 1 there. And I'm so sorry, Joe, for interrupting. I just had to point out that Georgia Tech coming back into the lane. Looks like no flags have been raised there. So the officials have allowed it and not issued any warning, even though it was still in the breakage zone. We are okay. So here we go. It looks like everyone's trying to get back in their lane and get straight again.
Yeah, so the Women's Club Varsity 8 here had a time trial yesterday in the morning. Rhode Island finished with the fastest time. That's why they're in lane 3. They finished at 7 minutes and 39 seconds. Now, next to them in lane 4 are the Black Knights, rather, from Army, West Point. They had a time of 7 minutes and 56 seconds. They finished out in front of Georgia Tech, who finished in front of Florida. However, as things are beginning to shake out here, Rhode Island definitely striking out into first place, but Florida from lane 5 currently looks as though they might have second place. And again, Georgia Tech there in that yellow shell. Out in front here on your screen in the baby blues are the Rams from Rhode Island. You can see Army just kind of peeking onto your screen in lane 4, and then off camera in lane 5 is Florida. We think Florida is doing fairly well based on what we saw through that first 300-meter drone shot. And here's a nice shot of our leading boat from URI.
That's right. Coming through the 500 here, I just want to point out now that we have this beautiful side angle shot of the Rhode Island crew, we have very aggressive finishes here. So that's a very interesting stylistic choice, although right now it seems to be working quite well for them because they are in the lead, but very aggressive at the finish. You can see them kind of pulling that blade into their body with the hands here. If you're looking at our screen off to the side, looking at that port side, really going for that extra fling at the end of the stroke so they can fling that boat forward. Very, very aggressive hands, where some crews might take a different approach. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Again, it just depends on what works for your crew. So other crews might take a different approach and be a little bit softer, maybe a little bit more finesse around the finish, or collect a little bit longer. Actually, like we're seeing in the Army crew right behind them. So look at the difference in these finishes. If you can see the screen right now, a little bit more finesse, a little bit more collection in the Army crew, and we're seeing it now. Look at this.
Really nice shot here of our second place Army boat as the bow ball of the Florida boat continues to kind of just creep closer to the left-hand side of our screen. Keep an eye, that bow ball hasn't moved on Army's side from the right-hand part of the screen as Florida's bow ball has begun to drop off. That means Army moving faster than the Florida boat at the moment. Looks like URI is maintaining their lead, however, so URI and Army starting to distance themselves from lane 5 Florida there just a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. And actually from this angle, you can see this Rhode Island crew, how those very strong finishes actually affect the front end a little bit. So you see a little bit of bounce, just a teeny bit of bounce there in the back end as they aggressively bring that blade handle into their bodies there, getting a little bit of bounce at the finish and having to fling the hands away, which can, again, I'm not saying this is happening, but it can slow the boat down just a teeny bit on the front end because that speed has to go somewhere. So it's a very different approach. Again, it seems to be working incredibly well for them here because they are still maintaining their lead about bow to stern over that Army boat.
Yeah, they're getting their hands out really quick. You can see the violent feathers kind of just getting their hands out really quick. I wonder if it's almost a tactic to just try and get as many, get the stroke rate up a little bit higher without, expanding too much energy on the recovery. Because sometimes what you'll see is when crews want to cheat in order to get the stroke rate up a little bit without using power, the first thing they're going to do is their hands. Because when you start rushing the legs up the slide a little bit, well, then you're using that energy that you should be using on the leg drive to try and get back up to the catch faster. So the hands are really kind of free energy out. It's kind of a cheating way to get your stroke rate up without losing too much energy. But as you said, it comes with the drawback of potentially checking the boat just a little bit.
Right. It's could potentially be a little bit of a price to pay for that. Again, seems to be working for them. We do want to try not to, and again, this is in general, I'm not saying any crew is doing this, but you do want to try to avoid pulling yourself up into the catch and rather shutting the body off on the catch and gliding into the front end. So really shutting everything down, letting the boat run underneath you during that time as you glide towards that catch again. So here we are watching Rhode Island, though, take charge of the catches and the finishes here. Again, like you said, very aggressively, very deliberately, but it is working for them because here they are, again, walking away just a little bit, again, inch by inch away from that Army boat.
Yeah, 500 meters left to go now for our leaders from Rhode Island, and you see they're alone on the screen at the moment with a solid chunk of open water between them and the boat from Army here in this women's club Varsity 8 final. After this event, we're going to be moving on to some of our men's and women's Varsity 8 petite and grand finals. So we'll have a series of 10-minute centers. We've been rocking off of 8-minute centers for most of the day, and for those who may not understand what I'm saying, we've been sending races off every 8 minutes, or trying to at least. For the rest of the day after this race, we'll have 10-minute intervals between each of the races. So we'll try and fill some of that time with a little bit of color where we can. We'll see if we can't get our correspondent, Nolan, out on the race course to give us any more interviews out there. We'll see what's available. And as Rhode Island makes their way through the final 100 meters here, a really impressive race from the Rams from URI.
And thank you for bearing with us here while we try to figure out some of our camera angles and what's coming up next, because we have so many exciting races on the course now and coming up next that we are trying to get ready for as we sit in anticipation, watching these crews come across the finish line very closely here. Rhode Island, again in the blue, crossing the line first. Congratulations to the club. Varsity 8's grand final winners, Rhode Island there, followed very closely by Army.
And there's Florida crossing in third place there in this club, Varsity 8. We'll see Georgia Tech cross just a bit after. There they are.
That's right. Those Florida blades match those finish line buoys there as they go through that flashing orange there. And like Joe said, we will start going at 10-minute centers here so we can try to give you as much coverage as we can for the final 8 races.
Yeah, so next up on the race course will be the petite final of the men's club Varsity 8. The men's club coming up next. We'll have 4 boats in the petite final, or sorry, 5 boats actually in that petite final, followed by the 6 for the grand final. The men's club Division III Varsity 8 coming up next. And we see there they are out onto the race course now. We're picking up, I believe that is lane 6 there. We'll just bring you a quick lineup. From right to left will be lane 2, Franklin and Marshall. Lane 3, Washington College. Lane 4, St. Mary's. In lane 5, Stockton. And in lane 6 is St. Mary's. So 2 boats from St. Mary's here in this men's club, Varsity 8 petite final.
That's right. And we have Franklin and Marshall College here, who is an IRA crew on the men's heavyweight side. The Diplomats here got 9th at the men's V8, in the men's V8 at the Mid-Atlantic Rowing Championships fairly recently. So we will keep an eye on them, see if they have a little something to make up, if a little fire was lit by that 9th place here. But we'll see what they can do as this starts to shake out. Again, just a little bit, that beautiful chevron shape. Are we looking at, again, a leader from lane 4? So you're trying to get a better
Yeah, definitely
better
lane
view
4
here.
there. That's going to be our boat out of St. Mary's here. St. Mary's in lane 4. In the semifinals earlier this morning, we saw these boats. Again, this was a top 3 to the final. In the first semifinal, Washington College, our boat in lane 3, they missed out on the final by just about 2 seconds. 2 seconds kept them out of the grand final. And in our second semifinal, St. Mary's, a little bit further back of the 2 boats from RIT, but you're seeing here that the St. Mary's boat in lane 4 currently leading the pack as we approach the halfway point here in the men's petite final for the club Division III Varsity 8.
That's right, very exciting race here. And I want to take a moment to actually just be quiet for a moment and listen to the sounds of these coxswains and the boats here, because rarely do we get an insider glimpse of what that actually sounds like. So listen in here for just a moment.
Yeah, just about 500 meters left to go now. Really interesting stuff there. I'm curious as to whether or not that is the coxswain from the Stockton boat or the St. Mary's boat out there in lane 6 near our camera. I'll be interested to see. Or in fact, it might even be the coxswain of our lead boat. It's difficult to tell, but to give you an update as we head through our final stretch of this race here, St. Mary's A boat there in lane 4 looking really strong. Here comes Washington College though. If I recall correctly this morning, Washington College had a mad dash at the end and just came up just short of making the grand final. And you can see here with each stroke, Washington College really letting this boat run out under them in an impressive fashion. They're getting outstroked by St. Mary's by a great deal, but you can just see the way the boat's moving underneath them at the moment. We'll see if they don't pick up the rate and see if they can't pick up a few seats. But again, the race for 7th place here in this men's club Division III Varsity 8 between St. Mary's and Washington College. Coming up on just about 500 meters left to go now as we switch to our finish line camera. You see there the boat from, or our 1250 camera, my apologies. We see here the boat from St. Mary's out in front of the boat from Washington College. These are the two boats vying for the gold, and then behind them the race for the bronze, or I'm sorry, for 7th, and then behind them the race for placement points is a tight one.
Yeah, that's right. And you could really hear the passion in those coxswains' calls right there. You know that it is definitely at a point where they have to leave it all out on the table and, again, make some decisions to be brave or not. So it will be up to some of these other schools here to try to chase down that St. Mary's boat, but also be smart about their own race plan here, as we still have a little ways to go. We're not quite there yet. So if anyone has a chance to catch this St. Mary's boat, I'm going to give it to that Washington College crew, who I think has, in fact, overlapped just a little bit more than we saw just moments before.
Yeah, I mean, they're really rowing impressive. I just worry. I think this St. Mary's boat outstroking them is going to be the deciding factor. I think their speeds are fairly similar at this point in the race. In fact, now I see St. Mary's just starting to pull away a little bit there. Washington College looking really good at the rate they're rowing at, but at the end of the day, it's just not going to be fast enough to catch a crew that's outstroking them in that manner. As we come into the final few hundred meters, it looks like there's a really great race going on between Franklin and Marshall and Stockton for 3rd place in this race as well. Again, this is the petite final. So coming overall 7th place here is the boat from St. Mary's. And again, you see there at the end, just extending that lead back to open water after Washington College made it close just a barely. And in fact, their bow ball was kind of connected there at the end. Meanwhile, Stockton finishes in 3rd in front of Franklin and Marshall. So that goes St. Mary's for 7th, Washington College for 8th, Stockton 9th, Franklin and Marshall 10th, and St. Mary's B takes 11th. Next race scheduled for 3:50 p.m. We'll take a brief message from our sponsors here before bringing that one to you.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and here we are in the grand final for the men's club Division III Varsity 8. Sitting almost ready here. We'll bring you the lineup. We have in lane 1, Army. Lane 2, RIT. Lane 3, Rhode Island. lane 4, Georgia Tech, lane 5, Villanova, and in lane 6, RITB. So interesting storyline in this one. We just saw the women from Rhode Island win their club Varsity 8 final. And now the men from Rhode Island sitting here with a chance to do so as well. They had the fastest time in qualifying and were in the first semifinal, and they did win that semifinal by a good margin. However, the times from Georgia Tech and the one RITA boat were just a bit faster, but again, that race seemed to have run at a faster pace. So be interested to see how it shakes out here between Rhode Island, Georgia Tech, and the 2 Rochester Tech boats. And then, of course, Army and we also have Army and Villanova in this race. Army in lane 1, Villanova there in lane 5. Villanova finished with the second fastest time in their semifinal. So again, look for them to be competitive. They didn't beat Army by much in that semifinal either. So should be a really competitive race here in this men's grand final for the club Division III Varsity 8. Looks like all boats are sitting ready. There goes the flag, and they are off. Whitney, tell me what you're seeing here in this start.
Oh, man, do I love this start. Not only are we seeing an absolute rainbow of colors here, look at all of the different colors of shells and blades and uniforms, but we saw a very quick start there as soon as that official twitched and dropped the flag. Those coxswains and crews were off. Those stroke seats took off like a rocket right out of the gates here. So very, very cleanly. Now these are the boats that are in the grand final here, so they may have a little bit more experience. They might be a little bit older crews. Again, have spent a little bit more time together, and right now I am seeing these coxswains threading the needles going straight down these lanes. So really, really beautiful start from these coxswains. We don't have a lot of separation yet, and we don't really try to make too many calls at this point in the race. We are through the breakage point. Again, that is the first 100 meters of the race where you can have breakage, whether it's an oar lock, foot stretcher, whatever it is. If something breaks, you do have an opportunity to restart the race, but we are clear of that, so there are no excuses anymore. If something breaks, you're on your own. But right now, I want to say our early leader is Rhode Island, followed very closely by Villanova.
Yeah, great start there by Nova out of lane 5. Looked like they had the edge through about 200 meters, but this Rhode Island boat looks really strong. So really interesting to see from this Rhode Island program, really strong in both the men's and women's 8s so far today. Obviously, Rhode Island men's with a lot of work to do through 500 meters, but looking really good so far. Nova, again, with that hot start, I'll be interested to see if they can hang on. As you see there, that RITA boat is already starting to kind of eat into that lead they built a little bit, not to mention Georgia Tech there in lane 4, and obviously you can't count out lane 6 RIT and lane 1 the Army.
That's true. And as we start to see maybe a little bit of separation here, this is kind of the point where a few things start to happen. We'll see a few seats change here and there. But I do want the audience here and everyone to keep in mind that you don't necessarily want to judge the speed of a boat by the speed of how quickly they get off the starting blocks. Because although that does make a difference, the purpose of a start here is to get the boat up to speed, not to just blast off the blocks and push a bunch of water. We're not water mills here. Mm-hmm. We are boats trying to get up to speed to race pace. So the most important thing here is to get your crew up to race pace again. So that's why we want to keep an eye on boats like Rochester Tech here, because they were not the first off the line. But look at what a beautiful pace they're setting here. If they can keep their speed going up, like to an upward trajectory, they may have a chance at catching this Rhode Island boat. So you don't want to discount somebody that's just not off the blocks first.
Looks like we're having just this URI boat is really good. If I could nitpick, 7 seats skying his blade just a little bit at the catch on like almost every other stroke. You could see it there. If he could just get connected, they would really open this up. A couple better strokes right there. Wonder if the coxswain isn't calling him out on it, but you see him every now and then. His hands just get a little bit lazy there in that 7th seat, and he's skying at the catch, something that I was notorious for. So please don't take it as any shade. It happens to all of us. As you can see here, wow, what a great race at the moment. URI with about a length lead on Rochester. RIT with about a seat on top of Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech looks like they've got about a seat on Villanova. Really close race.
So again, just like we were talking about with the different tactics off the block, Rhode Island has taken almost the opposite approach. They got off the blocks immediately and they have held the lead. However, we are so early in the race still that any one of these crews at any point could do that slow burn method that we've talked about time and time again. So we'll see that potentially pay off a little bit later in the race. Sometimes it takes, 700 meters or so for that to happen. So you kind of start to see that sometimes around the 1250 mark when these other crews start challenging and taking their moves at maybe the 750, the 1,000 meter mark. Some might take a 20 stroke move. You don't really know. But again, it's the slow burn versus the fly and die.
Something really interesting that I'm seeing out of this Rhode Island crew that we saw with their women as well is that these men also have really fast hands out of the finish, really squeezing on those finishes and getting their hands out quickly. So a program kind of emphasis there, it seems. Is that something you're seeing there as well, Whitney?
Yes, absolutely. And this is why these kinds of races are so exciting, because you do see these different tactics. And again, you see where the coxswain gets a little bit smart here, where they start to make these decisions here, because the coxswain has to be so in tune with what their crew is not only doing, but the strategy of the rest of the race. And they have to know that they have a finite amount of what I call turbo moves in a race. You can only call for just a little bit more so many times. And so you have to use those very, very carefully in a race like this when you are being challenged by a crew like Georgia Tech on the outside.
Yeah, really nice race here so far from Georgia Tech, and that's really where coxswains and rowers can start to find a little bit of conflict there, right? Sometimes when the coxswain starts to call moves in places where the rowers don't seem to think it makes any sense, or after a move, you call another move and then immediately another move. It's like,
let's hope you don't have a coxswain that's doing that. Whew.
Well, classically, when I was in school, we would definitely do moves where we would take a 10 and then the coxswain would go, "That was great, we're doing another one." And so you'd go back to back on one. But when you start stacking them on top of each other is when things start to get really difficult for the rowers.
Exactly. And we don't know exactly what these coxswains are calling right now, but we can bet that Georgia Tech is calling something, because as we are looking at the screen now, Rhode Island is on the defensive and Georgia Tech is absolutely on the offensive here, chucking it at Rhode Island here. Bow and stern decks overlapped. Maybe let's get that better camera angle. Maybe not quite.
Yeah, it looks like Rhode Island there is going to take the gold. Georgia Tech with a great finish there. Race for bronze. Ooh, super tight. If I had to give the edge, I'd say Nova, just because it looked like their stern went across forward there as the Rochester boat. And it is Villanova finishing in third by 0.1 second there. Rhode Island, Georgia Tech, Nova, RIT. Nova takes it by 0.1. The second RIT boat finishes in fifth. And, of course, West Point in sixth.
Well, there you go. That will be the men's club D3 Varsity 8 top 6 crews of the Dad Vail Regatta. Congratulations to Rhode Island crossing the line first there. Formidable time 6:29. But again, please make sure that you are going to regattatiming.com for all of the official results, as we very humbly do our best up here and ask for forgiveness later if we make any mistakes. So we ask for the official timing there as we swing back up to the starting line with our drone, watching the next race get locked into the blocks.
Yeah, next up on the course is the women's Division II Varsity 8 final with Rollins, Mercyhurst, and Jefferson. And as we wait for our boats to get started here, it looks like we're going to be quickly getting into this one just a little bit ahead of schedule potentially.
Well, that would be nice. These officials have been very prompt in general. They've been very efficient, getting these crews very safely and very quickly down the course. We do want to point out here at the Dad Vail Regatta, we have an incredibly experienced team of officials and volunteers really across the board here. Very, very experienced officials. They have spent oftentimes many years here as well at other regattas, both on the international and national level. So we are in the absolute best hands here of the officials up at the starting line. And we will see these crews kind of start to get locked in. You'll see them square up and come to the catch. Looks like that might be happening now. I'm not entirely sure.
Take a look at the tower behind the stake boats there. That's where we'll see the flag go up when the race is about to start. So as the boats continue to get their points, keep your eye. There's a man in a yellow jacket there. The starter, he's about to hold up a orange-yellow flag. And when he puts that down, that is when the race is allowed to start, often at the discretion of the stroke seats, which is really interesting because, you know, the rest of the boat has to respond. So all of the rowers are likely looking up there at that flag, but you need that stroke seat to get things started.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, too, because the coxswain doesn't want to sit there and look behind him or her the entire time. We do rely on the stroke seat quite a bit, stroke seat and 7 seat quite a bit, to keep an eye on that flag. And again, as we've said before, as soon as that flag even twitches, it doesn't have to be all the way down. All it has to do is move. You can take off on the starting line. So we will keep an eye out for what is happening now here in lane 2, Rollins, lane 3, Mercyhurst, and lane 4, Jefferson. So a little bit of a steering correction right out of the blocks, which is pretty common. It's unfortunate, but it is common. We do see that sometimes. If you have a little bit of an imbalance in the press there in those first few fractions, but it looks like all crews are back down the center of their lines as we kick off the women's D2 Varsity 8 Grand Final.
Yeah, so these 3 boats actually raced yesterday in a heat, just the 3 of them. They finished with Mercyhurst, who's currently in lane 3, out in front with a time of 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Just about 20 seconds behind them was Jefferson, who currently is in lane 4, and Rollins was another 17 seconds behind Jefferson, and they are sitting in lane 2. Obviously, race just getting started here. Mercyhurst looking good, but through the first 300 to 400 meters, definitely looking like a closer race potentially on our hands than the heat yesterday. Specifically between Rollins and Rollins and Jefferson, as Mercyhurst begins to walk through here as we get into this base of the race. We've been talking a lot recently about kind of how after the start you get into this base rate, and this is kind of when the boat is at its speed for the first time, and you'll really see which of these boats has the most speed, as they're still pretty close together. But you can see here Mercyhurst through the base of the race now, beginning to peel away a little bit from Rollins and Jefferson.
That's right, and we have Mercyhurst here rowing at about a 36.5, 37, so not too bad out of the starting line. And what you will see after those high strokes of the pry right off the starting blocks, and then those high strokes, which typically are above a 40, you will see these crews make a massive shift in stroke rate. So you should be able to see it, as I say, all the way across the river. Should be a massive shift, but that doesn't mean a loss in power. So we do bring the stroke rate down. We shift into a bit of a longer stroke. We start to open up the hips a little bit more, swing the back out a little bit more towards the bow, and bring that stroke rate down. However, we also put the pedal to the metal when the blade is in the water. So we do a big power shift there, and you should be able to see that reflected in the puddles that are being pressed past the stern right here. And I think we are seeing it now in this Mercyhurst crew.
Yeah, Mercyhurst hailing from Erie, Pennsylvania, rowing up there on the lake, the Great Lake of Erie. You know, just barely out in front by open water here on Rollins. Rollins with a really impressive race. Again, Jefferson beat Rollins fairly handily yesterday in the heat. Interested to see how that takes shape over the next 1,000 meters as our leaders pass by the Camden County Boathouse and make their way to the 1,000 meter mark here. Really nice shot of our leaders from Mercyhurst. And just to give them a nice little shout out for some coordination, check out those visors. Looking real nice there and in coordination. You'll have to see it.
You really do. And, I want to point out this Rollins crew, too, just as a little side note, just again, a little pearl of wisdom here to keep in the back of your mind. They did get 7th, I believe, in the women's V8 at Sierra here. So, again, they have raced very recently in this lineup. So keep in mind that this is a lineup that has raced together very recently before. So it is nice to see them out on the water again, getting more experience before they come up against the formidable Mercyhurst crew, who is showing no mercy at this time. I'm sorry, I had to make the really bad pun. I apologize for that, but we really are seeing a phenomenal row from them at this time.
Yeah, Mercyhurst now with about a length, maybe a little bit less of open water to Rollins. Rollins looks like they have about just a boat length lead on Jefferson. Maybe a little bit of open water there now. We'll see how that plays out. Into the third 500 here, it's Mercyhurst, Rollins, and Jefferson. This is, of course, for the Backey Trophy, the Women's Division II V8 trophy. Of course, those on the Schuylkill River will be familiar with Henry and Bunny Backey, benefactors to so many programs across the Schuylkill River, including my alma mater, St. Joe's Prep.
One thing we haven't really mentioned is the preparation for the sprint. Now, We've talked a lot about the sprint and how we bring the rates up and we hold a certain rate through the body of the race. However, there are some things that actually do happen that a coxswain is likely, again, this depends on the crew, but is likely to be calling in preparation for that sprint. Now, Joe, can you tell me a little bit about what you are used to hearing or something that you think that we might hear from a coxswain that a crew should be doing, again, in preparation before that rate starts to come up?
Yeah, so right before that sprint, you'll often take a 10 to focus on leg drive. That's a lot of what I'll hear from the coxswains in my experience is that, all right here, we're going to focus on 10. We're going to try and take 2 to raise the rate here with just leg drive because they know as we get closer to the end of the race and they want that rate to come up, the rowers are going to start to get a little bit looser. Things are going to start flying up to the start a little bit more. So to get us prepared, they'll say to you, all right, let's get a 10 here to really focus on trying to get that rate up with just our legs. So you'll do that, and then that will kind of help to get the boat moving a little bit more, get the rowers in a flow up to the catch a little bit faster. If you can get those legs down just a little bit faster. From your experience as a coxswain, what's something that you would call to focus on?
Yeah, that's a really great point. For me, it's loose legs. So I like to kind of, like you said, just get the crew loose and kind of primed, and then I give them a big heads up that we're going to actually sit up. We're going to start cutting that layback just a little bit more and exactly what rate I want them at. So a lot of times I'll go one pip at a time, 2 if I really have to. But if I don't have to go to that next level where the wheels might spin off, I try not to take my crew there, but I do kind of tell them, all right, guys, it's time to dial in. We're going to sharpen up a little bit. Time to sharpen up the blade work here, kind of like this Mercyhurst crew. And now we're going to cut out the layback just a little bit. So we're going to start to sit up. Stay with me. Here we go. And we're going to enter those red buoys, that big chute, and we are just going to take it home with the hips, hips, hips all the way. And we are seeing it here. Beautiful finish from the Mercyhurst crew, if I'm not mistaken, out of lane 3.
Yeah, it looks like Mercyhurst will take home the Backey Trophy here at the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Mercyhurst takes home the gold. We'll wait on Rollins here. There's Rollins crossing for second place. And after Rollins, of course, is Thomas Jefferson University. All right, just 6 more races here on our slate. We've got a petite and grand final for the Division III Women's Varsity 8. And then, of course, our petite and grands for our Division I men's and women's. And we will be right back after a quick message from our sponsors for the Division III Varsity 8 final.
Where you can come as you are. See how it's made and why we make it. You'll explore roads less traveled, steal a few moments, and slow down the clock. Then just kick back and stay a while. It's time to get away close to home in South Jersey. Head to visitsouthjersey.com to plan your trip today. We'll see you down the road.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Hey, it looks like we're underway here for our petite final in the women's Division III Varsity 8. Looking overhead right now at the bottom of your screen in lane 3 is the B boat from Stockton University, and to their starboard side at the top of your screen is Simmons. So 2 boats here in the petite final for the women's Division III Varsity 8 final.
Right, and I want to point out here too, Simmons College, the Sharks there in the 3rd final at the New England Rowing Champs. They did win that 3rd final there in the Varsity 8, so they have rowed this lineup fairly recently. Again, not necessarily winning that event, but winning that 3rd final. So again, still formidable opponents there to watch out for in the Stockton B boat. So here we have the dark boat versus the light boat blending in right there. Simmons, those dark boats always blend in with the water right there from the drone shot. So very cool from above. But Simmons College doing quite well here. Looks like they got 5th last year, if I'm not mistaken, in the Dad Vails last year. 5th in this event.
Is that Stockton or Simmons?
Simmons.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
Thank you for calling me out on that.
No, I was
Keeping
curious.
Me in
I
check.
don't know if I was listening. Yesterday in this event, these 2 boats finished at similar times in the time trial. Stockton B had a time of 8 minutes and 26 seconds. Simmons 8 minutes and 35 seconds. And then in the semifinals this morning, Stockton B had a time of 8 minutes and 11 seconds, and Simmons at 8 minutes and 15 seconds. So similar times over 2 races between these 2 boats, with Stockton averaging out a little bit over the Simmons boat, and we're seeing that now as Stockton maintains a boat length lead through 600 meters here.
In this beautiful shot here from the drone, following very closely on our Stockton B boat here in lane 3. You can barely hear the coxswains there, a little bit of sound, just kind of urging those crews on, one on the offensive, one on the defensive. So as long as Stockton can maybe maintain their length in the water here and their push, keeping that grip and press all the way through from legs to hips. Legs to hips. Here we go. Pretty nice rhythm here in this Stockton B boat, but Simmons is definitely on the prowl as we come up towards that halfway point. We'll see if Simmons throws a move or 2 at Stockton B in lane 3.
Yeah, I'm really liking the second 500 out of Simmons so far. They were down about a length right at that 500 meter mark, so it shows a bit of resolve to be down that early and not totally pack it in. Obviously some competitors over there in that Simmons boat not ready to let Stockton run away with it just yet. Really nice side-by-side shot here, and you can see the bow seat for Simmons sitting just about even there with the 2 seat, and in fact this angle makes it look like Simmons is walked pretty much all the way back through Stockton here.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell sometimes. Our drone shots and our camera angles can be a little bit deceiving. So again, we do the best we can, but I think you're right. I think, we're starting to see some movement here. I'm trying to get a stroke rate for you on these boats.
Yeah, the best way to determine it is really to look at where these bow balls are hitting the bow markers. And right now it looks pretty much dead even, as Simmons made a really nice move here through that second 500 as we head into the second half of the race now. Just about even here in this petite final for the women's Division III Varsity 8.
That's right. I have Stockton rowing at about a 34-35, and I have Simmons at a 36-37 or so. And we're seeing the effect of that now. That bow number 4 rowing at a higher stroke rate is paying off for them. Now let's see if this is an actual move, because we can hear the passion in this coxswain's voice. Is this a move, or is this a new rate that they're going to try to hold through the finish line?
Yeah, you can hear the excitement from that Simmons coxswain as she looks across. She's counting seats. You can see it. She's saying, I'm at 4th seat. I'm at 3 seat. Give me the next one. Give me the next one.
And you know what they want to hear? They want to hear bow ball.
Yeah, of course. Will they be able to push this lead all the way out in front? A really great race so far from Simmons. It's why 2,000 meters is really such a fantastic distance. We saw at the 500-meter mark, Stockton well out in front. Now at about the 1250 mark, we see Simmons out in front by just a few seats. So still a lot of time left for Stockton to reverse the tables once again.
Right. It is very hard. It can be a little bit demoralizing once you kind of lose the lead there. But again, if you have a mature, patient crew that is hungry enough, you know, you can make that happen. We have seen it done time and time again, but it is a little bit of an added challenge there. Simmons has done a great job of walking through them here in a very calm, cool, collected manner, and you better believe that bow pair there looking back at the Stockton B boat is quite excited that they are out there on an island, and if they can maintain that lead, will be the first 2 across the line.
Yeah, 500 meters left to go now here in this petite final, the women's Division III, Varsity 8. Simmons out on top of Stockton at the moment. Really fantastic race here in this petite final.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing it here and hearing it here. You can hear those coxswains all the way across the water here just shouting at their crews with passion and gusto. I know that sometimes when I'm in the heat of battle like this with my crews, it's really hard not to get excited. And you know what? Sometimes it actually pays off to get a little bit quieter. So those other crews not only can't hear what you say, but you actually draw your rowers right back in to that attention. And look, what a finale we have as the geese scatter as we have Stockton trying to make a move back on Simmons here, big finale, and I believe they might run through that little pod of geese. Again, the poor geese don't know what's coming, but here we see Stockton again in the black boat on the outside in lane 4, still trying to hold off Stockton B in lane 3.
Yeah, so 250 meters coming up right here. You see there, Simmons has hit the 250-meter mark, and now Stockton is there as well. It looks like, let's see where that bow seat for Stockton is sitting, right at about the 4-seat or 5-seat in the Simmons boat. So about a 4 or 5-seat lead right now for Simmons. Really, really strong-looking race so far as we come into the final stretch. It doesn't look like Simmons is going to let up. Stockton has a lot of work to do, and it looks like Simmons is adding to that lead.
Oh, I have Simmons at about a 38, 39, almost 40 now. So they are definitely bringing it up to try to take it home. And look at that, coxswain must be saying bow ball at this point.
What a great race from Simmons at the 500-meter mark, down a full boat length. Got it all back over the next 500 meters. In the third 500, they took a length lead, and in the final 500, they sat on that lead and staved off any extracurricular activities from that Stockton boat, and Simmons takes 7th place here in the Division III Varsity 8. Stockton B takes 8th. So really great. I mean, Simmons had 2 times in the time trial there and then in the semifinal that were slower than that Stockton boat. And through 500 meters, I was worried that another race would go that way. Really impressive finish there for the girls from Simmons.
You know, I really like what you said there, the no extracurricular activities. I think I might use that for my next call. That's a pretty good one.
Oh, thanks.
Because that could be about anything. So it's a great call.
Yeah, we'll be back with the grand final for the women's Division III event, Varsity 8 event, right after this.
how did industrial design students get a surfer back on their board? Jefferson, redefine possible.
Sitting up at the start here for the grand final of the Women's Division III Varsity 8 event. As we get ready, we have in lane 1, Franklin and Marshall. Lane 2 is Bryn Mawr. 3 is St. Mary's. 4, Rochester Tech. 5, Marietta. And in lane 6, we have Stockton. So this Women's Division III Varsity 8 event just about ready to get underway. All boats are still working on that point. You see lane 1 sculling it. So we were kind of talking about this a little bit earlier, but for those who may be confused, you can see the bow seat has handed her oar to the 2 seat in front of her. This allows them to kind of adjust the point without propelling the boat forward and out of the stake boat too much.
Right, we get sideways movement rather than forward movement. So you want to stay locked into that stake boat there. You have your stake boat holder holding on to that stern. It looks like the crews are kind of starting to get locked in here. Not really sure. There we go. There we go. Lane 3 getting locked in there.
And keep an eye on the tower here for the flag to go up, letting you know that all crews are sitting ready. And the flag is up. And the flag is down. And we are off here in the grand final for the Women's Division III Varsity 8. Again, Franklin and Marshall, Bryn Mawr, St. Mary's, RIT, Marietta, and Stockton. So a little bit of context here. In the semifinals earlier today, St. Mary's won semifinal number 1 with a time of 7 minutes and 54 seconds. Just about 6 seconds out in front of Marietta and 14 seconds in front of Franklin and Marshall. In the second semifinal, RIT won with a time of 7 minutes and 51 seconds. Only 7 seconds in front of Bryn Mawr and only 13 seconds in front of Stockton. So through 300 meters here, looks like RIT out to a really great start so far in lane 4. But again, St. Mary's, who won the time trial and then won the semifinal with a nice start as well.
Right, and again, coming out of lane 6, we don't want to dismiss any of those outside lane crews because already we're seeing Stockton trying to put a mark here on RIT in lane 4. So we have RIT as a leader. However, on the outside, Stockton, who is overlapped by a few seats. In between them sandwiched is Marietta there in lane 5, still bow to stern to Stockton in lane 6, so not completely disconnected from the group by any means. And then we will go over back over to lane 4, RIT, our leader. And then it is basically reverse order here. So lane 3, St. Mary's, lane 2, Bryn Mawr, and lane 1, Franklin and Marshall.
Yeah, so just about 500 meters into this one now. You see there in the orange, the girls from RIT striking out at a really good pace here through the first 500. I like the rate that they've settled into. They look calm and collected, and hopefully we can see them try and hang on to this lead here because I know St. Mary's is going to make a push because I can already see it in those oars from St. Mary's. They look really calm.
Yeah, I have RIT rowing at about a 35, and I'm checking Stockton over in the far side, also a 35. Okay, again, that is our clock, just watching from the screen. But if they are going stroke for stroke, then I can almost guarantee, I'll put my money where my mouth is here. Again, I'll be careful, but this is going to be quite a race.
Yeah, RIT looking really good so far. Stockton starting to make a nice push here as they make their way through the 600 meter. They're approaching the 750 meter mark. We can see them here out our window at the 750 now. You'll see it right there on the south side of the river in just a moment. And then here we have a nice idea of how this is breaking out. All right, let's call it RIT in first. In second place, St. Mary's. In third, Stockton in lane 6. Closely following Stockton, though, is Bryn Mawr in lane 2. And then off the pace a bit from Bryn Mawr is Marietta, although not completely disconnected. And then Franklin and Marshall in lane 1, a bit off the pace. Here's a really nice shot from our follow launch as we see the boat from Stockton really fighting there with our lane 3 St. Mary's. I think based on this angle, I think they're a little bit down on St. Mary's, but that's not to mean that they can't claw their way back up. There you see the 1,000-meter mark on the North Shore over there as RIT continues to lead from the front.
So again, actually right here in the forefront of our screen, we're looking at Stockton right now. We were talking about those aggressive finishes just a few races ago, and I think we're seeing it again here in Stockton. And I'm not sure if that's going to pay off for them quite yet. But again, we do have some water to play with here. We are not quite there, but you can see how aggressively they're pulling those handles into their bodies as they swing their hips open, grab that blade handle, and pull it in very, very aggressively, swinging it away. So the back end here of the stroke, very aggressive, in and out, in and out. So getting a little bit of bounce here in the boat. But again, they have done very well making moves with this. So this is clearly working for them. We can see them in the foreground here.
Really close shot there, showing you kind of some of the work that these rowers are putting in and the strain it puts on pretty much every muscle in the body. You saw the shoulders, the arms all tensing up there in that Stockton boat as they fight for second place with St. Mary's and Bryn Mawr. RIT continuing to lead, but they've maintained this length lead for far too long. We'll see now as they approach 1,250 left to go. If St. Mary's can't continue to kind of climb back through it, it does look as though St. Mary's has a little bit of speed there in lane 3, at least for the moment.
And here, as we listen to the coxswains urging their crews on, we see RIT in lane 4, but it is their race to lose because I'm keeping an eye on St. Mary's in lane 3 and Stockton in lane 6. Again, don't give up on Stockton yet. They are still in the game. And across, it looks like we're looking at St. Mary's here. Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, that is RIT, excuse me. Lane 4 there. Now I see their bow number there. The current leaders right now rowing very long. You can see how they lock those blades in and keep them in the water just a teeny bit longer, which means they might be at a slightly lower stroke rate here. I'm going to see if I can grab that for you in just a moment.
500 meters left to go now for our leaders, and you can see here RIT maintaining a lead. We just saw their coxswain start to look out over the boat. She can sense that St. Mary's boat. She's trying to make sure that they're not gaining on her. It does look as though St. Mary's is starting to pull up just a little bit. RIT maintaining their lead. We can't see them in this shot, but it looks like Bryn Mawr out there might be in line for this bronze medal rather, as Stockton continues to try and fight to stay in medal position. RIT looking really good here. St. Mary's trying to make a last-ditch effort. The red buoys are about to come. RIT looking strong. There's St. Mary's. We can see them. They're starting to gain just a little bit with each stroke. A bit of a steering adjustment potentially needed for RIT here as they head into the final 250 meters.
Not too much, though. What do you think? It's the power and the speed of the energy of the crowds here as they come down to the last 250. We see the crowds on the shoreline here. If you are not there, you should be, because you want to see the finish of this race here. RIT holding off St. Mary's here, and gosh, I'm having trouble keeping track of all of this because constantly things are changing here. Look at Stockton here on the outside, but again,
yeah,
the one
Stockton
to watch.
Making a great push.
Exactly. We're seeing it here, though. RIT followed very closely by St. Mary's.
Yeah, and as they come to the finish here, it looks like it's going to be RIT able to hold off St. Mary's here for the gold in the Division III Varsity 8 final. Stockton took on that challenge from Bryn Mawr, and now it looks like Stockton may challenge for the silver medal here. St. Mary's is going to be able to hold them off. It's RIT, St. Mary's, Stockton, and Bryn Mawr finishing in 4th. A great finish there in the Division III Varsity 8 Grand Final. And as we wait for Marietta and Franklin and Marshall to finish, we'll take a brief moment to hear a message from our sponsors before we move on to the women's and men's Varsity 8s.
To truly help those around us, we must advance technology to meet society's biggest challenges. Researchers at Drexel University's College of Engineering have discovered solutions on the nanoscale with vaccines, now studied by tens of thousands of researchers from more than 100 countries around the world. Vaccines are a family of nanomaterials poised to become the next building block of technology and solve today's most complex issues.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
And it looks like we are underway here in our petite final for the women's Varsity 8. 3 boats here from left to right on your screen. In lane 2 is Delaware. And then tied up there in first place looks like Bryant and Iona. Again, the women's Varsity 8 petite final. This morning, these 3 boats were unable to qualify for the grand final. In their heats, the fastest time belonged to Bryant, although they only finished just about 4 seconds faster than Iona. So Bryant and Iona look to be the 2 boats competing here in this petite final, as Delaware will likely make their way down the race course a bit slower than these 2 boats here. But we see now the crew from Iona through the first 500 meters looking really strong with about a length over Bryant. Making our way to the real premier races of this Dad Vail Regatta. Obviously, we had the singles and the doubles, the pairs earlier this morning, the 4s in the mid-afternoon, and then of course we're moving forward with the 8s, the big events here. Obviously, the Dad Vail Regatta finishing with a bang here. The women's Varsity 8 and the men's Varsity 8. You see here the lead that Iona continues to have in this petite final for the Varsity 8 over Bryant there in lane 3.
Yeah, you're right. And we see those blades that match the color of the buoys out there flashing on that glassy water. Absolutely perfect conditions. It's just gotten a little bit cloudy on us, so intermittent sun here and there, not too much, but not much of a breeze either. No rain, nothing like that. We really could not ask for better racing conditions. And so even though we try to give our smaller boats the best chance of having the best water by putting them in the morning, it seems like today it has not made a difference at all. We've been very lucky with conditions today.
Yeah, and you see here Iona continuing to press their advantage, opening up just about, you know, a bow ball or a buoy marker difference of a lead here. You can see and continuing to press that advantage as they really have opened up this lead. Looks like they're taking a move here as they have now about a full length of open water, maybe a half length of open water, but Iona looking really strong here. Our drone has to change the picture just to keep up with them, it seems.
Yeah, you're right. And I am also going to try to get us some stroke rates here so we can see what is actually going on, because it looks like they're fairly close. Again, this is just my eye here looking through the drone, but let's see if we can try to get some more accurate stroke ratings for you. It is looking like Bryant, let's see, quite low here, at a 31.5, 32 maybe, so probably a 32. Again, give or take just a little bit on my end, but let's see what the starboard strokes of Iona are rowing down the course at 34-35. So definitely much higher, and clearly for them this is working because now they're opening up over a boat length of water here on the rest of the competition. That is Bryant and Delaware.
Yeah, competing for 7th place here in this petite final are Iona and Bryant. Iona looking really strong to take 7th. Bryant likely to finish in 8th, and then Delaware currently in 9th place, but still a lot of race left. Bryant with an opportunity, but Iona looking really strong, and you can see there pretty organized boat, although they were unable to make it to the grand final, showing out really well here in this petite.
Yeah, and you know, that doesn't necessarily speak to the speed of the crew. Sometimes it speaks a little bit more about the speed of the crews that you don't end up getting to race. Sometimes you just have a better day. You know, sometimes there are crews that just have a better day. It just clicks a little bit better, whether it's chemistry, whether it's technical, whether it's boat speed. You get the right power curves going all down the boat from bow to stern. And you just, in general, row these boats long enough, and you actually have a select few amount of times where you really get the perfect chemistry that comes together. So you really, you know, I bet you could ask almost any rower that has been out on the water today what one of their best rows was, and they will describe 1 or 2 times where maybe everything just comes together at the perfect amount of time, and that's chemistry, that's technical, that's peace and quiet, that's the bubbles running underneath the shell, and those kinds of rows are the reason that we keep coming back to this sport.
Definitely, you said it great there. And we're seeing Iona as they approach the final 250 meters here with a really impressive race. Again, when you're in one of these petite finals, you may not feel super energized to go out there and get a great score, but we're seeing that this Iona boat really wants to put up a good time for themselves, show themselves that they've got a little bit more left in the tank after a weekend of rowing.
Right, exactly. I mean, this is still a very good race here. Rowing in the petite final is absolutely nothing to scoff at, and definitely a pride race, not only for your own boat, but for your team, for your own team. So,
definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing, again, these lovely drone shots. Let's see, it looks like...
yeah, we're in the red buoys here for sure.
We certainly are, and that is Iona in the maroon, sort of a rust red maroon. What would you call this? Crossing the line now.
Yeah, crimson.
Crimson, beautiful. That's the word I was looking for. With Bryant not too far behind here, but we will keep this camera on the finish line, I believe, for a while. So a nice tight shot on the finish line. We'll wait for them to come through as we speak.
Yeah, we might have a bit of a wait here before Delaware crosses, but again, Delaware also in this race, the women's Varsity 8 final. Meanwhile, next up on the course will be the grand final in this women's Varsity 8 event for the Evelyn Bergman Trophy. See there the results, the times. Again, Iona in the semifinal this morning with a time of 7 minutes and 37 seconds, so improving on that by a solid 15 seconds there. As we head back on up the river, we see some of the final racers of the day making their way up the course, warming up. The next race, of course, scheduled to go off at 4:40 in the afternoon. I'll be interested to see if those women have gotten into the stake boats yet, or if we'll get up there and see them continuing to kind of work things out. All right, and we are back here sitting ready for the women's Varsity 8 grand final. The lineup there on your screen from right to left in lane 1 is LaSalle. Lane 2 is Embry-Riddle. Lane 3 is Georgetown. Lane 4 is Drexel. Lane 5 is Fordham. And in lane 6 is Loyola, Maryland. So a little bit of context on this race. Obviously, Georgetown in lane 3, they had the fastest time in qualifying. That put them, actually, they did not have the fastest time in qualifying. That was Fordham. Fordham had the fastest time in qualifying, but Georgetown actually came out in the semifinal and beat them by a solid 5 seconds. And then in that second semifinal, we saw Drexel, who had the second fastest time in qualifying, win by a solid 10-second margin. So Drexel, Georgetown, Fordham appear to be your favorites in this event, but again, anything can happen in a 2,000-meter race. That's why we line them up and send them down the river. Looks like lane 2 continuing to kind of get that adjustment. I wonder if these boats aren't just getting their points pushed a little bit to that port side. We're seeing a lot of over adjustments here, maybe in anticipation that it might take some time to get the race started and they could drift back to that port side.
Right, you took the words right out of my mouth there. We don't know what the starting official has actually told them. Obviously, we can't hear the instructions, the poles, the flags, or what they are telling these crews, but you are definitely right. There are a few overcorrections here, which look to kind of be the opposite way. Again, we are not down in where all the action is happening, but lane 2, I think you are right. Embry-Riddle is overcorrecting, actually not pointed straight, but again, we don't know exactly how many minutes they have left, and that would be 0. Because
yeah, and
here
they're
we
underway
go.
here. So an interesting tactic there from Embry-Riddle, quickly straightening out though, and maybe overcorrecting there as well. So a tough start there for Embry-Riddle, who kind of seem to have done that to themselves, unfortunately.
That was a very interesting move, too. Made me just a little bit nervous as a coxswain there, watching their bow not be pointed directly down that line. But it is great here to see all 6 boats across, without incident so far. We will see when they get through the breakage point. But right now, we are looking at Loyola, Maryland, I believe.
I believe it's Loyola, Maryland there with the bow number 6.
Here we go. Another one popping right in front of our screen. My mistake indeed, everyone.
Yeah, Fordham there with that bow marker 5. Again, Fordham, one of the favorites in this race. They had the fastest time in the time trials yesterday, but actually lost their semifinal by a few seconds to Georgetown. And then, of course, there's Drexel. The boogeyman in lane 4 there. The Drexel Dragons just coming to win everything they can, and at the moment, from what we can see here through 500 meters, it looks like we're going to have to give the edge to Drexel.
Exactly, yes, and we have that Fordham coxswain looking over at that Drexel coxswain. You know that they are definitely on the hunt, smelling blood in the water, and it is Drexel's race to lose here. And right now, looking very clean, very strong at the 500-meter mark. Drexel is our clear leader. However, we cannot discount Fordham, who is keeping a very close eye on Drexel here, as well as Embry-Riddle, who has gotten back into the center of their lane. Georgetown, too, only a few seats down from Embry-Riddle. So, again, we cannot count anybody out at this point.
Yeah, just about 600 meters into this one, Drexel looking really strong. Let's call it Drexel, followed by Embry-Riddle. Then a tie between Georgetown and Fordham for 3rd place, and then maybe just a few seats back there, LaSalle in lane 1, and out there off the pace at the moment, Loyola, Maryland in lane 6.
And in this drone shot here, we're looking at Drexel just slicing through that little shimmer on the water there from the drone shot as we move back to the side angle here. Very nice to see. They are crossing our window now across the boathouse, so nearing that 1,000-meter mark. what a race this is turning out to be. I'm wondering if Drexel can maintain this rate, this pace, this level of fitness all the way through, because Fordham is on the hunt.
Yeah, Embry-Riddle looking really strong too, as is Georgetown. Lane 1 there, LaSalle definitely still in the mix for the medal stand. Drexel, let's see, looks like the bow of Embry-Riddle sitting on that 3 seat of Drexel, so not too much between them. Definitely Embry-Riddle over Georgetown, Georgetown over Fordham, Fordham over LaSalle. But again, those margins start to get thinner and thinner once we get past our 2 leaders here, Drexel and Embry-Riddle.
I want to point out, too, in the sun, you can see it beautifully, the trail in that Embry-Riddle boat. That coxswain is steering very, very straight down that course now, so she has redeemed herself right off that little blip off the starting blocks there, but now they are directly down the course, and boy, are they making a charge.
Yeah, honestly, it would be such a heartbreaking. I'm not even going to say it. Drexel out in front, Embry-Riddle trying to push back to get it close, see if they can't get within striking distance here to win this in the last 300 meters. Georgetown still very much in this race, but Drexel in lane 4 is too strong. Way too strong right now. 750 meters left to go here. It looks like Georgetown has overtaken Embry-Riddle. Fordham now also hot on the Embry-Riddle trail. Let's see, looks like from this angle, let's call it Drexel, Georgetown, Embry-Riddle, Fordham in that order, but not by much. Drexel, though, with about a length lead on Georgetown and Embry-Riddle. Really great row so far from Drexel.
I want to keep an eye on Embry-Riddle here, because we did see Georgetown just make that move, but we don't know if that's a move or if that's a pace change. So we could see Georgetown kind of settle back into that race pace, and if we see a counter move by Embry-Riddle, we aren't sure. So again, it's looking like Georgetown's move has actually helped them in this case. They are overlapping decks now with Drexel. I'm not sure that we have enough water to actually make that up. But I also want to keep an eye on Fordham on the other side of Drexel, who has now come in front of Embry-Riddle and is now challenging, if not walking through Georgetown.
Yeah, you see that Georgetown boat, though, starting to kind of poke that bow ball further and further closer up that Drexel boat. You can kind of see Drexel and Georgetown kind of playing a bit of a game here with this camera as we enter the final 500 meters of the Evelyn Bergman Trophy here at the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. It's Drexel, Georgetown, Fordham, Embry-Riddle going for the gold medal in that order.
That's right. It is Drexel's race to lose. The Dragons have a lot of pride on the line on the men's and women's side. You better believe that they are going for the sweep here. They are really trying to get their bow across the line first. You can see that bow seat. She is excited. She's like, I know that I am the first woman here up at the starting line. Nearest the starting line is mine to lose, and I love it when that front wheel drive kicks in. But we would be amiss not to bring up the Fordham and Georgetown race going on behind them.
And here's our finish line camera now. Drexel trying to hang on. Georgetown really jacking up the rate here. It looks like Georgetown into second place at the moment. It's Drexel out in front. Georgetown pushing. Embry-Riddle trying to make a final mad dash for the medal stand. Fordham on the outside. Fordham making a push late. Here they come. Final few strokes. Drexel trying to take on all comers. Look at the fans as they rise up and scream for their teams. Final few strokes here in the women's Varsity 8 final for the Evelyn Bergman Trophy.
Drexel at a 40 and still charging.
And here it is, the final few strokes. Has Fordham overtaken Georgetown? We'll see here as they cross the finish line. For gold, it is. As they come to the line, Drexel will take it. Fordham currently in second place, Georgetown with one last chance. And it's going to be Fordham for the silver, Georgetown the bronze. It's close. It's close. We'll look at the official results. I think it might be 0.3 of a second there.
I was going to say that's tenths of a second at most. What a small margin there. Hard to even tell on our camera. Clearly, we were at a loss for words, holding our breaths, trying to see who was going to cross the line. And look at this again, unofficially, Joe. What do we have here?
Yeah, it's Drexel out in front for the gold, and then Fordham by 0.2 of a second over Georgetown. Fordham with the faster time at the moment. Again, please go to dadvail.org for all official results. But Fordham looks to have taken the silver here in the Evelyn Bergman Trophy. Meanwhile, Drexel takes home the hardware. Setting up our men's Varsity 8 final. Coming up next, we'll take a brief moment, and then we'll be right back.
This is Jacksonville University. It's not just a perfect place for sunny waterfront beauty shots. Although, here you choose the future you want. How? By defining it yourself. You customize your path and make it one of a kind. You want to build a future where you decide what impact you make? You want to create a life that's limited by nothing but your own ingenuity? You come to the right place.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and we are sitting here at the starting line with our petite final in the men's Varsity 8 event. From right to left on our screen, starting in lane 1, we have Jacksonville. In lane 2, Stetson. Lane 3, currently adjusting their point, is Colgate. In lane 4 is Delaware. And in lane 5, FIT, Florida Tech. And in lane 6 is Marietta. Again, the men's Varsity 8 petite final here on the Cooper River. Taking a look at some of these semifinals. Again, we had the third final in this event earlier today. So these are the boats that finished third and fourth yesterday afternoon in our semifinals. In that first semifinal, Colgate finished in third place. And again, it was a super tight margin there. Colgate just missing the grand final by 1/10 of a second. And then about 10 more seconds to them, Marietta finished in fourth. In the second semifinal, Delaware, similarly, just about a half a second behind St. Joe's as they are off and underway here in this petite final. So Delaware almost made the grand final as well. And then in the third semifinal rather, Stetson came close to making the grand final. So expect this to be a pretty hotly contested petite final here. Obviously vying for 7th through 12th here in this race, but a lot of bragging rights still on the line.
Right, and absolutely look at how cleanly these crews got off the line here. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen, I mean, again, at this point in the race, just a couple hundred meters in at most, but nearly bow ball to bow ball here. I mean, maybe a tiny, tiny edge to Jacksonville in lane 1, maybe by a deck. And still walking over Stetson, but what a clean start from all 6 of these crews. That was really, really nice and so cinematic for our viewing pleasure here way high up in the sky with the drone. We can see all 6 of these 8s charging down the course for pride and a ranking here, but very, very beautifully done by all the crews and coxswains here. Right now, I have to give it to Jacksonville.
Yeah, it looks like Jacksonville out of lane 1 looking strong. Colgate and Stetson not too far behind in the immediate outside lanes to Jacksonville. But here you see that crew from Jacksonville looking really strong through the first 500 meters. But man, there's really not much between these crews. We've seen a lot of separation after 500 meters in a lot of races today. This petite men's 8 final, all of these crews are really looking to put their mark on this race. And again, there, the leaders from Jacksonville. Jacksonville in their semifinal finished in 4th, just a few seconds behind Delaware. So we'll see if Jacksonville can maintain this pace as they make their way up the race course.
Yeah, I would love to get a couple stroke rates here because I think we're seeing a lot of variables going on here, a lot of varying stroke rates, a lot of different runs here from these different boats here, some of them taking the approach of a little bit lower stroke rate and letting the boat run a little bit longer, and some of them taking the approach of a slightly higher stroke rate here. So let me see if I can go down the line and give you some stroke ratings.
And as Whitney does that, they just came by our vantage point here. It looks like Colgate has drawn back even with Jacksonville. And now as I look at it here, potentially give the edge to Colgate by just about a seat here. We'll see if Jacksonville can hang on, because here comes Stetson and Delaware and Florida Tech and Marietta all charging. Jacksonville went out hot. We'll see if they can maintain this, this really fast speed.
Exactly. I have Jacksonville and Colgate at about a 37-38, so about stroke for stroke. So again, we will see where the inefficiencies and efficiencies kind of start to come into play, because if they are both rowing at the same stroke rate, something's got to give. So they have to make a decision here.
Yeah, and it is Colgate now. Colgate by a few seats out over Jacksonville. Jacksonville maintaining that second place. Third place held by Stetson. So these three inside boats clearly feeding off of each other at the start of this race. And you look to the outside in lanes 4, 5, 6, Temple, FIT, Marietta, all right next to each other. Really nothing between those three boats through 1,200 meters here. So 800 meters left to go now. Colgate really starting to press forward again. This boat was denied the grand final by just a tenth of a second. So you know that they are hungry to prove that they deserve to be there, and they're showing us why.
Exactly. I love a good vengeance row. There's nothing I love more than unfinished business left out on the water, and we are looking at Jacksonville and Colgate in the lead. But what a frenzy we have for those next few places. I'm not even going to call it third, fourth, and fifth, because we have Stetson, Delaware, Florida Tech, and Marietta all so close together. From this angle, I can't tell.
Yeah, Jacksonville responded really well there. Colgate moved through them at that right around that 750 meter mark to the 1,000 meter mark. I thought maybe Jacksonville would start to fade away there, as we've seen so many of these crews that go out very quickly do. 500 meters left to go now for our leaders. It's Colgate and Jacksonville, and it doesn't look as of now like anyone else is going to be able to get there. Again, 500 meters left to go, plenty of time, and everyone is still very connected. Looks like the first boat to kind of fall off here is Marietta. Marietta in lane 6, out of the picture a little bit. Stetson maintaining that third place, but only just barely. As you see there, Colgate and Jacksonville continue to strike out in front.
Right, and I have that Colgate actually got third in this event last year, so moving to the petite final, they will probably have a little bit of fire and maybe a little chip on their shoulder, and that may be helping them get through this last 500 when they feel like their legs are hurting a little bit, but they're looking over at Jacksonville going, no, 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 it's not going to be that easy for you. So right behind them, again, we have Stetson, Delaware, Florida Tech, and Marietta, again, all making a charge, but I might give Florida Tech here on the outside, just rowing off of our screen here, a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, really difficult to say as we see them at this angle. It certainly looks like the lane 5 Florida Tech school is out in front of Stetson. Again, we can't see Jacksonville right now, so as they come into the final few hundred meters here in this petite final, the fight for 7th place between Colgate and Jacksonville. FIT making a push, a very late, strong push here. Could they... Oh, man, they're running out of water, though. They've got the speed out there in lane 5. Here they come to the finish line, and it is Colgate. Colgate hanging on here and finishing. It looks like Florida Tech takes silver, the second place. Jacksonville, followed by Delaware. Marietta there with a nice late push, finishing in 6th. Wow.
Well, I love a surprise attack out of lane 5. What a move by Florida Tech. Again, we've had some really phenomenal finishes here. We had Army do it a little bit earlier in the day, but look at the spread of these times.
Only 5 seconds between first place Colgate and 6th place Marietta there. Really great race. So 7th place to Colgate and a fantastic race. Hats off to them. And again, for all official results, we just flashed them up onto the screen, but for all official results, please go to dadvail.org. If you're curious or if we missed something, please check out the website, dadvail.org. All results updating in real time. You can find them there. Meanwhile, we're getting ready for our final race of the day here, the men's Varsity 8 Grand Final, the Richard O'Brien James Hanna Trophy. And again, this has just been renamed in honor of Jim Hanna, who just last year stepped down as the president of the Dad Vail Regatta Organizational Committee. We thank Jim for his many years of service, and to honor him, the trophy here for this men's Varsity 8 has been renamed in his honor.
Absolutely, and if you don't mind, I will go ahead while we're getting set up and at least just give you some lane assignments for our final race, not only of the day, but of the regatta. And that will be the men's Varsity 8 Grand Final, the Richard O'Brien and James Hanna Trophy. In lane 1, St. Joseph's. Lane 2, LaSalle. Lane 3, Drexel, your defending champions. Lane 4, Temple. Lane 5, Western Ontario, and Lane 6, Rutgers.
Yeah, so in the time trial, Drexel finished with the fastest time, and then in their semifinal, they came out and also put up the fastest time of any semifinal, but only just barely. Their time was 0.03 seconds faster than the LaSalle time in their semifinal. So again, Drexel winning their semifinal, LaSalle winning their semifinal, Temple winning their semifinal. But again, anything can happen over 2,000 meters. All 6 of these boats have earned their right to be here over a time trial. And then the semifinals where only 2 boats could move on. We just saw the petite final with 6 incredible boats. And these boats were able to get into this race in front of them. So we expect similar fireworks here in the men's Varsity 8 Grand Final.
Right, I would expect a great volley here, but a wonderful performance. Again, I would expect from Drexel, LaSalle, St. Joe's. Really, it's anybody's game here, but it is Drexel's to lose, followed by LaSalle, who got second last year. St. Joseph's in lane 1, they got 5th. And then we have Temple, Western Ontario, and Rutgers. But you better get down to the shoreline here and make a lot of noise for this one when it comes by, because I have a feeling this is going to be a phenomenal race. I'm expecting great things.
Keeping our eyes on that starting tower there, waiting to see when that flag goes up.
Yeah, it's a little hard for us to see all the way back here in the air with the drone, but we will look at the twitch of that little flag again and watch those stroke seats start to take that first stroke. Lining up here, looks like we're getting locked in. Good, blades are getting squared and buried.
All boats sitting ready. And they're off here in the men's Varsity 8, our last race of the day here at the 85th Annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Off with a clean start now. Excellent steering from all coxswains. Well done there as the follow launches swoop in behind, making sure we all get safely through the breakage point. Looking good so far. We'll know in just a moment.
Yeah, it looks like all crews still maintaining that high rate. No major issues arising just yet, and it looks like we are off scot-free. Looks like early on, Drexel here out of lane 3 as expected with an early lead. Behind them, though, it's really close. Drexel by maybe a seat over LaSalle and Temple, and then LaSalle and Temple with maybe a seat each on Western Ontario and St. Joseph's. Off the start, Rutgers struggling to keep pace here over the first 500 meters. We'll see if they can't try and work their way back into this one. St. Joe's also starting to fall back just a little bit now as LaSalle and Drexel begin to move away from the rest of the boats, very so slightly.
That's right, and this is about the point in the race here where we will start to see those shifts in the power and the pressure and the stroke rates here. So these crews will start to settle into the body of the race here, that middle 1,000 that is so incredibly crucial. It is very, very crucial that they settle in to a pace that they can maintain, again, with a lot of grip under the water. They want to be able to put a lot of pressure on the face of that blade, and we are seeing it here with lanes 3, 4, 5, and even lane 2 squeezing out there, just peeking out on our screen there. Lane 2, LaSalle, who is definitely going to be out for blood, got second in this event last year. So you better believe there are going to be fireworks, as you said, Joe. I can't wait to see this 4 boats across.
Yeah, here they come by our vantage point. You can see it on the screen there. Looks like LaSalle might have an advantage over Drexel right now. Here they come as they swing by. We'll get a nice look as we can look straight across. It looks like it's LaSalle. LaSalle with about a seat on Drexel. Drexel with a seat on Temple. Temple with a seat on lane 5. That's Western Ontario. Wow, LaSalle looking great through 750 meters. Drexel right behind them. Temple, Western Ontario, and St. Joseph's all still in the battle here.
Now, let's keep in mind that what we're seeing here is so crucial, but also what we're not seeing is the fire and the motivation that these crews have to actually maintain that lead. So let's keep in mind that not only is this Drexel's race to lose in lane 3, but this is LaSalle's race to win in lane 2 because they were second last year, and you better believe they are going to want to take that title from Drexel. But not only that, we have St. Joe's in lane 1. We have Temple, who has all day been showing up time and time again, rowing really beautifully right now and still absolutely connected to Drexel and LaSalle.
Yeah, into this third 500, it looks like LaSalle has taken a move here, and now LaSalle out in front by just a few seats. Temple now trying to track back onto LaSalle as well. Drexel, LaSalle, Temple, the 3 schools on the Schuylkill River. They know each other well. You can see there a nice breakdown. It looks like we've got Drexel by literally a seat over LaSalle. I think this 2 seat of Drexel is sitting even with the bow seat of LaSalle. And then now you see Temple just about a length behind those 2 boats. You can see it again here. The coxswain for Drexel, now he's sitting at 6th seat. He's sitting at 6th seat of LaSalle. Drexel starting to add to that lead. Again, we can see it here. Drexel really impressive through the middle part of this race so far.
Exactly. I'm going to try to get you a stroke right here on this Drexel crew. It is looking... actually, excuse me, just one moment here while I get that for you. But I also want to draw attention to the ferociousness of these coxswains here, just driving this Drexel crew on. That LaSalle coxswain looking over at Drexel, driving his crew on as well. Still connected bow to stern, but that Drexel coxswain, you can just feel the tense nature of what is going on here and hear those calls of intensity looking over at the bow ball of that LaSalle crew. Oh my gosh, this is tough. You guys come down to the shore here. Drexel is looking behind them at the rest of the field coming into the finisher's chute.
Yeah, just a few hundred meters left to go here. Drexel with an incredible third 500 into this final 500 to open up that lead. Right at the 1,500 or right at the 1,000 meter mark, these boats were even. Maybe give the edge to LaSalle. Now, as we head to the final, the coxswain for Drexel is sitting at the bow ball of LaSalle. Drexel trying to win by open water here as Temple tries to make a push back onto LaSalle. It's all Drexel. 250 meters left to go here in the 85th annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. It's the men's Varsity 8 Grand Final for the Richard O'Brien James Hanna Trophy. And Drexel will not be denied.
They are rowing at a 42 right now. They are absolutely having none of it. So they are making sure that they put their stamp on this gold medal. And again, barring that we have no disasters here, they are absolutely going to walk away with it. Look at that bow pair.
Yeah,
front wheel drive, baby. Here we go in that Drexel 8.
Final stretch here, last few strokes, and the gold medal for our final race here in 2024 at the Dad Vail Regatta. Guess who it belongs to? It's Drexel. Second place. Oh, it's close. I can't tell from that angle. Temple came all the way back. Oh, man, the speed was with Temple. You could see them. And there you see Western Ontario finishing 4th, St. Joe's finishing in 5th, and finally Rutgers finishing in 6th. We'll try and see if we can't get results up on the screen unofficially from that race. And there it is, LaSalle edging out Temple by just a 1/10 of a second there. So it goes Drexel, LaSalle, Temple, Western, St. Joe's, and Rutgers in the men's Varsity 8. Wow, what a race there.
Absolutely, and Drexel was making sure that they were going to carve their name into that trophy. They did not want anyone else to have it. The defending champions, again, defend their title. Very, very exciting story there. LaSalle, who has not won this race since the 50s, I believe, was really out for blood there, but Drexel was able to hold them off. So what a phenomenal race.
Just a great way to cap off an incredible 2 days of racing here on the Cooper River. Just what a fantastic event over the last 2 days. We have to thank so many people, the referees, the volunteers, the production team that allowed this to happen. As we sit here in the beautiful Camden County Boathouse, we have to thank everyone on the Cooper River involved with the Cooper River Park for helping this happen. It's just been such an incredible event over the last few days. And Whitney, do you have any final thoughts here as we make our way to the end of our races here?
I'm still trying to get my heart rate down after watching that race. Of course, just being a coxswain and knowing what that feels like, just to be in the heat of battle like that, is just so, so exciting. So I really want to congratulate all the crews again for bringing us their best performances this weekend, giving us quite a show, as well as all of the volunteers that have been out there all weekend in the rain and the shine, in every condition that we have had this weekend. So thank you very much again. And of course, to our wonderful officials, of professional officials up and down the course that we have looking out for our safety and efficiency today. And of course, thanks to you for a wonderful weekend. It was so much fun. I can't think of a better way to spend a weekend here than to talk about rowing.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering about the overall point trophies, please direct your attention to dadvail.org, where as they figure out that information, we'll be able to bring those results to you much quicker than that information will get to us. And I guess without further ado, that's going to do it for us here at the 85th Annual Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Whitney, thank you so much for joining me here today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely. The pleasure was all mine. And thank you again to race directors, crews, parents, and everyone else that came out to watch and giving us such a great weekend. Thank you again.
For Whitney Powell, I'm Joe Leonard, signing off.